All right, it's 12:30 Central. I'm in a onesie. What is up, everyone? I hope you guys are ready to take some steps, make some changes for yourself and for the world. And it all starts with one step. Yes, I am in an alligator onesie because I thought it would just be a little bit different and more fun to start the show this way. Can you guys all hear me? I think they can hear. All right, well, I'm going to start the treadmill. This is going to go a long time, so we're going to go through a lot of different really interesting things. I'll go over the agenda, but I am so excited to see. Let me start the treadmill. Oh, there's gonna be a lot of steps. All right. So by the way, I just want to show the counter for. I'm using Pedometer Plus Plus. They're sponsoring the show. They did not. I'm just making that up. So we're at 245 right now. I'm gonna throw this in my pocket. I'm gonna wear the alligator onesie, and this is gonna be a day. We're gonna have a day of working on a lot of things for you, guys, girls. I'll go over the agenda. First thing I want to know before, and I'm going to turn the speed up because I need to get these steps in. 50,000 steps. Can someone tell me how many miles that is? I didn't actually figure it out. I think it's around 13 to 15 miles. Carell Sawyer's in the house. Carell, I'm going to bring you on live in just a bit. I want you to come and say hi. But yes, the first step of life, well, I don't know about life, but the first step of business is with one customer. First step with racial inequality is with having one conversation. And a lot of change takes with one step, one small thing. And we're going to do a lot of that today. I'm going to be here for 6 hours. So if you have to go to the bathroom, if you have things to work on, we're going to do it here live. We're going to do a lot of fun things today. We have a really, really great agenda. Excited that every single one of you are here. Mustafa is here. Jonathan Cousins, good to see your face. Jason Randall. I don't have Gold's Gym, so all I do is 300 push-ups a day. We're going to do some push-ups today. So if you guys are ready for some push-ups, we're going to do them down on my floor. Or I guess I'll have to do them on the treadmill. Agenda's fire. What I want to know, first off, as we get going, 6 hours on the treadmill. I'm going to be here till it probably gets dark. But one thing I want to know is, what are you grateful for today? Jason, is it really 24 miles? Holy shit. Okay, maybe we're not going to do 50,000 steps. It might just be 5,000. I misspoke. All right, but I want to know this. Before we get going on, before we start the agenda, before we start bringing people on, oh my God, it's 24 miles? Oh, dude, that's going to be a while. All right, I need to probably speed this up a lot. All right, well, 24 miles of walking. I do have a lot of snacks. I know you guys were worried about that. So I prepared with water bottles, Quest bar, Epic bar, and I've got some coffee that I'm going to bring on in a second. But what I need to get knowing right now is, what are you grateful for today? So I will share mine. Every day I write down something I'm grateful for. And I got a joke about that. I'll tell you in a second. But today, I was super grateful for waking up. I was grateful that I get to wake up and experience life with all of you, and we get to work through challenges that we have as society, and we get to work on businesses that help people, and I get to read or have a smoothie, and so I was just super, super grateful for waking up. So I want to know what you are grateful for today, because it's pretty damn cool to be alive, that we get to experience things and fix things that there's problems with, and work on stuff that we're excited about. So Alexander thought I was a unicorn. I think it's an alligator, but it could be a crocodile. Alyssa Payne is grateful for fantastic weather in Toronto. Alyssa, I am grateful for how grateful Canadians are. You guys are the friendliest people I've ever met. Fortnite said, is it an alligator or a crocodile? I don't know. We're going to get into the agenda. We're going to have a bunch of things. One thing that's I was thinking about yesterday, I was talking to my buddy Ian, was do you guys ever meet these woo-woo people where they're like, oh, my gratitude is my attitude, or live in abundance? And every time I meet someone that says that right away or early in the conversation, I'm like, high likelihood I'm not going to like that person. But doesn't mean it's not true. So what are you grateful for today? I'd love to know about that. Mustafa, calling out your name. I'll call it out double time. Mustafa Osman. And today, by the way, so there's two major things we're really going to be working on today. One is we're going to talk about the conversation. In the conversation, my buddy Carell Sawyer, Carell, I'm going to send you a link. I want you to come jump on and say hi to everyone. Just talking about racial inequality. It's sensitive, and it's emotional, and it's powerful. And I think one of the things that I was reflecting on today, especially this morning, I was talking with my Hebrew teacher. A lot of change in the world can start with one person, and that one person's you, and that one person can be me. And so it's powerful with that. Second thing is we're going to work on a lot of business stuff. You guys submitted questions. If you're on youtube.com/okdork, there's a form where you can submit office hours questions, and I'm going to be here for 8 hours. I thought it was only going to be like 6, but it might be longer. It might be 8. We are going to go in depth on every one of them. We're also going to bring on a lot of people to talk about their businesses live and work on their businesses, and we're going to have a breakout session. I want to keep hearing about more of the things you're grateful for, but if you want to submit a question and come on live on air or talk about your stuff, we're going to do it. All right, Arona Martin, where did you? Oh, there's Grateful. Arona Martin is saying this is a great show. First 3 minutes, yes. I have a lot of costumes. I thought it'd just be more fun if like we did a bunch of costumes. I will go over the agenda. I know. I'm going to get the agenda. I told you I will do it. I got you. RJ Youngling. I really fucking like this dude. He's grateful for being on this live. I'm grateful for you. I see your name on Reddit. I see your name in the YouTube. I hope you're getting everything you want. You get me inspired. When I see people doing things for themselves and also like enjoying what we're putting out there, like you fucking get me all jacked up. Celia Francis, you sound like you're a cool French person. I think it might be French, but grateful for meeting a couple of super smart people today. Hell yeah. I like that. I like that. Heading over to YouTube, grateful for Corel, family and friends. Jose Andrade. Is that the famous chef? Rocket Yadav, dude. What is up, homie? Grateful for seeing that change that's happening right now. Yes, and change can happen, and we'll start with one person. Corel, I'm going to send you a link so you can come jump on. We have someone coming on in a little bit, in about 10 minutes, is Ben Kenyon. Wanted to bring on someone early to talk about things that are sensitive. And am I a little scared that I'm going to make a mistake about it? Yeah, and I'm nervous. And I think a lot of people out there are, and that's okay, and we can talk about that. I'm going to bring Corel on in just a sec. Corel, I'm just sending you a link, my dude. There's other things that people are grateful for. Erica Bates, I love seeing you. A real honest conversation, Erica. Sometimes when I see the same audience, I'm like, why do these people keep coming back? Like there's you, there's RJ, John, Kevin, and I kind of got like, do they like me? Stay with it. And then I felt a little insecure. I'm like, why would they keep coming back? And then I like broke through and I was like, holy shit, it's actually helping. Holy shit, like the things that we're doing are making a difference. Besides that, we have fun. You can have fun in life. It should be fun. And I'm so grateful to see you again. I'm so grateful to see the same people instead of needing new people. And that made me feel fucking awesome. So I am grateful for you and grateful for your babies and your husband being healthy. Hell yes. Arona Martin, Joe Rosa sent me. Joe's a good dude. I know that guy. I do have a lot of costumes. I actually have some Vegas costumes, Corel. We might have to bust out the Vegas costumes, depending how desperate we get. Akinsola Unkawale. I don't know if I pronounced that correctly. I love complicated names. He's grateful for joining this wonderful live session straight from my email. Yeah, email, it's live. Hey, shit, it's real. Bassman Patton. I'm going to keep doing these before we get in the agenda because I think this is really powerful. He's grateful for spending more time with the kids. I spent time with my parents last week, and I don't know if my mom's going to watch this. It's challenging, right? Being with your family, especially as you get older. I'm almost 40. And I spent like 10 days with my mom. And yes, she did do my laundry. I know you guys were asking. And it was hard. But it's one of those things that's like, how are we going to look back on life? Are we going to look back on life and be like, man, I've thought about this. I might look back and be like, look at all the real estate I've owned. No, you're not going to look back on that. Because when you're dead, it doesn't matter. And I do think it's about like, how much have we helped people? How much have we spent time with our family? I think the material stuff, yes, we need material to live more enjoyable lives, but I think there's certain things that probably just matter a little bit more, and we have to get reminded of that. So I appreciate Baz Van Pelt training. You sound like you'd be a good trainer. These Van people, anybody who's got the name Van in their names, I just fucking like a lot. I just know they're going to be an interesting person. Alexander, I'm calling him out. Alexander Kapulu, I'm grateful for not giving up and being creative in this COVID. That is what's up. That is what's up. So thank you for sharing that, man. Not giving up. It is really easy to give up. I'll tell you, there's been some days that I've been feeling that way. So I'm glad for you to share that. Who else? If you've completed the form, by the way, on youtube.com/okdork, I'm here for 8 hours. So if you have a business, if you want to start a business today, we can do that. If you are working on a business today, we can do that. If you want to quit your job today, we can do that. A few more things on gratitude. Then we're going to go to agenda, and then I'm going to bring on some special guests. Corel, I think I'm going to bring on Ben first because he only's got a little bit of time, and I told him I'd bring him on in 5 minutes. But I want to call it these gratitudes because, like, I don't know, man. I think sometimes when we're not feeling great, like, honestly, this whole week I've felt really low. Being real talk with you. Everyone is. I'm not special. Everyone is feeling low. Everyone's feeling confused. Everyone's feeling tired. And so I try to figure out, how do I get out of that? And part of it is like, all right, let me be grateful for things, but I'll tell you 3 things that have helped me kind of get out of the funks of these roller coasters of just how, not just Corona, man. Like, I think people are like frustrated and work is challenging and people are confused. And so 3 things for me that have really game changed it about getting out of funks and like really just kind of getting off there. Number 1, this one is the stupidest and the best and the simplest, but it's sleep. I went into my bedroom and I just got more sleep than I've gotten before. And I will tell you, like, finally today, thank God, Allah, whoever else is up there, Buddha, all of them, Tom Cruise, thank you. Because, like, I needed the sleep and I wasn't feeling it. Number 2, when I was in my funk, if you're feeling funky right now, like you got funky smell or you're feeling funky up here, go for a walk. So yesterday I was feeling a little funk, smelled a little funk, and I went outside on my bike with my buddy Ian and we went around a track for about 20 miles and I felt 100 after that. So if you're not feeling it, get more sleep, get outside, go for a walk, do push-ups, whatever it is. I'll hit my 30 push-ups. We'll definitely be doing some push-up challenge today. And the third thing is what I call the Maker Morning or makermorning.com because I own the domain, but don't go there because I don't have anything in there yet. But a Maker Morning is basically how are you setting up your morning and your day for success? How are you setting up your day for success? So what is a Maker Morning for me? It's on my phone. Let me see. Okay. So my Maker Morning, just to kind of give you some examples of how to make sure you have a Maker Morning, and then we're going to do agenda, and then we're going to bring on Ben, and then we're going to bring on my buddy K-Dog. So my Maker Morning, and what I've realized is that I do my Maker Morning before I get on the phone. Because the phone is what others want. How do I do what I want? How do I make sure that I get my foundation right? So I drink water. I take my collagen pills because I'm white, we don't age very well. And I want to look sexy forever. So I take collagen. I learn, so I'm reading. Here's the book I'm reading today. Yeah. All right, this one's going to be a little out there, y'all. But look, sometimes business books are fucking boring. This is what I'm reading today. Because I'm trying to figure out love and relationships. And I read a good article on Wait But Why about why do we put so much studying and work into business or studying and work into health, but we don't do it into relationships. So I'm checking that book out. I read my goals. I have daily goals in my mantra. I read it every day. I put that out on Instagram. I like to do chess or brain training. So OK Dork on chess.com. Then I do push-ups. So I do 30 push-ups in the morning, just hit them. And the last thing that I like to do is journal. So, or diary. I think diary just sounds more fun. But it's just kind of like what's on my mind. Like there's cracks in my ceiling. I'll just show you. I have a little house, which that's a whole nother story and we can discuss it, but I don't think it's as relevant. You see how I have like cracks in my wall? It's because, so I help run appsumo.com. We like deals. I still think my house, I think the question that I've been thinking about, and this is what I wrote in my journal, is what does your house say about you? Right? Think about that. Like, what does your house say about you? Or what do you want your house or apartment or condo or barn to say about you? And so I was journaling about that today and just about love and relationships. So anyways, that is a Maker Morning. So those are the 3 things. Sleep, just get out, get some blood flowing, and do a Maker Morning. That's my Maker Morning. Make your own Maker Morning. And then the rest of the day has been a lot better. Then I can get on the Instagram. Then I can check some of the emails and the texts and do some of the things that are distracting. But it just kind of sets my day up right. All right. So that was gratitude. That was getting out of funks. Chess.com, baby. Come and play me. OK Dork, if you guys want to play. I am on a treadmill. If you guys want to, I guess you guys want to see it. So this is my treadmill desk setup. This is a Concord desk. They're $299. They're kind of sold out everywhere, but you can find them. You can get them on overstock.com. I think it's about $299. And then as well, this is a bicycle desk. So if you're a bicyclist, which I am, and I have a trainer in my guest room, you need a desk when you're on your bike to put your laptop or if you want to put things on it. So this is just a bike desk. So you can get these as well. I think this was $179 is for the bike desk. And then this is an ATR 2100 mic. This camera is just a basic Logitech HD 1080p. These are kind of sold out, but you can get them on eBay. And then I have an iPad Pro here for texting notes and just organizing for today's event. That is the setup. This is kind of actually generally how I work a lot lately. So that is that. So we have a lot of gratitude. We have a lot of amazing people here. Derek Shebby is here. What does your house room say about you? I love it. Or what do you want it to say? We're going to bring my good buddy Ben, and then my good buddy Corel. What I want to do is just go over the agenda really fast about what's going to be going down today. And we're here for 8 hours. Jason Rendell is here. Laura Longmead is here. Yes. All right, so we did what? Number one, what are we gonna grateful for? So next two, I'm gonna go over the agenda and the experience. So here's what's gonna go on. We're gonna have some conversations. So the day is gonna be interspersed with giving out money. So every hour, so at 1:30 on the hour, I'm gonna give out $250 grant. You have to use it towards your business. That's it. There's no strings attached. If you can share what you did with it, that would be cool. I'll give you my Venmo or PayPal and you just send me a request and I'll send you the money live. So I'm gonna give out $250 every hour. Number two, we're gonna be having a lot of interesting conversations. So my buddy Ben Kenyon, he told me he was having a hard time what's going on with all the things. And I think what's interesting is I emailed out saying, hey, I'm gonna do 50,000 steps, talk about inequality, talk about making change for ourselves, talk about business. And someone emailed me and they're like, I don't get it. I don't like that you're doing this. And I think a lot of people feel that way. And I think what it is, I call it the Ryan Gosling effect. And the Ryan Gosling effect is that if you don't know someone's story, it's hard to understand them. And Ryan Gosling is actually adopted and he's had a pretty wild life. And only by actually hearing Ryan Gosling's story do I'm like, besides, I guess he's cute. I don't think he's that much better looking than me, but that's what my mom would say for sure. But by knowing Ryan Gosling and knowing his story, I can empathize with him more. I can appreciate him more. I can listen to him more. So that is why we're going to be bringing on people to have conversations. So we got my buddy Ben, my buddy Gary, my buddy Lloyd. Lloyd's been building masks in America. I've really found that fascinating. And then a lot of people, if you want to talk about your business, if you want to start a business, if you're afraid of something, you're going to be doing that. Just put it in the youtube.com/OKDork. And then in the description, there's a form and we can bring you on live. A few other things we're going to be doing. There's live office hours. So I have questions that you guys have submitted. I've got prep for them and they're going to be dope answers. We're also going to be doing a lot of challenges. So one of my biggest themes that I've come up with and realized recently is that we're all afraid of different things. We're afraid of racism. We're afraid of ourselves. I know I have a lot of fear and self-doubt in myself, our own limitations. So I have challenges that we can all do today, no matter where you are in the world, no matter how rich or poor you are, no matter how good looking or unattractive you are, or fit, skinny, fat, whatever it is, you can participate. And challenges help us overcome fear, help us build up confidence, and just ultimately lead us to better lives. That's what I've really noticed from these challenges, help us overcome fear. And then they just paint more colors. It's like instead of just black and white, now the picture's in full color. Now we got, what, 8K? Life's crazy. So we got the challenges. And then towards the end of the 50,000 steps, we're going to be doing a 90-minute work block. So if you are just saying, hey, I want to go work on a book, hey, I want to work on this copy, hey, I want to work on this code, hey, I want to work on these sales, we're going to be doing a 90-minute challenge. It's called the number one priority challenge, where we're just going to get some stuff done and get some work done. And I'll set a timer and I'll be your accountability buddy. Make sure you get your stuff done. Are you guys with me today? I fucking love you guys. So Jason Rendell, can you be my timer on making sure we pay people every hour? I do have I have an alarm on my phone every hour, but Jason Rendell, if you don't mind, and by the way, I would love to sponsor you then if you're going to be their official gatekeeper and stay here for the 8 hours. Hopefully it's not 8, maybe it'll be 6. I would love to have you do that. So if you guys are with me, if you guys are ready for this, I'll be here until there's 50,000 steps done. Everything starts with one customer, one step, one conversation, one thing to make yourself better, one thing to make the world better. If you guys are ready for it, I'd love to see some yeehaws in the comments. And then I'm going to bring on my buddy Ben. We're going to have some good conversations. We're going to talk about life and some of these challenging things. It's not easy. But I think to live a full life, it shouldn't be easy. It should be challenging. And that's where the rewards come from. James Donald's in the house, my man. Jason Rendell he's our giveaway money keeper. So James, you are helping spend my money. I love it. Some yeehaws. Jason Blake, yes, we're going to do some challenges. I want to have some conversations because Ben's got to go in a bit. But maybe with Corel, when he comes on, we can do one of the challenges and do it. So there's a yeehaw from Brian. There's a yeehaw from Justin. How do you win $250? All right, so to win $250, you just have to be there on the hour. So as long as you're showing up at 1:30, 2:30, we might do them randomly within the hours. Just show up. That's one thing about life. And this is my friend Max Boygan. I love this guy. This guy is awesome. I love doing this when I'm like feeling it. Max was like, you can't call it in. You got to show up. And I think that's true for everything in life. You cannot call it in. You cannot call it in. RJ Youngling. Exactly. I don't know exactly what that means. David Moskowitz in the house. Devin Ambron's in the house. Alicia, some of the females are in the house. All right, we got some yeehaws going on. I'm going to bring on my buddy Ben. Ben, are you good? Thumbs up. All right, Ben's good. I'll bring you on in just a sec. So this is Ben Kenyon.
Hey.
Ben, you there?
Yeah, I'm
Hey,
here.
man.
Can you see me?
I'm
Can
going to
you
get
hear me?
headphones just so it's a little bit better.
All right.
Yes. All right, I'm putting headphones on just because I think the audio might be a little better. But, you know, I texted
can
you
hear
a few
you well.
days ago. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you clear.
I like that you're walking too. You're getting your steps on, man.
I get my steps in, baby. Hey, I
All
heard
right.
what you said right when I jumped
So you're
on.
cutting
It was
out, dude.
like, oh, gotcha. Let me go over here real quick. Can you hear me now?
So can I tell you, okay, so as white people, as a white person, one thing that I realized today that was kind of like, I don't know if this is an epiphany it was an epiphany for myself. I was like Rosa Parks, Martin Luther King, some of the people, they were just one person that changed society forever.
Yeah.
And I was thinking about this George Floyd thing and not, I was just like, wow, one person can lead to changing the world. And so I guess I wanted to hear more from you, man. Like, how's the experience been? You said you felt a lot of emotion. I think people we don't know. And I want to hear. I want to have a conversation. I want to hear from you.
Yeah, dude. So thank you for having me on. And then thank you for hitting me up. And honestly, that for this past few weeks, this past few months has been crazy, right? I think as a black person in America that's gone out of his way to help and support, you know, a whole bunch of different folks, all races and all that good stuff. You know, it hit really hard about 2 weeks ago because it was finally like we're finally being seen, we're finally being heard. And what was frustrating for me was that it took another group of people to finally like step up, right? I told a friend, I said, dude, like my grandparents are white, my pops was adopted. My grandparents have housed refugees from across the world. I have a Chinese uncle, I have a Jamaican uncle, I've got a white uncle. Like my family is very, very, very diverse, and like so I get the support from other groups. But it was wild to see that it took a group of white people to basically help the group of black people out finally during the quarantine. And that's the thing that's had me emotional, just to say like, damn, like it took a dude dying or a couple folks dying on social media during when the time was dormant, when the time was still, for folks to really see it and then officially activate. Again, the civil rights movement, all those different things that have gone on in the past. We've seen the Martin Luther Kings, we've seen the Rosa Parks, but it takes another group to officially like start that party. And so for me, that kind of hit, and I was like, damn, like I wish we had more black leadership that could actually make some real change. But what I was excited to see and understand was that there's people out there that truthfully do want to support not only the black community, but support people outside of their race that are white, right? And are showing up in a good way, in a great way. And honestly, I've been on an emotional roller coaster. I've been upset, angry, pissed off, happy, you know, overjoyed. And when I went to the protest last week out here in Portland, you know, it was cool to kind of walk and be a part of something that honestly it's a part of history, right? This is going to be similar to the civil rights movement. This is going to be similar to what went on back in the day, and that was only about 40 or 50 years ago, right? Like this is something that I think if done the right way could make some like legit change at one point. But my emotions typically just come from just like really sitting back and taking it in, being like, damn, like it took all of that for folks to really finally like pay attention, and for us to finally have this conversation, for people to finally ask like, how are you doing? It took people dying on social media. It took a whole different group of folks that, again, I'm happy that people have recognized it, but when people do complain about something, it's not just because we're complaining, it's because it's really happening. And honestly, people don't, like outside of myself, there's a lot of folks that don't know how to handle it. Like you can ask me to have a conversation because I understand my emotions. I understand how to manage those things. There's some people that do not know how to understand or manage their emotions. Their emotional intelligence is just very low. And so they're going to react to anything and everything. You being a white dude, you being a Jewish dude, right? You could reach out to me and I can be in a different space and be like, dude, go kick rocks, man. I don't want to talk to you about this. You won't get me. You don't understand who I am. But no, like that's not who I am. That's not where I'm at. I know as a leader of a community, a leader of a black community especially, it's important that we continue to do this because it's all about the uncomfortable conversations that's going to move this stuff forward, period.
Well, because someone told me yesterday, they said I can't ask a black person about it because I have to learn it myself. And I was like, well, what if I need help? Or like,
Exactly.
I think honestly, it feels confusing. It's like silence is violence, and it's like, well, where do I speak up? How much do I speak up? I think one thing you said that really resonated with me is this is the first time that the not like an extra I don't know, it's white community sounds so strange, but like the other community stepped up.
Yep. Yep.
I guess one thing with that is like, why do you think this is finally now it's happening? And I guess part of one of my biggest things with it is like, how do we keep it going?
Yeah.
I think my thought is like, how do we give opportunity for everyone, especially the Black community? Like, how do we get the opportunity to get things better?
I think you're doing it right now, right? So I'm going to answer the first one. I hate to say it, but the coronavirus actually allowed this to happen. The coronavirus put us all in our own little space. We had to quarantine. We had to kind of like sit down for 2 seconds. And with sitting down, it gave us access to social media, it gave us access to YouTube, it gave us access to time. And so we actually had to actually sit with this stuff. And that's the unfortunate part. We had a moment to actually sit with it. And then the second part is doing what you're doing, dude. Continuing to give qualified, deserving, experienced people a platform to now share, right? I think that's super important. Experience, deserving, and qualified. I've seen a lot of folks out there that are just jumping on anything and everything that aren't experienced, deserving, or qualified to now speak to these things. And again, it's not just Black Lives Matter. It's how to build a legit community, how to sustain this thing. And honestly, I think these are great examples because not everybody's actually stepping into uncomfortable conversations like this and curious enough to want to move the needle and want to push forward together and want to continue this thing. A lot of folks are always, it was funny, I saw a comedian, Kevin Hart posted it, Will Smith posted, I don't remember the guy's name, was a Black comedian. And during his whole skit, he just talked about how people want us to just get over it, right? Like get over slavery, get over civil rights movement, get over, the dude having a knee in the neck. Like, let it be. I'm uncomfortable right now. I don't want to have to deal with that at work. I don't want to have to deal with that. And my whole thought and my whole idea is just saying like, no, be upset, be pissed off, but be inclusive and say, hey, this is where I'm at. It's not going to affect the way I work with you. It's not going to affect how I show up in this space, but this is where I'm at. So be a little more mindful on how you approach certain things. Please make sure when you're by the water cooler, you're not having those, extra conversations that you may have had before that may feel like it's going at me, right? I brought up to a friend, I said, there's been so many movements that's happened over the years. And I think with all these different movements, and I don't want to call anything out specifically, but there's been so many different movements. I haven't seen anybody else deal with death like we've dealt with death. And what I'm saying is we're fighting for women, we're fighting for gay rights, we're fighting for all these different things. But the fight that we actually have to look at when it comes to the Black Lives Matter, when it comes to everybody supporting, is there's people dying that don't need to go through that. I don't know if it's just pure police brutality. I know that's a big thing right now. But I do think that there's a lot of evil out there in the world that's trying to harm a certain group of people. And honestly, it's people like yourself keeping others accountable, that you oversee as a leader, that you are on the same level as, that you have in your community. And, the folks that are uncomfortable with it, know that this is a real thing. Like, again, if something's happening to you, towards you, regardless of what you are, race, ethnicity, sex, like people are going to get behind that if you're out here doing the things that you need to do to build community. And so, again, I think giving people that are qualified, deserving, and experienced, and have that emotional intelligence to navigate in this space, some space to actually speak is huge.
I think one thing, I don't know, it sounds weird to be like, I was a white person, and I don't know, it's just like, it's people, it's human. I think one thing that, I've noticed as white, we try to like intellectualize, like, oh, this is what it must feel like to do this thing, and this is what it must be like, but I don't. And my buddy Carell, who we're gonna bring on a little bit later, I called him because I was like, yo, I just need, like, I guess one thing that would be interesting for me to hear is like, where do you feel maybe limited, or the opportunities haven't been as equal, or you personally have felt prejudice in this human experience? Because I asked Carell this, and I'll bring him on in a bit afterwards, but he's like, yo, when I went to the hotel And I didn't know if they were being rude to me because of my race or because they disagreed with what was actually going on. And
Yeah.
Hey, dog, I'll bring you on in a bit. We'll go over this. But I guess I was curious for your own experience and like
Yep.
where you want this change to lead to.
Yeah, I mean, I've been told my personality won't cut it. I've been told I don't want you to do this because I don't know if you can read. I've been told
Slow down.
you know,
You're going too fast. Slow down. I want to hear this.
yeah, no. And so there's been so many things said to me and so many slights. It's like you have to trust your gut to be like, man, was that it? Was that the microaggression? Was that the energy that I didn't expect at all? Right? Is that racism? And honestly, some people are so ignorant to how they move and how they talk and how they show up in the conversation that they don't even recognize what they're saying as a moment of discrimination, a moment
What's
of
an example of
prejudice.
that?
I mean, literally saying, hey, your personality won't cut it. Your personality, or hey, you know what? I wanted you to read this, but you know, you talk a little too, or hey, brother, we're calling you brother every day, right? Versus what you call everybody else. You know, I think it's the moments of isolation of saying, when I step into a conversation with black, white, purple, am I greeting people the same way? Am I giving people an actual opportunity? Again, I'm going to go back to all these different movements that have happened, right? Like, this isn't the first time that this has popped up, right? We've got the women, we've got the Me Too, we've got gay rights, we've got Black Lives Matter. There's a lot of different avenues that we can go down to show that there's been discrimination, you know, not just in our space. But I think the way you show up for all of those other people is the same way you need to show up in this situation, but understand the severity of it, because I think the black person that has gone from like you know, the 50 Cent story or the rapper story, that they come from the hood, right? And then they get to this amazing position where they may be a CEO of a crazy company, and for them to get there, they had to go through this maze. And I think a lot of the times people forget, like, they may have seen some things when they were younger, and so now you're pressing buttons when you do these little small microaggressions. And again, I can call out 1,000 things, but it's as simple as saying, like, hey, when somebody, you know, speaks to you in a different way, says, hey, you know, the opportunities here, this is all you really got, you know, this is what I feel you deserve, even though the resume is now, you know, far beyond stacked. The one comedian, Chris Rock, he actually made a pretty good joke about this a long time ago, and he just said, you know, for him to be in the neighborhood that he was in, you know, he had to do a mic dropping presentation or comedy show for Oprah. He had to, you know, kill all the different shows that he killed. He had to basically go around the world and destroy to now be the one black guy in his neighborhood, right? Where next door was a dentist, the opposite of him was like a surgeon, and all these different white folks that were around him. And he was just saying, black folks literally have to go out of their way to be the best ever to now be considered to be a part of that elite or even in that neighborhood. And it's something that goes back to discrimination, prejudice, and racism. And honestly, it's not easy to put a finger on every last situation, but I know for a fact a lot of folks have gone through it, and you know, we will continue to go through it. You know, I think, you know, it'll improve because of people like yourself. You know, you'll go out of your way to step into the discomfort, but you know, in 20, 30 years from now, it's about, you know, the younger generation saying, like, all right, we're going to put a stop to this. And you walk into a building and you see diversity, but you see people that are qualified, experienced, and deserving of all those things, but you see diversity there. So I think it's super important that we understand that, like, when we see somebody going through something, white, black, or purple, and you know, maybe somebody in leadership is talking down to somebody, don't put them on blast in that position at that time. Maybe you have a conversation with them later on that day and just say, hey, dude, is that really necessary? Because at this time, it's not, like, I get it. If they're fouling up, they're fucking up, they're messing up, cool. But if they're not messing up and you're just kind of, you know, what is it, little man syndrome? You've got the little man syndrome, and you know, you were raised a certain way, or you're just thinking that you're talking tough to them. This is not the space for it, and especially right now.
Man, it's a tough part of me. Yesterday, I was feeling frustrated about this, and it was like, from my perspective, I was like, can I even say anything? And I was journaling this morning, and I was writing about my fear of this conversation.
Mm-hmm.
I was
You can
afraid.
say anything, dude. You can say anything, dude. Like it's again, I think it's so I've had multiple talks with a lot of white friends, and what I say is, one, hey, give space. You're killing it right now. You're giving me space. Like it's not about, you're not making it about you, right? Number two, white guilt's gonna set in. You're gonna feel guilty. You're gonna feel like, man, I feel terrible for, what other people have done. Maybe I've done something in the past. And then number three, so number two, you just got to kind of deal with that and fight through that portion of it. And then number three, um, ask questions, like ask honest questions, or even just be honest and be like, dude, I have no clue what to say. I don't want to shut up because I actually do think it's an issue, but I don't know what to say and or do. And I think that's the best way to approach everything.
Well, I wonder, because I guess part of me was conflicted, because like I feel like I don't think I've been racist, and I've probably been prejudiced or racist in ways for a lot of different people that I didn't even realize. But I feel like I think I've been on the right side of these things, and a part of me is like, I don't know, like I hear conversations from a lot of different. I think what it is, it's kind of like the people who are not speaking out are talking behind closed doors, and those conversations are strong, man. They're like as strong as the protests are. There's strong conversations behind the door that are like, yo, why is it? And this is something I want to just talk about. Is like, why is it only black? And this is, I don't think white people, humans. Oh, it's always the color. We're like, well, why aren't they taking more responsibility for the situations? And part of me,
Yeah.
honestly, the police thing, I'm like, yo, someone said this to me years ago, and this blew my mind, which is maybe you not a thing. White people, I'm gonna say whites. I'm gonna say me. I'm not gonna say whites. Noah calls the cops when he wants to be safe. And my friend who was black was like, I don't think of calling the cops.
Yeah.
And that like blew my mind, because I didn't fathom that. But so I know I kind of brought up a few different pieces there.
Yeah. But that last part, so I'm going to speak to the last part. The last part is like, I get there's actually amazing cops out there. There's amazing folks out there that really are here to support and keep us safe. And I trust that, right? But I also trust that there's just evil out there too, right? And I don't know, I've experienced it. Like I've had cops, white cops, two, multiple actually, groups, high. I remember one time I got sat down on the curb. I said, "Are you high?" And the cop looked at me. The one cop looked at me and started freaking out, and went over to his buddy. He was like, "He caught us," right? And then the other dude literally told me that I had weed in my car, I had cocaine, all this wild stuff. I'm like, dude, I work at George Washington University. I'm a strength coach. I just finished working out. That's the craziest story ever. Like, that's not gonna go anywhere. And I sat on the curb for about 90 minutes, right? I can still tell you, like, I'm gonna still call the cops if something crazy is going down, and I need the cops, if I need 911, just because they are the people that are supposed to uphold the law. I have to trust that. I put my faith in God and just say, hey, dude, if this is an opportunity for me to learn something different, I have to just go through it. But I trust the system enough. But also, I know that there's bad people out there, and I've gone through it. I've had people tell me I'm drunk and tell me I'm because I'm speaking up, that there's something wrong. And so again, that's more about the individual. I think, with our system, we got to do a better job of vetting people out, right? I think we have to do a better job of making sure that people just know. I'm gonna actually say this. Take two steps back. I think the best thing my mom ever did for me, at 12 years old, at 11 years old, actually, she gave me a card, and it told me what to do whenever I got pulled over or ever got, picked up by the police. I swear to you, I have the card at home. It's crazy. It's like 4 little boxes, and it just explains, like, here's your rights. Here's what you can ask. Here's what you can do. And this is what I was getting at 11, 12 years old, right? I think right there is where the game changes. At 11, 12 years old, I know for a fact your parents weren't talking to you about that stuff. And it wasn't because they didn't have to or want to. It was just they've never had to actually like experience that. My mom's probably experienced something like that, you know, with my brother, with my father, with me, with other people in her life. And so she was just like, dude, I got to prepare this guy for life, real life. And realistically, that's something that, again, I think black folks have to understand, especially people that are potentially in the inner city, right? If you are out and about during the wrong time and you're not supposed to be doing things, I love it, Treasurer. It's a card. It's a legit card. Um, if you're out and about at the wrong time, you know, my grandmother always told me like, there's no need to be out and about at 2, 3 o'clock in the morning, walking around in the streets, you know, up to mischief. Right? Again,
Wow.
if you're a little kid and you're just out here having fun, cool. But we've seen the movies about the kids out in the parks, you know, having fun and you know getting mistaken for something, you know, somebody different. And next thing you know, the cops are like, dude, you know, I found out last week that cops really have quotas, right? And so when they're up to actually go out and get that quota, they're looking for anything, right? They're going to look for that speeding ticket. They're going to look for that opportunity to say, hey, you jaywalked or whatever. If you're in that wrong neighborhood, which honestly, there's some neighborhoods that none of us should be in, right? I went to the south side of Chicago and it's like straight up war out there one time. I went out there and I actually walked into a barber shop and everybody stopped and was like, dude, are you okay? I needed to get a haircut before our game. And the barber shop and the barber was over there. And they explained to me like, yeah, dude, this neighborhood, like people die every day. So my point is there's situations where like you shouldn't just be there. Young black person, young black man, young person in general. Do you really need to be out at 3, 4 o'clock in the morning? Yes, you may go out in Austin, you may go turn up, have some fun, you know, but you're going from there, Uber ride, you're going home. You know, you're not out causing mischief, you're just having fun. But there's certain situations I think you've got to be a little more cognizant of, and you got to pay attention and understand that, you know, if you're walking through the Pearl downtown Portland, you know, at 2 o'clock at night, peeking in the cars, you're gonna get stopped. You know, if you honestly, I hate this one, but it's a fact. If you resemble, I've got a beard. There's many black men that have beards. There's many black men that have the same hair as me. There's many black men that have the same build as me. If you get mistaken for somebody in a different part of town, like the best thing that you can do, honestly, is be as calm as possible, talk your way through it. And if that person just has it out to get you, they're going to have it out to get you because, again, you're going to see so many different situations when it comes to cops and black people that it sucks to say it, but it's like you have to navigate each situation differently. And I recommend that people don't go out of their way to put themselves in harm's way, knowing like, hey, you know, I may be going for a run, but let me make sure I'm running like in the main streets, right? I'm not running through certain neighborhoods because, again, I promise you, there's going to be some scared ass white person, old person that's super old, that's just super racist. And again, you can't do much about a 72-year-old that looks out their window and was born in, you know, during the civil rights era. And it's just like, oh, there's a black guy running in a neighborhood at 1 o'clock in the morning. He may be a CEO of a Fortune 500 company and just something crazy happened at work and he needs to let some steam off. Why is he now being hemmed up, you know, and dropped on a car because he lives 2 blocks away? It's because there's somebody in that neighborhood that doesn't really get that other folks can live here. And so again, every situation is going to be different. I just think as a people, black, white, purple, we have to be open and embrace every situation differently because it's not easy. It's not going to be easy to navigate. I feel like the cops are going to be a little more nervous now.
I'm trying to think. Honestly, I was thinking like, who would even want to become a cop?
So that's what
I'm like,
saying.
yo, let me think of one. Every day I might get killed, literally. By
literally.
And 2, now like literally, and I think it's kind of mind blowing, Ben. Like, how much cops have probably been doing shady shit for long times that's never been caught. Because I know I've had my own experiences where I was like, I can't believe they have ultimate power, even though most cops, I can't. The people I can imagine from my high school becoming police officers, they weren't the ones going to start tech companies or like trying to, you know, be CEOs or whatever, or become like nurses, or they were like, well, I'm a bully. And I actually think I've, you know, at least in Austin, Texas, I've had really good experiences with police officers too. I've had some really nice ones where they've been helpful, supportive. Like I love when you know, you see them pull over the side of the road to help person. I'm like, yo, I can't.
I've been 50-50. I've been 50-50 to be honest. I mean, 50-50 in the sense of like I've had cops pull me over at like 2 o'clock in the morning and I'm trying to get home or something like that, and I was the only car on the road speeding, like legit speeding, and the cop let me go, and this is when I had my '98 Explorer, and he pulled me over, was like, dude, you know how fast you were going? I was like, yeah, I'm exhausted, dude. I'm just trying to get home. I've been driving. I think I was driving back from college or something like that, and we had a good conversation. He let me go, and then I've had, like I said before, where I've been sat on curbs. After just rolling out of bed to go pick up a friend at the train station when I lived in DC, and sat on the curb for like a legit hour, questioned, and you look like this person. I'm like, I can't. I give him my ID. I actually give him the ID of the place I work. I give him everything. Like legally, I don't think you can go through my car, but you can go through it if you want because there's nothing there. And so, again, it's all about navigating each situation and having that emotional intelligence to not overstep. And also know your rights. That card is very important. Like, I don't think a lot of individuals in general know their actual rights. And so when they get into those situations, they can't be as calm because they don't understand what they can and cannot do. And social media actually sets you up for failure sometimes because you think that's literally the only way it's going to go down.
Yeah, I do appreciate police officers, and I do appreciate like when I've had a call or interactions. There's definitely I mean, it's challenging to be a police officer. Obviously, like the thing that happened recently, like they fucked up. Doesn't mean that they all fucked up.
No, they don't.
I guess one thing that I've been struggling with and kind of trying to figure through is that like a lot of groups are struggling.
Yeah.
Right. And then everyone, the analogy people say is, well, this one house is burning down, this other house is not burning. You're gonna go fix that house. And I think a lot of people, especially with Corona, which has created a lot of tension, a lot of depression, a lot of confusion. I think people are like, well, what about me? And these are the ones who are not protesting. This is the ones that I'm talking to that emailed me and said, hey, I don't know why you're going to be talking about this stuff.
Yeah.
And part of me was even like, I kind of want to help people just with business. I want to help Black people. I want to help purple people, Asian people, brown people, all of the people. But it was like, no, you got to do this one first. And I honestly felt a little confused.
Yeah, honestly, I get the folks that don't want to embrace this. Those are the people that like to live in the corner somewhere and have a lot of success sometimes, enjoy their life, but they don't want to have to deal with what's really going on in the world. And I'm not mad at that, right? Like I respect that. I'm not even going to say that you're closet racist. So I'm not even going to go down that road. I'm just going to say that at one point in your life, you're going to run into something that has to deal with some sort of Black Lives Matter. It's important for you to be informed on how to actually step into it, right? So for those folks that are out there that may not chime in, try to listen for like a minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. Go do a little bit of education just to understand what this is all about, because this isn't just about now, right? There's a Malcolm X, there's a Martin Luther King, there's people before that. This has been a long time, right? And it's something that it's a part of our history. Regardless of where you are in the world right now, this is officially a part of our history. I didn't realize how big this was until I saw Hong Kong. People in Hong Kong were protesting. People in Paris were protesting for Black Lives Matter. If you're going to be the one fool that doesn't want to educate themselves on this stuff, good for you. But the rest of the society is going to move forward, and you're going to be the one person being like, all right, maybe I step into it. Like, no, dude, everybody else is stepping into it the way they need to, or the way they feel comfortable, right? Some people are protesting. Some people aren't going to get on social and say anything. They're going to read about it, right? They're going to now talk to their kids about it. But I think it's super important for people like yourself, Noah, people like myself, to continue to have these conversations, to give people confidence to say, hey, like, there's nothing wrong with being uncomfortable with this. It's just go educate yourself a little bit, right? Go read a book. Again, social media is there. There's people actually putting out positive things. Go watch a movie. I think 13th or something like that is what a lot of folks are watching. I can't tell you all the different movies to go watch, but I know that there's more information out there that you can go get.
I think where I felt conflicted for me personally, being straight up, was I was like, I'd rather help. And what I mean by that is like, yes, I can post on social media. Honestly, bringing you on is changing a lot of my perspective and like strengthening. Like in terms of the spectrum, I think I'm definitely understanding more. But I was like, I'd rather help Black people start businesses. I'd rather help them overcome fear or get jobs they want versus, posting an image to me seemed like, all right, well, I can post an image and then just sit in the background.
Yeah, exactly.
And
that's it.
I felt frustrated and
that's huge.
confused.
But action is it, though. Action is it. We're both bold action takers. That's the name of the game, right? Not everybody's going to be like that. And I think you're a great example of how to take action, but it's learning how to take action in your space, right? Learning how to take action if you're not the big time CEO, right? Digital businesses are colorless. Amen to that. It's an opportunity to break through regardless of race, gender. Word up. We need to invest. I love it. And that's it, right? But I think I'm going to go back to this, especially with, and supporting people. I'm going to say, just make sure that Black person is deserving, experienced, and qualified, right? I don't think this is an opportunity to say, hey, I'm going to just, do a blanket help, right? I'm going to still have my values intact. I'm going to still have, the things that I look for when it comes to supporting certain businesses. And again, maybe this is the moment for Black folks to now step up and have a little light shine on their businesses, on their companies, and on the things that they're doing. Cool. But I personally want the ones to thrive that have gone out of their way to put in the work, to do what you always say do, is like, go out of your way and work. Bottom line, like, I don't care who you are, what you do, what your product's about. Like, if you're not willing to work, then we're not going to connect at any point, right? And so I think your values, like I always tell people to triple down, just triple down on it, right? And now you're going to be able to do it for, this community especially, but I think it's super important that you just triple down on what you do already.
What's your take with the communities? Because like I'm not going to call out people. What I want to say, those are people like, well, why that community over this other community?
Yeah. You know what? And again, it's all about the times, right? And what I've learned is let's take a step away from like racism right now, and races in general, right? Mental health is a really big thing right now. It is like, it's a wave. Like, that is something that the world is locked in on, right? Before that, obesity was a thing, right? Before that, there was something else out there, right? That we can probably go find, over the last 30, 40 years. And so there are these waves of life that happen, right? And so now bringing back the race piece, it's kind of like, all right, God's giving this group of people a little bit of shine right now, because you know what, we need some big time leaders that are deserving, qualified, and experienced to show up and help in this space. Cool. At one point, and this is just the way the world works, the light will be shined on some other issue that's happening in the world. Again, we're not saying that this issue right here is not important anymore, but the light will be shined on another issue. And so that group of people, I'm going to say the same thing. We're going to triple down on you. We're going to make sure we connect with people that align with our values. We're going to make sure, you know what I'm saying? And so that's the piece for me that I see. Yeah, because it's, again, we want, some folks selfishly just want it all, but that's not the way this thing works, right? I'm personally saying, okay, Black Lives Matter is a thing, but diversity is the way that we're really going to get out of it. It's going to be us together. And I know for a fact that if we can continue to think that way, we won't forget Black Lives Matter. We won't, because we'll see it.
My business partner, Chad, we had this discussion in the company, like, yo, what do we do? What's our stance? How do we help? Have we, like, even looking, I was like, hey, have we hired Black people at our company? The answer was, yeah, we have Black people at our company. And I was just like, it was an interesting discussion. And Chad said something that kind of resonated. And I really like how you framed it as well, which is like, sometimes life, Noah, you have to play with the cards dealt. And right now the hand is Black Lives Matter. And this is what's important. And I think what you're saying that really touches me is like, this is the hand. This is what we're playing now. Yeah, all lives matter. We're going to get to them. But right now, this hand is what we're going to play out. One thing I want to come back on, because I think you and me are action oriented. And I know you said the movie 13th, but I like that Cedric said the question I think a lot of people are wondering is like, what's a bold action Cedric, myself, everyone can do today that will actually help? Is it, because I think the conversations are, it's funny, you think the conversation is not action, but the conversation is part of the action, I'm realizing.
It is.
But I am curious, like, what recommendations you have for, what can we do now? Like, what's one thing that every single person can take as a challenge to do while they're watching this?
Yeah, so I mean, let's go back to business. If there's a Black business out there that is deserving that is credible, that you feel drawn to, that you've done a little research on, right? Go support them, right? Maybe there's something going on in your life that you use, a resource that you always go to. Go out of your way right now just to go support that black business. So, A, just keep that super simple. And then B, go out of your way to reach out to not only like black friends, but all of your friends and say, hey, we'd love to get a conversation around this. We all now know how to use Zoom. Everybody in the world knows how to use Zoom. Go get a Zoom session together, right? And so go get a Zoom session together and be like, hey, I didn't want to just call my black friends and feel awkward. I wanted to actually call all of my friends. And again, some folks maybe just have that one token black guy or one token black girl in their group. Cool, whatever. But call a group of people. Speak to your community right now, right? Like send a text out, a text chain, and just say, hey, would love to just get on the horn and just talk about how we as a community can continue to actually support one another. And then the last piece, this is something I've really been pushing on people is
Please
go take care of your mental health. It's so important that you go take care of yourself during these wild times, because this shit is going to be so overwhelming for a lot of folks. I practice my meditation every morning. I do my gratitude. I pray, and I do my 5K every morning religiously. And it's important because I know my role. I'm a leader in my community. I'm supposed to serve. I get on here. I talk. I do IG lives. I've got my workshop tonight. I do that. So I go out of my way to say, hey, like, I need to just continue to show up great in my space. So practice something that's going to allow your mental well-being to be as strong as possible for the hard conversations. It's not easy. And I know for a fact, if you can go practice some sort of meditation, do some sort of mindfulness walk, put yourself in some sort of practice today, like literally go sign up for something. There's transcendental meditation, there's Headspace, there's Timer or Insight Timer.
You can even go on YouTube. YouTube's actually been really good for searching some of that stuff out. So Han, let's repeat those, because I think I want to hammer that home.
So we've got meditation, we got some sort of mental.
The three things. So one, mental health. I actually think that's powerful. So mental health, but in terms of bold action we can take today, take care of your mental health.
Yep. Number two was put a Zoom session together. So build a community. Go text your friends right now, whole bunch of them, not just your white friends, not just your black friends. Get everybody in a space and see if you can now have a conversation. 2 people, 3 people, 4, but have a conversation for your group, for your community.
And then the third thing that you said was go support a black business,
which is huge.
If someone could post in the comments, maybe recommendations, or someone can grab that list and then put that out there, I think that's an easy way to shine light on this thing. I guess one part of me, Ben, I saw this, that like these people, like I had a few people start harassing me, and maybe good or bad. I don't want to necessarily like label the experience, but they were like, you gotta post about it, you gotta do this. And I was like, let me process it. And that was hard. And part of me thought, candidly, with a lot of life, it's important to what's important today may not be important next week. Mm-hmm. So they post one picture about something. I'm like, well, what are you doing next week? How are you really fucking helping? How are you stepping up and doing this? So I guess what I'm interested in is like, what would be your fantasy for where this goes? Like, where would you like to see? Because I think like a lot of people will be like, well, there's been a black president. We've done a lot.
Yeah, I'm with you.
So the question is like, what would be your dream?
Yeah, my dream is, honestly, dude, I think about my grandparents, my grandfather, and what they did. And I love seeing that. Like, I love seeing my family pictures of, I've got the Chinese uncle, I've got the Jamaican uncle, I got the white uncle, I've got all these different backgrounds, right, in my own family.
I want to eat at your dinner, dude. I want to come to
No, dude, it'll be fire, right? It's fire.
That'll be hella good food.
No, a whole bunch of good food. But it's seeing that in leadership, right? It's seeing that in leadership. It's seeing that in a company. It's seeing that at the gym, right? It's seeing that wherever we are across the world. And people, again, I'm not even out here trying to push the whole peaceful thing. It's more of like just seeing a diverse group of people in one space means so much to our psyche, right? We know about advertising. We know about commercials. All of those things are set up a certain way to speak to a certain group of people. And I just think that we need to do a better job of infusing everything that we see, we do with diversity. Because again, Black Lives Matter is our thing right now, but I do believe diversity is going to be the big fix to this whole thing, and just continuing to incorporate everybody that qualified, experienced, and deserving. So dream job or dream world look just like
I appreciate that you say that last part too.
Yeah, no, it's
I think
huge.
there's frustration on some sides where they're like, oh, we're just supposed to give out money. We're just supposed to like give out.
No,
But I
and
think
that's the thing.
Yeah, keep going.
No, I was just saying, I don't enjoy that, because now you put the wrong leaders in the space that don't do a good job of actually managing, you know, that new success that they have, and they don't disperse the success the right way. You know, again, there's some money hungry people. There's some greed of attention. This folks just want, you know, the light shine on them sometimes, and I don't think everybody knows how to spread that thing out generously, so that, you know, the right folks are getting it. So again, it's about the diversity, but it's making sure that, you know, we're not just looking at diversity, what is it, the skin color. We're looking at diversity in thought as well. And so I love it. That's awesome. I love it. Here's a Black business you can go support: the Great Day Squad. We are an amazing community, and I know for a fact that the workshops that I've been doing, I can't wait to get you back on it. We
Right
have
here,
a
I put it
workshop
below.
today.
Instagram.
I love it. Thank you. Love it. And so the workshop we're doing today at 4:30 p.m. Pacific is about getting grounded and how to find peace amidst the storm. I'm doing it with Milana Snow. She is a CEO of Wellness Official. She's a breathworks and energy healer. Super awesome human being. But we do those pretty much every Thursday, and they're virtual. And you can go to Instagram right now and click the link in the bio and go sign up. But they are super awesome. And I'm all about shifting people from their comfort zone to the edge. That's why Noah and I connect and get along, and that's just my mission. And again, I'm here to help and serve. And the fun part is, it's crazy. The people that have been helping me out on my team, they're white, black, purple. And it was just fun to look at my team the other day.
People? Who is this?
Purple
Barney?
people.
No.
Purple. There's one guy up the street right now. He's walking down the street, and he's got.
Oh, he's wearing like an alligator costume.
Yeah.
So stay with me for 1 second on this, and we have a bunch of people. I want to bring on a lot of amazing commenters. I appreciate Erica, Cynthia, Jason, everyone contributing. Dieter. This is I'm like, what are the black conversations behind closed doors?
Yeah. So honestly, it's what I said, I think, at the top. We're angry, we're upset, we're frustrated, we're pissed off, we are not happy. But half the room is like, finally, we have a moment to now share. Finally, we have a moment to now potentially make a move or chip away at this issue that's going on. And then there's some folks that are just like, hey, we want to activate, we want to get going, and we want to kind of go down that Black Panther route, which, again, I don't know if that's the route to go when it comes to force and nonviolence versus violence and all that good stuff. I personally think we're in an age where we can make such a difference if we're just trying to not have that productive conversation, right? And again, when it comes to Black folks, it's all about their experience. Some people have experienced some terrible things, dude, that are actually in really great places in life. One of my my advisors, my mentor, father figure to me, this dude's president of Moda Health. He is done some powerful things. Big time surgeon, him and his wife. They live in an affluent neighborhood. And the other day, this is maybe 2 weeks ago, his wife and his daughter were walking in the neighborhood, and somebody called them a nigger. Somebody called them the N-word. And somebody literally rolled their window down to say that. And so for me, it's like, damn, dude, like that stuff's still happening. And so again, going back to that room, people are upset because there's folks that think they can get away with that. And that's not cool. You shouldn't be going out of your way to do things like that. That is not appropriate. That is not something that's going to allow us to move forward. And so again, people are sad, upset, angry, but some folks are overjoyed because this is an opportunity, again, for the qualified, experienced, and deserving leader to step up and show up for their community to support.
That was one thing I was kind of wondering. There's not really like a definitive leader of this movement, which is powerful and not powerful. It's powerful at the same time, but it's also not powerful, like the decentralization of it.
Yeah, no, and I caught that too. I caught that, and it was interesting because we've had like a Reverend Jesse Jackson, we've had the Al Sharptons, we've had the Martin Luther Kings, and what somebody said, and hopefully you can still hear me. I got to start walking back. So what somebody said to me was, oh no, there was a video I was watching, and it talked about this discomfort, this chaos that's happening. You know, it's necessary because this is where great leaders. Oh, it was John Maxwell and Simon Sinek. They were having a conversation, and I caught a little bit of it on social media. And John Maxwell said, "This is actually perfect timing because this is where some of the best leaders in the world will come out. These moments are where you'll find the actual diamonds in the world, right? Because this will force that one person to passionately stand up and show out, you know, and it was powerful. So it was definitely John Maxwell and Simon Sinek. They just recently had a conversation, maybe like last week or whatever, but it was a powerful talk, and I loved it.
Oh, I appreciate you sharing. I think for a lot of us, I won't speak. I think we need to understand.
Yeah.
It's like we don't understand fully, even myself. And I think I appreciate you coming on and sharing your experience, your message, what you're hoping from this. One thing we're giving away $250. Let's give it to a Black-owned business or someone in the audience who's running a Black-owned business. Do you want to choose someone in the audience that's been enjoying a lot of people? Yeah. So if you guys have a Black-owned business, we're giving away $250 grants. Jason, it's been an hour. You've been slacking on me, man. I was counting on you. But I'm going to have Ben choose that person. We're going to be giving away every hour. No strings attached, just to go support yourself and your business and you go make something happen. You be that one person that goes out and changes the world. So Ben is going to pick someone from most likely the YouTube comments world.
Yeah, I see some LinkedIn folks too.
LinkedIn, we're all over the web, man.
I see. So I got to do one name, and the thing is, I don't know if they have a business or not.
If you have a Black-owned business, or if you have a specific one that you want us to support, please post it in the comments right now below, especially on youtube.com/OKDork. Oh, Ben, now Jason's he's been on top of it.
He's got it.
No. Well, he's been the money. He's giving away his money, which I always love. Do I always love it? I don't know if I always love it, but I love it today. I'm excited to do that. So if you have a Black-owned business or you know one that you're close to, or specifically, I would love to support someone in this audience. Ben is going to choose them. My Venmo.
I've got a name. I mean, I've got two names right here that I just see participating, and I don't want to mess their name up. It's Equa Kant.
Equa Kant is it. All right, we are going to support her. Equa, if you have a URL or if you have an Instagram, post it in the link in the comments, and then I'm going to share it. And then my Venmo is just at Noah Kagan, or PayPal is paypal@okdork.com. Send me a request now, or post yours, and I will send you the money live, $250. Ben, thank you for coming on. This conversation, I texted you. I was like, yo, I just want to come talk with you. Yeah. This was fucking fire, man.
Yeah, dude, it was awesome. It honestly made me feel way better too, dude. I promise you, it's not easy having all these different conversations, especially live. And I think they're necessary, especially for people like ourselves that can truly make some change out there. So I appreciate you.
No, I appreciate you as well. And everyone, Equa, I love saying your name right. Equa, I believe, or Equa. If you could do like the phonetics so we could say it correctly. One of my favorite books, by the way, on names. There's a movie too. If you don't read the book, it's called Namesake, but I think it's Bharati Mukherjee. But it changed the game on how you talk about people's names, because I think a lot of us are like, "Oh, your name is Muhammad. I'll call you Mo." And so I personally, because of the book Namesake, which I highly recommend, always make an effort to say people's full name or understand how to say their name and do my best to say it, even if I don't get it right.
Love it.
So Equa, and tell us how your name's right as well. Equa Kant. Be your number one cheerleader.com. And I fucking love that domain.
I love it.
That's legit.
Heck yeah.
Equa is our first $250 grant. Make sure you PayPal request me right now. So I'll do it on my phone. I'll bring up my phone and do it live. And then Ben, for everyone out there, if you guys, I know I appreciated Ben. Go support Ben. on Instagram.com/GreatDaySquad.
We out here. Appreciate everybody. Thank you.
Appreciate you, man.
Again, appreciate you, dude.
All right, buddy. Thanks. Wow. What'd y'all think of that? I know there's some people we're going to be bringing on. We got Corell here, who I'm going to call out in a bit. Lloyd, Boris, Erica, Akua Kant. If you guys give Ben some love, that was phenomenal. That was one of those things where I sometimes where it's magical, I almost kind of don't even know what's happening because there's so much something special about what just went down. I don't know about you. I know for me that definitely is impacting my perspective. I think for a lot of people that didn't have an experienced prejudice, haven't experienced full inequality, don't really get Black Lives Matter and what's really happening, to listen and understand the story, I know for me is really impactful and powerful. So I appreciate Ben coming on. I hope all of you guys got just as much out of that. I know I was talking with my Hebrew teacher this morning, and in these other countries, like, they're hearing about it. And I think that's his point. He's like, yo, put some light on it, shine some light on it. And there is a lot of inequality. So there are good police officers out there. I believe there's great police officers out there. So it's not to discount and discredit all the other things. But I think it is. Let's just shine that flashlight on this thing that needs to be resolved and work forward. I think one thing that I'm still working towards is, like, what does that look like? Does that look like just, and I think what Ben said, I really appreciate. Don't just give out handouts and freebies for everyone. Like, make it worthy, help these people, and make sure, like, bring them up and put a little bit more light on that area. Super, super powerful. So I appreciate that coming on. We do have at AppSumo.com. So Alona is amazing, and at AppSumo.com, we did launch a Black Business Fund. So they're giving away software. I'm going to post the link. Let me grab the link, and I'm going to just post it down here below. The team over at AppSumo, really phenomenal that they've stepped up to do this. AppSumo, if you guys don't know it, #1 site online for software deals. The company I helped start 10 years ago. I'm going to post the URL on the banner below so you guys can do it. Let me see. It's right here. AppSumo.com/Black Business Fund. As well, I'll post it in the comments below. So AppSumo.com/Black Business Fund. If you are a Black business or you know any of them, it's free. We're donating software and support. And I believe Alona and her team on the marketing, on affiliates, on ads, I do believe they're going to start making exclusive sessions to help train and educate people, which I am super excited about. So let's all do our part. So we're going to do another $250. I'm going to check my step count. How many steps do you guys think we've done in an hour? I'm going to bring on Corell while we do it. So Lloyd and Boris, by the way, I know they're in the green room. Are you guys good for a little bit? Lloyd, can you message how much longer you have? If you guys can message in the private chat. So if you guys want to guess the steps, shit. So in 1 hour, if you guys want to guess the steps, whoever gets the closest, I'll Venmo $1 or I'll PayPal $1 in the 1 hour of steps. And I need to speed this up because I'll be here till fucking midnight. But these conversations get me jacked. I'm so fucking energized. It's unbelievable. Michael Lim in the house. That's the man right there. What's up, Michael Lim? Deep Villani. So I'll do $1 Venmo to whoever's the closest. You got to say a number. Cheryl chuckles. I'm looking at you. You can't do that range stuff. All right. Give a few more suggestions, and then I'll call out the number that I'm at. Wow, it's going to be a long day, but we're here, and I'm going to stick with it. If I show up, I want all of you to show up. Show up. All right, Fortnite. Oh, one person damn close. All right, Daniel Carvalho. He called it. This is how many steps I'm at right now. So Venmo at Noah Kagan or PayPal at okdork.com, or post your Venmo in the comments below, and I will just send you money live. Akua as well. Make sure you send that request, and I'll just do it live. You guys are all damn close, and I'll do that every hour. Jason, remind me. We'll do these grants every hour, and then I'll give out money for whoever's closest as well. Jason, if you for whoever sticks the longest, if I see your name from beginning to the end, I'm going to give special treats. I'll figure out something creative and clever for whoever is sticking around to the longest. A lot of you guys are really close. That was dope. All right, so you could do it. Thank you, Erica. I'm glad you're showing up, and we are going to have a time for you to do work. I'm going to do some work. You're going to do some work. It's called the #1 Priority Challenge. And I want everyone to focus on whatever's the most important thing that they can take action on today. I think that was one of the things that I've taken away from talking with Ben that was so powerful is, number one, just have a conversation. Don't have an expectation. Just have the conversation. And I think from that, what can I do? What can I do right now? Like, how can I go support something? How can I go do something? And all of us can do it. So I want you guys to do it for yourself. I'm looking at you. Yes. All right. So I'm checking on the people in here. Good. Lloyd's good. So I'm gonna bring on Karel. Karel's a buddy I called to talk about this stuff as well. Karel, you coming in? You there?
Yep. Can you see me?
Can't hear you yet. There you are.
Can you hear me now?
What did you? Yeah, we can hear you now. It's so funny, man. With like nowadays, we can't have like the telephone. We're like, hey, can you hear me? Can you hear me? It's like 2020. Figure this shit out.
What's up, dude?
What's up, man? What's going on? I just was like, I need to bring Karel on, and I'm not sure what you're supposed to share, but I think the audience needs to hear.
Yeah. Okay. Any format, or what do we?
No, I'm curious about your experience as well. That's one thing I called you first. So for the audience and people watching, I think one of the things that I'm getting better at, so like relationships, right? So I'm single now, and I was reading this article last night. It's like, hey, if you're trying to improve something or understand something, what it joked about is like, hey, if you're trying to meet your wife or your husband, you just walk around and bump into them. Like, oh, I'll just randomly meet this person. And what I appreciated about the article was, hey, be intentional. If you don't understand relationships, if you don't understand this race thing, doesn't mean we have to go and commit everything all the way to all the stuff, but like maybe go to learn a little bit about it. Maybe try to go understand it. So that's why I reached out to you, which was really powerful. And I wanted to just hear more from you. And so I guess, how has the Black Lives Matter movement been going on for you? How have your conversations been? I mean, what do you think the audience needs to know that they don't know?
Yeah, and it was, I think we have a solid relationship, right, built on trust. We talk about multiple subjects, right? We've traveled all around the world together, but more specifically, as relates to Black Lives Matter, when you called me, I think the specific thing was, hey, how do I respond to this? And our conversation was really about just being in a moment and just being open to listening, to understanding, and getting a different perspective on the way that different people are approaching it. And I think that's the first step. One thing that I love about you, Noah, is the fact that you're always in action. You're like, Karel, like, what can I do like right now? Like, what can I do today? Right? Like, hey, I'll donate money. I'll do all this stuff. And the growth that's come from my learning and starting to meditate, I think Ben mentioned the same thing. I think you do it also, is just taking a step back and just being open to just experiencing like what's going on around you. And connecting. Yes. That isn't necessarily something you can always take immediate action on, because I think with the book that you're reading now about love, right? Human relationships are a little bit messy, and it takes a while to really listen and be open and experience like what's going on. And to me, that's the biggest thing that should come out of this, is people being more open to the experience, more open to the conversation, more open to possibly changing or taking a different view or perspective or a different look on how other people view things.
So one thing that I've been really exploring this lately, Karel, and I appreciate you saying that. And are you on Instagram, by the way, or somewhere that people can learn more about you?
Yeah. So my business is helmsmanlabs.com.
How do you spell it?
Instagram, Helmsman, HELMSLABS.com, helmsmanlabs.com. So you can go there on Instagram.
On HELM?
Yeah. helmsmanlabs.com or Helmsman Labs.
So one thing before we go into the business part, and let's talk about a Black business. That's awesome. This is something that's been really powerful for me lately. It's really big, is noticing where I'm resistant.
Yeah.
And I've been like noticing where I have my default, like, fuck no. I'm like, nope. And I think that's actually been a really powerful thing about where I'm prejudiced, or where there's a growth opportunity, or where I've been limiting myself. If I've kind of been defaulting to this resistance for such a long time, and kind of just acknowledging that and being like, okay, it's not to say that we should go and change our ways. Like, all right, now I'm this and now I'm that. It's like, no, but notice where you're resistant to these things and then try to maybe understand like, okay, well, what's really going on about why I'm resistant, and is this still helping me or not? And I think that'll be powerful for a lot of people.
So what have you been resistant to?
Oh, I like that.
Noah.
What's that?
Yeah. So what have you?
Yeah,
so
I've been.
I'm here with you.
I mean, this Black Lives Matter.
Yeah.
I was offline for like a week or two when it started really happening, and I came back and it was like Black Lives Matter. I was like, what is going on? I was like, yo, I'm not clear on why people are going ballistic. Like, there have been police officers killing lots of different people accidentally or intentionally, but accidentally sometimes, and sometimes intentionally. And it was just surprising, like, wow, this is creating so much emotion. And where do I stand on it? And I was resisting, like, okay, now I have to go post. And it's like, do I want to post? And I felt resistance. I think there's resistance I'm feeling in relationship stuff. There's resistance I'm feeling in like self-worth and like being public. And those, I'm really trying to just like sit with it. And I think these kind of conversations and bringing it up and just like, okay, let me experience it. Let me see where I feel. And then, move forward from there has been helpful. Like, you want another quick resistance? This is going to be even like, I'm not trying to take away from Black Lives Matter, but as a Jewish person, I still have prejudice against German people. I still feel weird. Like, I was going to buy this bicycle, Canyon, and it's a really nice bike. It's like really nice. And I didn't want to buy it because it was a German bike. And so I was like, man, you're really resisting this. You're really like still harboring it. So Dieter Schulte, he runs wheelbrothers.com, is a German guy who's been a customer and who's been a friend for now a few years. And so we set up a conversation for next week. Cause I was like, wow. Yo, I just need to talk with you about this. I need to understand like where you're coming from. I want to share where I'm coming from and figure out how like, I think life honestly just gets better with that. Like, I think if we can build this relationship where I'm not weighed down, like in my house lately, I've been throwing away a lot of things. And it's like, well, what that does is it enables me to focus on the things that matter. And I don't feel as heavy or weighted down by all the stuff that doesn't matter. And I don't need to be weighted down with some of this like prejudice that I'm having against them.
Yeah. So, I mean, so let's talk about the specifically like the Black Lives Matter and why that is a movement or what effect like that has. The way that I view it and the way that a lot of, you talked about the internal dialogue that Black people are having or people are having outside of, a larger conversation. The George Floyd thing, I mean, I don't know what necessarily sparked that specific movement, right? But it was a man that was murdered on TV, right? I mean, it was recorded. And if we're going to start anywhere with changing anything, Noah, why don't we start with what's right in front of us, right? So if that's where we start, then let's just start with that. And then from there, we can kind of expand. I think you talked about your morning routine, right? Starting with what's in front of you, like waking up, 30 push-ups, meditating. Why do we, is Black Lives Matter the only movement that counts? No, but if it's right in front of us, why don't we start here and then expand and grow from there? And that's been my biggest takeaway and the biggest conversation that I've been having with friends, white, Black, and of different races.
Dude, I dig it. There was a question from the audience that I want to bring out, which is Michael Lim said that, you could see it. Can you turn off the monitor in the back, by the way? It's hard to see. It's a little hard. The brightness is a little bit.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
There we go.
Oh, much better. Can you talk about your family's experience leaving the Civil War in Liberia?
Yeah, definitely.
Michael, how did you know that? Is that on your site?
Yeah, it's on my website. It's in my biography. So yeah, Mike, that's a great question. And yeah, it's been quite an experience. So my family is originally from Liberia in West Africa. Civil War happened. We lost everything. Came here and we started from absolute scratch. So I've been here since I was 6 years old. Raised by a single mom and just my little sister. And yeah, it's really shaped me to know that nothing, nobody's going to give you anything and that you can lose anything at any time. And I think that's why I'm always open to just kind of taking it like one day at a time, one conversation at a time, because there hasn't been a time in my life where I haven't had to, focus, concentrate, and really focus on taking action and making things happen, right? So that's kind of shaped me because I'm used to kind of losing everything. So as it ties to this movement or this conversation, I think that's one thing that people can take from that we all have different backgrounds. We all have different perspectives, and having the conversation like the one I'm having with Noah, like the question that Mike is asking, really gets you to understand different people's point of views, which might open up your experience and how you approach the world and your day-to-day interactions with other humans.
I mean, how did your, because I think, honestly, I think it's inspiring what you're talking about. Maybe share a little bit more, like, how did your family rise up? What challenges have you guys faced along the way? I mean, obviously it's a long story. Yeah. Maybe in the early days, like, what do you remember? And where do you think that's like left with you today? And Ikuwa, I'm going to PayPal you while he's doing this and listen at the same time.
Yeah. So, I mean, the main part of, losing everything and I'm starting from scratch, especially coming from Africa, is the fact that, but like my family was educated. Like that's one thing that they've always preached is education and hard work. And I've taken that to everything that I've done. So I'm currently working at Cisco. I'm also starting a business. I've been an IT account manager for about 15 years now. And yeah, the way that I approach life is from the perspective of just having to wake up, be educated, always educating myself, always learning. I think, one thing that brings Noah and I close is the fact that we read a lot of books. And so we're able to share different perspectives. You send me your notes. I send you mine and we talk about it. And even when you gave me that call the other day, I was able to talk through one of the books that I recommended, which was Becoming a Person by Carl Rogers. And the one thing or the big idea in that specific book is just the fact that he's a psychotherapist that just took the time to really listen to his patients. And even though he wasn't always giving advice and he was just listening and letting the person kind of talk and experience their emotions, they got a better experience working with him than they did with like most psychotherapists. And as it relates to our conversation, I think that's the same thing that's happening here, right? Being in the conversation, letting people express their emotions or how they feel and just experiencing it and just being open to it.
The one thing, not one thing, there's many things. And I appreciate you coming on and sharing your journey and your experience with this. Because part of me, it's like, yo, didn't we solve civil rights like 60 years ago? And it's honestly it's shocking to me. And so part of me wonders, like, is it systemic? Is it an opportunity that the government needs to be doing better around? Is it just like there's still so much racism that is just not visible? Because I'm imagining today you still probably feel prejudice, or you don't have. I mean, I don't know if you don't have. Are the opportunities more limited that we just don't even know about, that others don't know about?
Yeah, I mean, so that's a good question, right? So let's talk about the systemic aspect and how that affects, the Black psyche, or more specifically, like my psyche, right? So the thing that Ben mentioned, or some of the things that Ben's mentioned, has happened to me also. I've been pulled over. I was with one of my best friends, Eric, and the cop pulled us over, and one of the things he said after he gave us back our license was like, "Damn, I'm hoping you guys were all gonna run." And we were like, "What? Like, is that like a like?"
Han, he said that to you?
I swear, it was so unbelievable that I was just like, "Yo, like, did he really say that?" And I was in college going to Towson at the time, and I was just blatant like racism, right? I think we also talked about the incident with the hotel where my room got searched at 3 a.m. In the morning, and so. Let's look at the first example that I gave, and then this example where it may or may not be racism. Like, how do I approach that based on my experience, right? So it's super hard knowing when something is racism, and I'm looking at things from the perspective of what's happened to me in the past, as opposed to having a clean lens and kind of addressing things like as they come up. And that's super difficult because you don't know, like, hey, is this person being racist, or is my lens colored based on my experiences in the past? And I'm always kind of going back and forth with that and trying to understand, trying to assess the situation, right? It's like, is this racism, or is it my biases that are affecting this moment right here, right? And as a Black person, you're always having that internal dialogue when you're experiencing certain situations.
It's funny because other people don't even have to consider it.
Yeah. So I mean, I meditate. I sit back. I think through things. I think one of the things that Ben talked about was being emotionally intelligent, and all of us aren't as blessed to meditate every day or do all these daily habits, right? I mean, everybody's situation is different. For those that are, I think we're able to pause before we take action and able to reflect and think. But there are people who aren't able to, right? And so I think the visual and the experience for someone who is of even less economic stature is going to be different than it is from a conversation that I'm having with you, Noah. But one thing that I can say that we probably all experience is that confusion on how to approach the conversation based on which may just be a coincidence or which may be racism.
That's fucking tough. I mean,
how do you?
Oh, excuse me.
Yeah, I mean, how do you deal with that? And I think that led to our conversation around how you felt about your history and German. The things you buy, or how you felt about that, and how do you approach that? Like, are you confused about it? Like, is that an internal dialogue? Is that something you're journaling about? Like,
yeah. And I'm having
it's not just like a simple answer. Like, hey, yeah. So it's tough. Like Ben said in his talk. Just get over it. I don't think it's something you just get over because it's a continuing dialogue based on people's experiences.
What do you hope comes out of this? What would you like to see come out of this?
More conversations like these, more clarity. I mean, I would say that's the biggest thing. I think the more conversations we have like these, the more people are open to listening, the closer we come together as a nation. The less we have and the more we're stuck in our views, and the more emotional we get about a certain stance, I think the more separated we're going to be. And so the one thing that, even though, like Ben said, the things that are going on now are not great, right? COVID, George Floyd's death, horrible things that are happening. But based on all of that, based on these protests, we're having these conversations that aren't happening. And I think we're learning a lot more about each other, which can only bring us closer together in the long run.
So maybe something that would be beneficial, especially from the audience, Cynthia, Max, Reed, if you guys have any movies or books or places, because there is something to be like, hey, go put in the work yourself a little bit, which we all need to be responsible for. Like, if something is this massive globally, I think it's kind of like when something's happening at this level of scale and we're just like, yeah, whatever. It's like, well, maybe you should try to understand it a little bit. Like I have two friends who one person is extremely upset, extremely emotional, extremely passionate, and my other friend doesn't get it. And I kind of understand. I was like, oh, I get both. I get both. And I was telling my friend who didn't get it, because I think I haven't really gotten it fully, to be candid. I was like, it's so important to this person. Why? And let's try to really understand that and put ourselves in their place. And if they care that much about it, there must be something there going on. And let's go to actually see what we can do to help be a part of that solution. I think one of the people earlier said, solve progress. It's like, what's the problem? Inequality. What are some solutions? And let's keep progressing on it. So maybe some of the people in the audience, I have a feel the audience is a smart audience. Some books, some blogs, some links, especially movies, not especially movies, especially books, blog posts, information. I think that we be better understanding. Just like I love saying the Ryan Gosling effect, which is if you know someone's story, it's really hard not to have more compassion for them. So Cynthia said, just mercy.
It's a good one, yeah.
I'm going to put that on my list. Carl, what was the book you said?
Becoming a Person by Carl Rogers.
What was your takeaway from that, or what's been your kind of experience from that?
Slowing down, right? Being open to the experience and not always rushing to interject, listening and approaching things from a perspective of consciousness as opposed to always having the right answer. And the biggest thing I've learned from that is that takes time. I think a lot of us on this call are super successful in our business, in our life, and we're always looking for the quick solution. Sorry about that.
I'm muting Corral for a second. What was that, man? Was that your Tinder
I'm
profile?
back. Nah, not yet. It was just, you know.
No. keep
Yeah.
going.
So no, I was just talking about the big idea in the book. Just with business, with success, with exercise, with like all these things, there may be a specific action plan. I think sometimes with human relationships, it takes being able to slow down, and that's something that sometimes can be rushed because you can't force somebody else to get it. You can't force somebody else to have a certain perspective, and that's the biggest thing I've taken away from it because it's made me more patient. It's made me more open to listening, and just being in tune with the person that I'm talking with.
So I want to call out some of the things, and I have a question for you, something I struggle with. So American History X, which if you have not watched American History X, that movie is insane, really powerful. Men of Honor, James Baldwin Du Bois, Men of Honor, Gabe said that. Erica Bates said Rosewood, Just Mercy. It seems like that's a really powerful movie. Ben mentioned The 13th. I'd love more recommendations about this, because as James Donald is saying, is like if we can understand better and being with what's going on and just trying to experience what's going on, I think that'll lead us to better decisions and a better, more enjoyable life. One thing, Corral, that I kind of been confused on or wondering about is like, I feel like when we say black businesses or we say black this and it's labeled with the black phrase, I wonder, is that helping it? Is it the same or is it hurting it? Because sometimes I'm like, I wonder if that's hurting it.
That's a good question. So when you say it, what do you mean?
Like a business, like, hey, he's a black business owner. Why can't he just be a business owner? Or why can't he just be a successful business? It's a successful black business owner. And so I think, I wonder if sometimes that limits it's not recognition, but it holds like a black person back from just being successful.
Yeah.
And the fact that like society and all of us we label these more or less. And so I don't know what your experience or what you think about that.
Yeah, I mean, to me, it's a lot of different agendas happening, right? So there's social injustice, right? There's inequality as it relates to the violence against Black males in society, and then on top of that are all these other movements. I think the best way that I would approach it as a person from another race is really what speaks to you. Right? If supporting Black businesses is what you want to do, great. If protesting is what you want to do, great. I think Ben brought up a good point. However you feel comfortable and however you understand it, you take that approach. So I don't think it's just one thing, Noah, where you're just like, hey, go support Black businesses. That's one small piece of everything that we're talking about here. And the larger piece, or the perspective and view that I'm taking it from, is just looking at the injustice and how do we eradicate that, eliminate that, and move on past that and take a look at broader issues in society. Have
you been supporting more Black businesses recently, or just historically?
I'm conscious. I mentor and support white people, Black people, Asian. I think we on both mentor Daniel. In these times when people have looked for like sales advice, I support every race. Because a lot have been, I've been supported by, you, my mentors, et cetera. So, I haven't narrowed it down to, hey, I'm only going to support this specific person or this specific race. That's not how my worldview really works. I've taken the perspective of I'm open to educating or having conversations with different races, but at the same time, I'm open to helping everybody. I'm not going to just limit it to a specific person or just a specific movement. It's bigger than that, to me at least, right?
I think the actions speak louder than words. I think right now it's understand these things, and then based on these things, how are we going to take an action, going and helping more people, shining light on some people? Gabe had a great point. There's a lot of minority groups out there. It's not just Black, but as you've said, as Ben said, and I'm starting to really resonate with it. It's like right now is Black, and let's really get that level. Let's get everyone to the equal playing field. If you don't want to play from the equal playing field after that, that's on you. That's on your fucking responsibility. But get everyone to the playing field so they have those opportunities. I fuck with that big time. I appreciate you coming on, Corral, and sharing your story.
Of course, man.
I love you. We need to get back on planes and.
My birthday, Montreal, is coming up once we get past the situation, man. Looking forward to it.
I'll see you out there, man. Thank you, Corell.
Yeah, love you, bro.
Love you
All
too.
right, man. Talk later, man. Peace.
And so as Corell said, thank him for coming on. Helmsmanlabs.com. Like, you know, I think a lot of this stuff is like, you know, I clicked the wrong one. As James O'Donnell, and I met him at a bar randomly in Israel, is what can you do now to help? And I think as Corell said, as Ben said, you know, if you think about what's a little crazy with the George Floyd thing, it's one person. And it's unfortunate that he had to die. No one wants to die. Some people want to die. But he didn't want to die. I don't think he chose to die. He didn't choose to die. He didn't want to die. One person can change the world. And I think a lot of us can sit watching our TV, sit reading our books. Oh, my thing stopped. I think it stops at 2 hours or an hour. A lot of steps, yo. I'm getting a little tired, but I'm going to keep going. I got some protein. We'll have some more coffee. All right. So my point with all this, though, is that difference can start with one person. And it's not someone that you just watch. That person is you. So that person can be Max or Alyssa or Aqua or Jason or Neota. Great name, by the way. Neota Gordon. You're winner of the day for names. And this is sensitive stuff, people. I'm scared that I'm going to make a big mistake. That's what I was scared of before I came on this. And yes, I am walking. We're doing 50,000 steps for change. So I think Evie was asking. I did do a costume change. I took off the... it was a little too hot in the alligator, and someone said, hey, it's a serious topic. And I was like, that's true. It is a serious topic. I want to take it more seriously. So I have my taco shirt on. I've got a lot of other costumes we're going to go on. We have some other amazing guests. We're going to do a lot of live business advice. So if you've been wanting to start a business, if you've been wanting to grow your business, I can help you. I can help you. And a lot of the other people in the audience can help you too, more than you realize. So we've had Ben come on from Great Day Squad, Corell come on from Helmsman Labs. We've talked about some sensitive stuff, and I will say, like I told you guys earlier, like I was thinking about it yesterday. I was like, can I even say anything? And the reality is that we all have a voice. We all have the ability to make that change in whatever it is that you want. Right now, it's helping with Black Lives Matter. But if there's something else as well for you that's just as important, like this is your chance to make that change for yourself. So we'll get some live business advice coming on soon. I'm probably gonna have to go to the bathroom in a little bit. Otherwise, I don't really want to pee on the treadmill. But I'm doing 50,000 steps every hour. We're giving out at least $250 for business grants to you. So as long as you show up and you're putting in work and you're doing something for yourself, I want to reward you that you can go do something for yourself. I think one of the big things about me that matters to me is that you take action to change your life. And I think one of the things that someone said to me, think about this phrase. I'm going to put it out here because I thought it was so damn powerful. Is like when you're doing your work, when Cynthia or Boris or Lloyd, and I'm going to put this word out here because this word has really been it's kind of been up in my head a lot, but it's exponential impact. So impact starts with one person, one step, one customer, one change. So how can you do exponential impact? So what does that mean? It means that your one ass and your one brain can affect a lot of people. And I don't know if you realize how much more people you can help out and impact. I know like RJ Youngling, like that guy's got a lot in him. I know that Erica Bates is hustling. Elizabeth Jackson, I'm sure she can. And all of us can. It's not exclusive. And all of us can make an exponential impact in whatever areas that matter to you. And so I was glad that we were able to bring on some people to talk about the Black Lives Matter and make some exponential impact around that. I'm going to bring on my very, very good friend to talk about how he's making an impact in society. So think about that word. Write that down. Evie, I know you. You're going to write that down. By the way, Akua, we sent her PayPal money. I don't want her. She doesn't want her name shown, I think, because she's got like one of those internet names. But there's the PayPal. She got her $250. That was the most awkward fucking way I've ever shown a screen. Let me see if I can do it a different way. Anyways, think about your own exponential impact. It could be to your parents. It could be to your siblings. It could be some mentorship. It could be supporting one business today. Like go and buy from a Black business today. It could be just helping someone in your company or giving someone else a better chance or going back to someone that you fucked over or that you haven't even fucked over yet and fuck them over. No, don't do that. But do something different today because the action starts today. A lot of those things start with one step, start with one action. All right, motivational stuff. Good. So I appreciate every fucking one of you. Seriously, every single one of you. I've been, this week where I've been feeling depressed, And I'm going to bring on Lloyd in just a second, but I was feeling, it wasn't depressed. Depressed is like serious. It's like when people say starving. I'm like, you're not starving. You're hungry. And I get some emails and I get some of your comments about how you're taking action for yourself, how you watch the videos that our team puts together, or how you buy from appsumo.com, or how you've been making a difference for yourself based on the things that we're putting out there in the world. And honestly, it makes the fucking difference for me. It really like cheers me up when I'm not feeling it. And look, everyone doesn't feel it all the time. It's just impossible. But it's not impossible to always, to do something about it or to recognize and take action. So at the end of the day, like I fucking appreciate all of you guys so much, and girls, for that. So thank you. I love when you guys are taking action for yourself. I love that I get to do this for a living, like that I get to share and teach you what we're learning and experiencing. Do you guys want to do, before we bring on Lloyd, I'm going to ask Lloyd, should we do the push-up challenge? Can I get a head nod? Lloyd, head push-up challenge. All right. So every day I do 300 push-ups now, because my goal this year, I'll show you guys my goal for the year. So here's my goal for the year. It sucks. So my goal this year is to do, I don't know if you can see it, 100,000 fucking push-ups. I was so stupid for choosing this goal, but I'm doing it anyway. So I use this app called Push Fit app. I have the pro version, $1.99. So every day I'm aiming to do now 344. That's a fuck ton. So today, so far, I've done 100. And what I like about the push-up challenge, if you all are with me, yes, it sucks. So what we're going to do is just 30 push-ups together. And so we're working on a book. I'm writing a book about challenges. And the thing with challenges that's really fascinating is that we're all afraid of something. We're afraid of relationships. We're afraid of loving ourselves enough. We're afraid of a lot of different things. It's mind-blowing how much fear we all have. I know for myself, I was even thinking about it today, how much I'm afraid of relationships, of putting myself out there. And I think challenges, it's just like a gym. The challenges are exercises to overcome fear and face those things and become stronger. So if you guys are in for the 30 push-up challenge, the reason, normally it's 100. Fuck it, we're doing the 100 push-up challenge. Okay, it's always actually the 100 push-up challenge. So the thing with the 100 push-up challenge, and I want every one of you to do it, if you are able to get on the ground and do them with your knees on the ground or not knees on the ground, I don't care. Or do them against the wall or do them against the table, I'll do them with you. And look, there's going to be someone out there who's going to be like, Noah, you didn't do the full push-up. You can call me out on that. So I'm going to turn the camera over here. We're going to do some push-ups. The thing with the push-ups is that you are supposed to fail. Yes, Vivian, I'm looking at you. You are supposed to fail. You're not supposed to get to 100. The idea is that in life, we don't always get what we want. Most of the time, I don't get what we want. But if we can fail and realize that we can still keep going, it'll help us get what we want. Huh? Did that make sense? Sometimes you ever say something and you're like, did that even make sense in my own head? Boris, did that make sense? Can you head nod it? Okay. One thought with this, just as an observation, I want everyone to just be aware of this thought. Who in your lives, think about this just for a second, Rohi, Peter, Evie, who in your lives is the person that always seems to get what they want? Cherry. Yes, there is a beta list for the book. I'll talk about the book. It's on our agenda. I'll come back to it. But who is the person that always gets what they want in your life? Because a lot, people have said that to me, like, you always get what you want. But they're not seeing all the other things I'm not getting that I wanted. And the point there is that you have to know what you want, which is really hard. And then you have to go after it. And when you go after something that you want, you are going to fail. And if you get it every time, you're not pushing yourself enough. And guess what? When you push yourself enough, you get cool shit because you're going beyond what you thought you could do. And that is what the push-up challenge, as simple as they are, is that they're just exercises to overcome fear. Is that these challenges? So I'm going to pause the treadmill for just a second. And I'm going to bring on Lloyd. Lloyd, are you going to do it with me? Can you put the camera down? Yeah, Lloyd's going to do it with me. All right, who else is in for the 100 push-up challenge? Fuck. And then I got to pee. And then we're going to talk about Lloyd. And then we're going to have a lot of fucking fun because there's probably like, oh shit, I got this in my pocket. About 8 hours left of doing these things. So I'm going to move the camera, pause the treadmill. Lloyd, you're coming online. All right, this is Lloyd, and we'll introduce him afterwards. But Lloyd, let's pause it. Let's do 100 push-up challenge. There's a shit ton of people in it.
I agree. I agreed to 10. I agree to 10.
Come on. All right. All right, hold on, Lloyd. So camera, I'm just trying to see if I can set up my camera to see this. Oh, I choose out the carpet. All right, hold on. Can you see? What does it look like over there? Oh man, this is gonna suck. I really don't want to do it today, but That means we're gonna do it. All right, 100 push-ups. Let's go. Lloyd, are you doing them?
I'll do some. I don't know where to have a good place for it.
All right, let's go. If I don't do the full down, people in the comments, talk shit on the down if I'm not doing the full down. Let's go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Lloyd, you still there?
I did 3.
All right, I'm at 30. Let's get to 50, dude. Try to get to 10. Can you get to 10?
Yeah, I think I did it. I think I did 10 or 15.
3, 4, 5. Oh my god. Okay. All right, Lloyd. Dude, part of me, you know what's funny? Even as I was doing these push-ups, I was like, I started feeling insecure. It's pretty interesting.
It's probably the haircut.
Oh, man, that was tough. So I was feeling insecure, like, oh wow, I'm doing push-ups. Who cares? And are we really helping? It's amazing. I'll put the camera back over here. It's pretty amazing how our minds go to like self-defeating talk. You know, where it's like, hey, I can't do this. Hey, oh, this is stupid. Hey, are we really helping people do it? And it's powerful, man.
I think so many people out there are, watching people like you who are out in front of people and thinking like, oh, he's got it figured out. Like if I could just have it figured out, but no one has it figured out.
I go on with that. I really like that.
Oh, well, here's an object example I'll show you.
Yeah, push-ups give you hair growth is what people are saying.
So 3 weeks ago, this was an empty warehouse. And now, I'm going to go up on this ladder. You can see can you see this here?
Yeah, your story is crazy. And I wanted to bring you on because I think it's very inspiring and I wanted people to hear it.
Oh, thanks. Yeah, we decided to start making medical masks here in Austin, Texas. And it looks like it's a lunch break, but you can see behind me, this is the Lab 1.
Dude, that on. So take it a step back because I think Darren's here. That's great. A lot of people did push-ups, by the way, Lloyd. Evie,
Okay. Way more than me, I'm sure.
Dude, these people did we have some jacked audience and they like that push-ups give you hair. But I think at the end of the day with fear and challenges, like a push-up challenge or feeling uncomfortable, it's like, oh, what is this trying to tell me? Where is this trying to help me grow? And why am I feeling uncomfortable? It's like, oh, okay, because I'm a little nervous. Like, can I really help? And do I think this stuff actually helps? And so I think with your story, I wanted to bring Lloyd on. So just to kind of give everyone a little background, dude, there's so many jacked people in this audience. Unbelievable. So for Lloyd's background, everyone, Lloyd was literally one of the first people I met when I moved to Austin, Texas in 2010. And we've become very good friends. Lloyd has 5 kids, which is really impressive. 5. There's a buddy I'm talking to next week, 9 kids. I was like, Lloyd, you only got 5.
Wow. What?
And I will say, I know. Push-ups, by the way, they definitely wake you up, RJ. Yeah. Like I'm like, let's go now. If you're ever not feeling down, do some push-ups. It'll pick you up. So I got to track them as well. But Lloyd was in the newspaper business, right? And I think for all of you out there, most of you guys would not want to be in the newspaper business. No one wants to be in the newspaper business. Lloyd's the only one in the newspaper business. And recently, you felt a calling. And I think a lot of us are feeling different calling. And I'm glad that you didn't just feel your calling, you followed your calling. You answered the phone. You're like, oh, hello, it's my calling. Yeah, what do I need to do? So maybe share your story. Now you're in a warehouse wearing a mask.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, we decided when the whole coronavirus thing came out and they were saying
It's a little hard to hear you because you're wearing. I get you're wearing the mask. It's just also
as
hard.
long as I get away from people here, I can pick up my mask. Is that better?
Yeah.
Is that any
Yeah.
better?
Actually, it's about
All right.
the same. Keep going.
It's about the same. Okay. Yeah. So we decided, when this whole coronavirus thing happened, I was looking at like everyone who was, trying to get masks here. And I had a bunch of investors who were, buying millions of masks from China. And I actually, when in college, I had a mold remediation business. And so I had learned a lot about, air quality and things like that. And I had known at the time that like most of the, what we call PPE, most masks, and specifically N95 masks, they're all made not just in China, but in one area of China, Wuhan, China. And so when everything started to go down, I remember hearing that it was in Wuhan, and I was like, oh, that's interesting. Like, what's the world going to do if they can't make any masks? Because like, it's almost like it was targeted in a way. And I was like, wait for the conspiracy theorists to come out. And then when it really got going, I was like, oh, this is really bad. And so I had all these investors and all these folks looking to do, to bring PPE here from China. And I was like, it's like the whole, like, you can teach a man, or you can give a man a fish, or you can teach him to fish. I was like, well, what's the allegory there? What if we just could make all of this stuff here in the United States? And so I looked into what it would take and like how it was being produced in China and how we could compete with them if we automated the production side of it. And so, we've been in this warehouse for I think 3-4 weeks, and talking about the kind of what were you earlier you were talking about like, hey, I don't know if I'm worthy to be able to be doing this, or like, are people watching me and seeing me fail, with push-ups? Like,
yeah,
I'm scared every day. Like every day I'm like, what the fuck am I doing? Like,
because now you're in I'm still trying to understand it. I think for the audience out there, all of us are feeling called or they're called or challenged or afraid in different ways. And so part of me was like, okay, is Lloyd just chasing a fad? Choosing like a bit, but what were you really experiencing when you're like, hey, I want to help. I want to build Armbrust Industries and start doing these masks?
Well, a lot of it comes from my dad, to be honest. He was a plant manager of a manufacturing plant in Minnesota, and he was very wary of like the fact that manufacturing was going away. And he, my dad died 2 years ago, and at 88 years old.
Sorry, dude.
So you can imagine. Yeah, thanks. You can imagine that he was the type of old guy who was like, oh, like, America is going away and bad things are happening. It was that sort of rhetoric growing up. But in reality, like if you look at like our economy and how it's, tied to services and how we've gone to other countries to make our goods, the question is like, okay, well, how do we make things here in a way that's environmental? How do we make things here in a way that's sustainable? How do we create jobs? I mean, I'm worried about as automation happens in the transportation industry. One of the biggest jobs out there right now is trucking. Like that, you can get anybody can be a truck driver. Yeah, anybody can be a truck driver without a high school or without even a high school education, and it's a good paying job. Like it's a really good job.
How much does a trucker? Yeah, keep going.
I think entry level you can get 45, 55K a year.
Okay.
And if you think about it, like once those go away because of self-driving cars, self-driving semis, that's basically the last job that anybody could get without having like an education. Where America was really built on this like manufacturing, like building stuff here. And I really think there's going to be a trend in the next, and it's already happening. And now that I'm sort of in it, of course, it's kind of like if you buy a Tesla, now all you see is Teslas. When you drive, you're like, oh, there's so many more Teslas now. It's like, no, now you notice it. It's the same thing now that I'm in manufacturing in a real way, now I'm starting to see where all the trends are going. The truth is that like China can beat us on price because their people are cheaper, but we can fix that if we bring automation to the table. And with automation, like it's the same price anywhere. And so my thought is, let's bring the automation and the expertise here, and we'll have amazing high-paying jobs right here in the United States, and in a place that, in factories that are safer, in factories that are more environmentally friendly, in factories where the quality is higher, all of those things.
Do you think the mask thing is here to stay? 'Cause
I'm not really focused on masks, to be honest. Masks is sort of like an entry point into this. I mean, you know, yes, here to stay. I mean, you do know that like hospitals have been using masks for a long time, right? My whole theory is, can I make it as cheap as China can? And if I can, then I can probably take that business from them.
how much
That
does
was
it
the
cost to make the mask in China, and how much does it make the? So everyone, Lloyd is making masks. So Lloyd, do you want to show your mask again, or?
Yeah, so I mean, this is actually a prototype because I hate the medical blue masks.
Why are they? By the way, why are they blue?
I have a good answer for that. They're blue because they use blue and white. So blue on the front and white on the back, because it simplifies the manufacturing process. It's actually the same material on the front and back, but the reason they do that is just so that it's the same material, but one is slightly bigger than the other. And so if you have just rolls of white and rolls of blue, no one's going to get it screwed up. So it just simplifies the process. Someone picked the blue and everyone went with it. When I first started this, let me try getting out of this AC thing. When I first started this, I was trying to order black material because I was like, black masks would be cool. And the people that make this stuff, they're like, you mean blue, right? And I was like, no, black. I don't know how I could get that. How could I have made that typo? That doesn't make any sense. No, black is definitely what I want. And they're like, yeah, but no one makes black masks. And I'm like, oh, okay, well, but we're going to make black masks. And they were like, well, all right. And I really had to twist their arm to make it happen. But it's just that sort of like mentality that manufacturers have, which is not like the mentality of someone like you or me, which is like it's very rigid versus being very fluid, if that makes sense.
Well, it's like, I think I was telling someone this yesterday. The way to be a successful entrepreneur, the only people who are successful are people who are dissatisfied.
I think it's a combination of things. You have to be dissatisfied for sure, but I mean, you could probably be. I mean, without being pushed too hard, you could probably be dissatisfied by most anything.
But
right?
what I'm saying is, like, you have to say, like, hey, I want a black mask, or I want something different.
Yeah.
And then you have to, there's obviously more to it, but I think a lot of people who create businesses want something that doesn't exist, and they have to be unhappy about that. What was the price differential? I'm curious for.
Yeah, that's a great question. So right now we don't have a lot of our. It's really the packaging that is the big deal. So in China, most of the production is not automated. Some of it is now, but most of it's not automated. There are basically 5 different pieces of the mask, and they kind of put it together. Those sections automatically, and then they have people who are putting together those parts. So our machine automates the entire process, but the packing process is super inefficient, and I don't know how to fix that yet. So packing right now is like 50% of the cost of my masks. So
what do you mean, putting it in the box?
Yeah, sealing it. That girl's not a child, by the way. She's just small. Let me point it out, because I was like, who is that?
She's really little, yeah.
Yeah, she's really small. So yeah, like it takes about 20 seconds to seal each thing of masks. And we're trying to automate it, but there is no process. And then you got to have a guy put it in a box and ship it to somebody. It's very, very manual. So each mask costs probably about 40 cents right now. And I would say half of that goes to the packing. The material cost. So this room that I'm in right here has got all these materials. We bought these materials And we got these racks yesterday to put the
Is this,
materials on.
by the way, I just for the audience, so it's armbrustusa.com. If you're looking, are you only selling in
Oh, yeah.
bulk or can individuals buy?
The only way to buy in bulk is if you reach out to our enterprise sales team, and
Okay.
you have to buy in contract terms. But yeah, we do have like sample packs, and we do have like packs of 50 you can buy on our website.
So two things I want to do. One, everyone support Lloyd, armbrustusa.com. Number two, thank you for coming on. You're obviously not going. I just wanted to kind of give a little bit of a background on it. Three, I am curious how many people here in the audience watching, if you're watching, how many people here are wearing masks? Because I will say that I am not a mask wearer, and I don't really go out. I haven't gone out to restaurants and like actively gone out a lot. I have one in my car, but I've seen people who are like wearing it like all the time everywhere. So I'm curious to see a little bit from the audience. And then are you guys fascinated with behind the scenes of mask? And I think almost what's more importantly, Lloyd, from you, besides this stuff, is that you followed a calling. I think you followed some calling that you said, I have no expertise, I have some experience. And I love that. And I think that's inspiring for everyone to say, hey, what can I do? And everyone could do something. So people are answering about their masks and what they are. Lloyd, so what's the cost differential? You still didn't answer the question.
Yeah, so right now, it probably costs us probably about, I was going to say is that this area here, we're actually getting in 2
Stop,
weeks.
answer the question. God damn it. It's like everything.
It's changing. It's changing. The answer is
Lloyd, you're being a
right now,
politician.
right now, it probably costs us about 40 cents to make these masks. But that's using older materials. The masks that will be coming off the line next week will probably be closer to 20 cents. And we think that we can get it down to about 2 to 3 cents a mask.
And then
China's at about 2 or 3 cents a mask. But then you have to put it on a boat and ship it over here. And there's a quality difference as well between ours, because ours are like top quality surgical masks.
So I'm going to call out some of the people in the audience. So right now it's like a 10x cost difference.
Yeah, and manufacturing is very hard in the beginning. It's a hugely capitally intensive in the beginning. But we don't have all of our machines here. That's what I was trying to say. Behind me here, there's going to be these 2 fabric machines that make the fabric. And so that's actually the cost. So if you look here, like all this place where we have fabric that we've purchased.
Dude, this is interesting.
Like this roll, like let me show you this. So this is a ton of melt blown. This is the filter material, okay? This melt blown is made in the US. It costs $100,000 for a ton. That's 10 cents per mask.
What is that?
It's the filter material that's inside the mask. It's the stuff that blocks the virus from getting to you or having it out. It's actually what differentiates our masks from a lot of cheaper masks because this has a BFE or bacterial filtration of 99%. So anyways, that costs 10 cents per mask, that stuff. When I make that material here, where I'm standing in the next couple of weeks, that cost goes down to 0.3 cents per mask. So
Just
from
using the
10 cents to 0.3 cents. Yeah. So that's the difference. It's a huge difference if it's really vertical integration. We're doing vertical integration and automation.
Is there anything that we could do live with the audience to help you? Because Jason Rendell, I like Jason's attitude. Jason's like, I'm like, dude, you're my boy. He said, let's solve your packing problems. Jason wants to come to your warehouse and pack for free, assuming he's clean and
yes,
mask on.
absolutely. That'd be amazing. Please do. That would. I have millions of orders I need to get out. Done.
Hon, so
Yeah.
Can you share like how have sales gone with all this stuff?
Dude, it was insane. We had 1.6 million orders in the first week, and then we basically had to push the website, and that was dude. So I just want to say one thing. Shopify, and I know I've been following some of your stuff. Like, Shopify is like game changing. It is game changing. Anybody who is born right now using Shopify, who's like, I think I want to make an e-commerce site, and they use Shopify, and they're like, oh, it's not that hard. You have no idea what it used to take, son. I was trying to sell shit in 99, 98. I know I'm being old right now. I'm being like, this is my inner boomer. Like, I was actually selling on eBay in 1997. It was I set up a Shopify store in 45 minutes. And that day, we did $100,000 in sales.
Hun, so when you did 1.6 million in masks, is that you made revenue of 1.6 million or revenue of like 5 million?
The revenue, we've done well over $1 million at this point. And that's just from direct orders. I'm not talking the state of Texas. We actually are going to be making the masks for all of the Texas education system next year. They want them to be made here in Texas, so we're partnering with the state to do that. We're selling masks to the state of Illinois, a bunch of healthcare systems. So there's a lot of folks that we're selling to on an enterprise level, but just on a consumer level, we've sold that many orders.
So there's two questions that a lot of people are asking. I'm going to call them out. Number one, walk us through how you launched this business so quickly.
What is the old thing, like the overnight success that takes 10 years?
No, I mean, but you haven't been working in the mask manufacturing whatsoever. You've been in the newspaper game. And yes, your dad was in it, but like, okay, how long has this business actually been around? Probably like 2 months, 3 months.
Yeah, no, physically, let's say we started in January.
I know you called Corona. You were the one that had it you were the first guy to get it. I know, and now you're cured. So, but seriously, like, let's just say 3 months because I don't believe you. And how did you
more than that
so quickly?
Because I ordered my first machine on January 20th, I think. So, and that was like several $100,000, which I was like, I don't know if I should do this.
So again, Lloyd, yes, you did it in 2 days. We know. How did you do it so quickly? So I think one of the things that I like helping people with is how do I get the business started? And you have gone from 0 to $1 million in revenue in a few months. And so I think people are wanting to take a step back to say, like, yeah, what's some of the elements that we can replicate for our own businesses?
So I couldn't have done this. Lloyd couldn't have done this 10 years ago. And part of that is just because what?
How did you do it? Tell us.
It's complicated. I have a reputation. Investors trust me. I was basically able to raise almost $5 million like in less than a week.
Okay, so that's
that people who are really interested.
So so you raised funds.
Mm-hmm.
So keep going. And then did you have orders before you even raised the funds?
No. It was a Field of Dreams situation. If you build it, they will come.
Heart attack, Lloyd. So hold on. You said, hey, masks are important. I like the idea that like America there's the whole thing about economics is about specialization, blah, blah, blah. But you're saying, let's bring it back to America. Yep. You have not been in manufacturing. You had no money. You have a great set of hair. True.
Mm-hmm.
You have
helps. It really does.
Exceptional chest hair. True. I've seen both. I've touched them both. But what I'm trying to get at, and just walk us through it a little bit. Just come on, just give us a little bit more. You said, hey,
like I said, so really, I had a really solid financial model. I'm really good at financial modeling. I know it's super boring shit, but like I've raised probably about $10 million in the past. So if you raise that much money, there are people that you can call, people that will trust you. There's a lot of trust. There's a lot of excitement. It's really, at the end of the day, you know what it is? At the end of the day, it's a fucking story. If you have a good story, that is all you need with anything. Like if you're trying to do a business, you better have a good story. So and you better believe that story.
All right. Now you're giving us a little nugget. You're like, oh, here, you get a candy. You get a Skittles. So do you have the presentation anywhere or is it public? If you don't share it,
there's a teaser. If you go to our website, the Armbrust USA website, there's like a play video on there, and that's like a 2-minute teaser. That's like the theatrical version of the I sent you the bad presentation.
By the way, for the people that are watching and the people that are curious about his presentation, he sent me the pitch deck, and it was very compelling. And I think, Lloyd, I still am disconnected. So I think there's two pieces that everyone could take away from. One is a story.
Yeah.
I think the story. I think the second part, just to highlight, I'm gonna let you go. I'm gonna set you free. You can do what you want. I think you picked a great tidal wave. It's, for example, we've been talking about Black Lives Matter. Now, personally, I want to support more Black owned companies. I want to be more helpful there.
Yeah.
And I think what you have identified as well is, hey, this trend is going to be fucking gigantic. How can I assist with it?
Mm-hmm.
And I think there's something really powerful about that. You're like, this is going to be a tidal wave. Let me be a part of it. And guess what? Even if I get a little sliver, and there's something to be said where you made $1 million in months.
Yeah, we definitely struck a chord bigger than I thought.
Can you give us the story or the pitch in 1 minute?
I mean, I can give it to you 2 minutes if you just go to the website and watch the video. It's really well done.
I know. Just do 2 minutes or do 90 seconds.
Yeah, the quick version is that it's vertical integration, which means doing everything in one place. So that's producing. So we get raw polypropylene in from Houston, Texas, out in one door. It's like the old Ford story, right? Like raw materials in one end, Ford cars out the other. Same thing. When you do that, you have a lot of efficiencies. You can do things very quickly. You can optimize for one process. And, a lot of the costs that normally go to shipping and, hiring salespeople to buy the stuff and all that stuff goes away. It's just very efficient to do it one place. The second thing is automation, just having a machine do it versus a human do it. And the third thing is America. Like Americans are pissed. Americans are pissed that we don't like to be unprepared, man. Like we're the richest company in the world, or country in the world, and
Sure.
We don't like it when we're unprepared, and we were caught unprepared. How did we not have masks? That's so stupid. Well, because we were trying to save a couple pennies. That's why. Really, it's a couple pennies. We were trying to save a couple pennies per mask, and so we went to China. And I'm like doing the math in my financial model, and I'm like, I think we cut out those pennies, because now today things are different than they were 10 years ago. And robots can do things today that they could not do 10 years ago. And when you put that stuff together, they're your pennies. So my thought is, hey, let's put it all together here. The thing about riding the wave is very important. And I want to say one thing. You're making fun of me about my newspaper company a little bit ago, but you're totally right. The biggest mistake I ever made was picking a market size that was too small. I picked the smallest market size. I built an $11 million business in a market size of probably 15 million. And that was dumb. I mean, I spent 10 years on that company, building that company in a market size that was just tiny and is going away, by the way. And if I just would have picked anything, I have a couple friends who literally who went through Y Combinator, and they were like, what's big right now? And they said, mobile's big, cloud's big. Let's make something in mobile and cloud. We're going to make Heroku for mobile apps. They did that. It was called Parse, and they after YC got $5 million investment from Sequoia, and within the year they sold it to Facebook for $40 million. Literally, all they did was go to a whiteboard and say, what's popular? And they picked the two most popular things that were happening. And granted, they built a really badass piece of technology, and they're some of the smartest people I know. Very important caveats. But those two people, or those four people, could have picked something. They could have been like, what's small? Newspapers and small businesses, which is what we did. And they could have done that, and they'd be in my position, right? So I think just like saying, what can you do? What can you attach yourself to that is huge and is growing? And then also, like, how do you have a good story? Aristotle said the three most important things about a story are that it has a beginning, a middle, and an end. And most people in their pitches, if you want to look at their what's wrong with someone's pitch, they don't have those things. It's just all middle. Like, you just have to tell a good story, and you have to believe it too. That's really important. And I fucking believe this.
So, and by the way, so we're about to give away another $250. Lloyd, you're going to be able to pick in the audience. What we're going to do is I'm going to take a quick bathroom break because I don't want to pee on the treadmill. And if you guys don't know, we're doing 50,000 steps for change. So we're talking about Black Lives Matter. We're talking about answering your calling. And we're going to do some live business advice coming up. And we're just about, Jason Randell, thank you for reminding me. We're going to give away $250 to some business owner in the audience. And Lloyd's going to pick them. So I'm going to go take a quick bathroom break. And to keep people here, because that's what they do in the stories, you give a cliffhanger. Like, oh, we're just about to get $250 away, but I'll be right back. I'm gonna mute it though, otherwise it might be a little weird.
Oh, it'd be like that scene in True Lies, or doesn't matter. Liam Neeson. No, not doesn't matter.
Lloyd, I'll ask the question so you can talk about it while I'm out. People are asking how the quality is different.
Yeah, that's a great question. So it just really comes down to how much money you're willing to spend on materials. And also it comes down to standards. Like a lot of people, like there are some amazing factories in China, and I can tell you what they are that have there's only, like, you can only get to 100%. And we're basically at 100%. But most factories, especially in other countries, are just trying to maximize their dollar. And so they're not giving you the best quality. So it's just about consistency. It's about bacterial filtration. It's about particle filtration. So that's how much, like, if you're talking about COVID-19, how much of the COVID virus is being blocked. And it's about, actually, they do a blood splatter test to see how much blood can get through a mask. And ours passes the top levels of that. So it's basically about 5 things. It's breathability, how easy it is to breathe, the size of particles that you'll block, the size of bacteria, or the size of how much bacteria you block, the blood splatter thing I mentioned. And we've passed with a third-party lab all of those things at the top level, which is it's called ASTM3, which we're about to publish that soon. So typically, like, those masks sell for about 15 cents a piece before COVID-19. And I think by the time we get back, we'll be able to get our costs down. This is very odd talking. I think Noah has, like, some sort of, Boris, the video got me excited about masks. Oh, there's live
Lord, we're
comments.
back.
I didn't see that. Oh, I didn't know that. No, I didn't know there were live comments that I could read.
Oh, there's a ton of comments. All right, so we're about to pick our next winner of the $250. Well, a lot of people commenting about it, man. I think one thing that you said that I want to highlight and bring up for everyone was you had relationships already.
Yeah.
And so,
Nice hat.
thanks, man. It's part of the costume change. I think one of the things to kind of be considerate of is that a lot of people always do this thing because they want to make excuses, including myself. I'm afraid of things. And so their excuse they say is, well, I don't have a network if I want to get investors.
Yeah.
They say that right away. And so what's the answer, Lloyd?
Get a network.
Go fucking get a network. Like, and they're like, well, how do I do it? Well, you go out and you help one fucking person. Well, how do I help someone? You go look at what's important for them and you do it for them. Like, if you see that Noah is doing YouTube, go, like, someone today, it was literally this guy named Robert emailed me and said, hey, I know you're doing more social media. I made this image. If you want to use it on Instagram, no expectation.
Perfect.
Now, it was fucking great. It wasn't just he sent me a piece of turd. I have this other guy. Oh, it was funny. I might try to find it. This other guy sent me this email. I honestly don't even understand what he said. I was like, I don't understand the words coming out of your mouth. It was so fucking weird. I couldn't quite grasp it. Anyways, so I have his email here. It's just so fucking. But I started my network by just hosting events. Just saying, hey, I'm going to host a meetup I'll pay for the beers. Hey, I'm going to host a Zoom thing, maybe about Black Lives Matter. Hey, one way to do it, if you want to meet really famous people, connect them with another famous person. That's all you have to do. Like, hey, you famous person, do you want to meet this famous person? And then you go ask that other famous person and you connect them. And guess what? Now you know
that's
both.
good. That's
so
good.
The way to start your network is to provide value. And I hate the word value because it's so objective. Is to provide something that people actually fucking want. So online events, meeting other people, something for their business. Maybe they're single and they want you to introduce them to someone. Maybe it's Lloyd and he's like, Lloyd, what do you need the most help with right now? That's what people could potentially help you with.
Putting shit in boxes.
Putting shit in boxes. Look, if you are in Austin, Texas, or you want to come to Austin, Texas, find a way to contact Lloyd on his website below.
We are hiring like 70 people right now.
On how much
And
you paying hourly? I need a job.
Yeah, you do. It's anywhere. It depends on experience and like what you end up doing.
I have a
but,
lot of experience putting things in boxes. Okay, tons.
Interns start at $10 an hour. We're going all the way up to $35 an hour, depending on the job,
So
which is pretty good.
Work, or guess what? If you're like, hey, I want to meet Lloyd. Lloyd knows a lot of people in Y Combinator. He's friends with Obama. He's like raised a lot of money and has investors. All you have to do, and guess what? You're like, hey, Noah, I don't need a job with Lloyd. Then just go help hire for Lloyd.
Yeah.
And guess what? If you help him hire a few people, Lloyd's gonna fucking like you. And guess what? Then his Rolodex opens up. So like, there's people on our team for Dork, like Michael, Jeremy, Mitchell. And guess what? Because they're helping me and they're helping our company, I'm like, hey, you want to meet this person? Hey, you want this access? Hey, you want this? Like, of course I'm gonna open up the Rolodex.
Well, let me say one thing on that though. Is that I feel like a lot of people are like, this is, and you're not doing this, but I feel like a lot of people are like this. If you want to do X, this is what I did. This is what you have to do it. The thing is it changes. Like I met Matt Mullenweg, who's the founder of WordPress, because I happened to create a bunch of themes for WordPress really, really early on. And then he eliminated all of the spam themes that had like these self-serving links in the bottom. And so he's down to 200 themes and I had 5 themes left. And so he was like, oh my God, you have like a good percentage of the themes. And so we met and he became an investor of mine. You can't do that now though. That wouldn't work today, right? But there is something today that is a new thing that you can jump on.
All right, so what we're going to do, Lloyd, you're going to choose the commenter. What I want is everyone in the comments, Kevin, Weinman, Kent, Anisul, Caleb, everyone out there, Evie's jacked. I know Evie's got those big guns. Put how you can help one person today. We're going to do the help one person challenge, and Lloyd is going to choose the person that we're going to donate $250 business grant. You have to use the money towards your business. Boris, by the way, we'll bring him on in a little bit. After Lloyd, I'm going to go to the live business advice. So if you have business questions, if you have things you want to work on your business, we are going to do it. If you want to start a business, if you want to quit your job, I'm going to call your boss for you. I'll quit your job for you, whatever you need to do. But how can you help one person challenge today? So put how you can pick one person to help challenge, and Lloyd is going to pick the winner for us. So I want to see a shit ton of comments. There's so many people here. I love that you guys are all participating. I love seeing you guys here. Like I was in the bathroom, and I just felt so. I was what? We all use. Bill Gates uses the restroom. All of us use the restroom. Why is it called a restroom? It should be called like a relax room. Why is there? It's like I'm not resting in there. I'm like relaxing. So how can you help one person today challenge? And so for me, I want to help every single one of you. That is my goal. I'm here at least another 4 hours to help every single one of you. And that is my challenge today. So help one person challenge. Post it in the comments below. I want to see every single one. And then Lloyd is going to choose who we give the $250 business grant to. There's a lot of people doing things, man. I love that. All right, so people are starting to post Lloyd.
And so I just pick.
Yes, hold on. So, yes. So Kevin is going to go help someone in the Facebook group for monthly 1K challenge. Jason Randell. Okay, dude, Cherry Cuckles just helped Erica Bates. I love when people take action right now. Cherry just helped start online events and looking out for Erica. I love that. Joe Kearns getting on a free coaching call with a friend who needs it. Yes, Joe. Fuck with that. Evie Hernandez. I used to do that when I was in college and fresh out of college. Katie is going to buy a mask and pass it along. That was pretty good. She knows her audience. Alyssa Payne. I have helped my good friend start the business she's been talking about. Neota. I like yours as well. Neota is my favorite name of the day. I can connect with someone in my network and give them a strategy session. Awesome. Help get them results.
I like this one. Someone said choose Kitten Lawson, but I don't see Kitten Lawson.
I don't see Kitten Lawson either, but I saw that quote. It was good. But if we see Kitten Lawson, raise your hand. Ooh, Ryan Weber. That's cool. Free drone video. I'm super into droning lately. I have one over here.
Don't call it droning.
Dude, I'm almost 40. I can tell I'm old when people are like, hey, are you using Airtable and Notion? And no. And I'm like, No, but I've
It's
been resisting.
Excel. Come on.
No, I know, but I've been resisting it, so I've been going into it. So I'm like, let me at least go experience it.
I know Howie.
Let me see. I would bubble. So this person, I'm like, yo, I'd buy a couple AppSumo tools for my sister's business. Okay, selfishly, I like you. I don't know who that is. It doesn't show your name.
Let's do Kitten Lawson. I like that. I love immigrants. I think that immigrants are what makes America great.
All right,
I think
kid,
it's that
you
spirit.
just got $250. I don't even know if you know you got $250. My father's an immigrant. A lot of people are immigrants, have built this. Everyone who's built America is an immigrant at some point in time, or their family member was an immigrant, which I find that crazy that people fucking forget that.
I know. It's so ridiculous.
Every single one of you if you're in America, you're an immigrant. It's literally impossible to be here.
Unless you're an American Indian.
They're not. Yeah, that's true. They're not immigrants.
Yeah. They would that too.
All right. So Kitten, and why did we choose Kitten? I want to see where that answer was. There it is. He's a Nigerian immigrant that started his own web agency here in Texas.
That's great. I love it.
Kitan Lawson, I think it's Kitan. If it's not, could be. Post, I'm at Noah Kagan on Venmo or PayPal at okdort.com. Send me a request. I'll PayPal you live on air, $250 to put towards your business so that you can go out there and have exponential impact and help at least one person today. Everyone, I love this crowd is fucking awesome. That's why I can't believe this is my job. Like everyone, a lot of times when people win, they're always like, boo, boo. Like the people here are all excited for him. So that is amazing, man. Look at that. And
no, usually jobs you get paid for. I'm just saying.
What's that?
Usually jobs you get paid for.
Dude, our YouTube channel made $1,000 this month.
What? American,
yeah, dude. I was like, that's
great,
cool.
dog.
Yeah. Just like 50,000 steps, it all starts somewhere. So that was very cool that we were able to do that.
All right, man. I appreciate it.
So everyone
awesome.
By the way, Lloyd, two last things. Oh man, all these people are actually taking action on this. And Kitten, post your URL, man. I want to give you some love so we can tell people to go check it out for your web agency. And Dieter, thank you for recommending him. A lot of people have taken action based on it. Lloyd followed his calling. Let's end it with that. I think, Lloyd, it was awesome having you on. I love you. I'm glad you found a call. How did you find all that fucking equipment? It's like, would you go on eBay and like be like, oh, manufacturing your mass equipment?
No, you just talk to enough people, and then, and then people know people. Like one question is like, they're like, I don't know who provides this, and you're like, okay, but who would you know that might know? And then you talk to that person.
Han, say that one more time because I think that was a really powerful one. And someone posts Kitten's URL, Kitten Lawson's URL, please, so we can share it. Say that part one more time because I think that's actually like a really key thing.
Yeah, I just so if I need something, an automated boxing machine, I'm like, ask somebody that I've worked with before another thing, and I'm like, hey, I need this automated boxing machine. And they're like, I don't know anything about that. I'm like, okay, but who do you know that might know something about it? And then you get introduced to that person, and then you ask them that same question if they don't know somebody, and you'll find somebody. Like it's a small world, the Kevin Bacon thing. Like it doesn't take long before you find the right people. People know people.
And so I think the point with that I want to highlight is that actually applies in starting businesses. And I think people miss that out. So when I've started businesses, when I've failed businesses, when you ask someone for something, and we'll talk about the coffee challenge, Boris, I think I'm going to have you do some challenge live on air. So I hope you're ready in a few. But when you get rejected, like, hey, I don't know this, that's a perfect opportunity to ask for a recommendation, to ask for, well, you said no. Who is someone that would say yes to this? Or who can help me with that? And I love that you did that.
All right, man. Thanks for having me on. I really appreciate it.
All right, Armbrust Industries, Armbrust USA. It's interesting you named it after yourself too. I have respect on that. I kind of think you're saying, look, my name is on this. Like I'm going to care about what I'm doing.
Yeah, I kind of and it's worked because like there's been times I've been like, I don't think this is maybe the best idea now because it's just so hard. It's the hardest thing I've ever done, and like it keeps you in it for sure. Keeps you honest.
Tell me a little more about the hard part, and then we're gonna bring on Gary Ware, a buddy of mine, and then Boris. Boris, you've been so patient. I know Boris. One of my best friends' name is Boris. I got you, but I'm hoping that this has been beneficial as well. But Tell us a little bit about the hardness, because I think that everyone's going through hard times, man. And it's nice to hear about it.
we got so many orders so quickly, and I put up the Shopify site so fast. I was like, how many orders could we possibly get? I was like, we'll ship in a week, is what I said, because I don't have the shipping part figured out. But how hard can shipping be? Turns out it's very, very hard, and we still don't have it figured out. Like getting this many boxes put together is like hard. It's just problems at scale that you just don't think about. And there's been so many times I've been like, man, this is just probably not worth the amount of effort. Because I've got literally 1,000 people yelling at me saying, where's my order?
I know. I saw that the Google reviews has all these people being like, hey, you promised, you promise.
Yeah. I mean, it's, you know, and consumers, like, you know, messages get mixed, and it's hard to provide a clear message. I'm used to enterprise sales, so consumers a lot harder. I think people just demand a lot more, and rightly so. It's, you know, their money. The thing I take issue with is when people are like, this is a scam. They're like, I got my money back and this is a scam. And I'm like, well, if you got your money back, is it really a scam? Because isn't the whole point of a scam for me to get money without giving you anything? And that didn't happen in this equation, because you wrote in and you were mad, and I was like, I'll give you your money back. And you were like, okay. And then I gave you your money back. And then now you're saying I'm a scam. It's not really a scam. It's just we were bad at fucking shipping shit. That's what it is.
I think one thing that's interesting, Lloyd, is that, and this is something I've reflected on a lot in the past months. Oh, we lost Lloyd. All right, Lloyd's coming back, but it went dark. The things that we're the most proudest of, I think, and maybe Gary, I'm going to ask you this first when you come on, so get ready for it. And for everyone in the audience, I'm curious your answer. The things we're most proudest of are generally the things that were the hardest.
Oh, for sure.
And I think that's one of those things that takes a moment to reflect on that. Because I noticed for me, I was like, what am I proud of? And I'm like, doing 50,000 steps, I'm pretty proud, because I'm like, yo, this is going to be, I thought it was going to be easy. But it's going to be really hard. And it sounds silly sometimes. They're like push-ups. I'm doing 100,000 push-ups. They're like, but you have to want it. And I think you want it. You want this, which I think is part of what you're proud of. And it has to be a fucking challenge. Like the things that we just get easy, like you're not proud of. It's nice, but we're not proud.
So you grow.
Something that feels damn good about it. What's advice you're giving to your kids nowadays, Lloyd, is our final piece?
I don't know, man. I think advice. Don't listen to other people's advice and trust yourself.
Just end it with that, dude. That's fucking dope. I love that. Trust your gut, trust yourself, love yourself, and trust yourself.
Definitely love yourself.
No, it's hard, dude. I'll tell you, sometimes I don't love myself, and I'm working on it.
Yeah, that's the most important thing, man. All right, I appreciate you.
Appreciate you too.
See you guys later. See you, everybody.
Right,
thank you.
ArboristUSA.com. Thank you, Lloyd, for supporting, just sharing your story and your calling. People are saying to check out your Google reviews. I guess no one's responding. Go respond to them.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, it's slow.
You know what's funny about that, though? If you're already making so much money and you're doing so well, it's like focus on the winners. Don't focus on the losers.
It's funny. We have customers standing up for us, like on Twitter, yelling at customers who are complaining. So, yeah.
All
right. See you, man.
All right.
Thank you, guys.
Lloyd, appreciate you. Love you too. All right. So, by the way, we're adding Kitten Lawson to our LinkedIn profile. If you have not added him, someone post his URL, please. I have a lot of respect for Lloyd. So, by the way, Lloyd from Armbrust Industries, guys, Lloyd has struggled for about 10 years. I've seen him with his business not doing very well. I've seen him through a lot of ups and downs with it. And you see the part where he's made $1 million revenue, not profit, which is always most important, in 3 months. But he is right. It's not overnight. It's from him struggling and going. And one thing I was thinking about on my chair, I'll just show you my kitchen table chair right there. I was thinking about it today, where a lot of the solutions of our problems is momentum. A lot of the solutions to our problems is like, get fucking going now. And Lloyd has been doing that for 10 years. And so it made it easier for him. So if you are not having the business you want, if you're not having the career you want, don't wait till tomorrow. Do it on this show. Do it live right now. We have at least 3 more hours. I'll do my step count. Do you guys want to do a $1 Venmo step count? And then we're going to bring on Gary. Gary, I want to know what you're most proud of. By the way, Kitten, tell us how to pronounce your name. Damn it. He just did the Venmo request. I just want to show it. Push up live challenge. I'm not gonna hit decline. I can't do the reverse thing. Push up. He did the YouTube live challenge. Boom. Paid. On. It's not. I think because I'm bouncing. Yeah, okay, I got to do it this way. All right. Let me see. Paid. Dude, my fingers are. I think I'm losing consciousness. All right. Paid. Boom. Got 250. Every hour, we're gonna give away $200 50 business grants for people that are willing to take action, make exponential impact, and start helping at least with one person out there today. If you guys want to guess how many steps I'm at, we're gonna do the Venmo challenge on it. I will Venmo you $1. Who I don't know who got it earlier. It's been a while, but make sure you send that Venmo request at Noah Kagan, and I will pay you for the steps. So who is gonna guess what steps I'm at? We are a little over 2 hours in. Holy shit! Fuck, it's gonna take a while. Gary, just come back at midnight, buddy. All right, guess the number of steps. Jesse D. Decker, good to see you, man. And guess what? If you have any business thing you want to talk about, I am really good at starting and marketing businesses and doing challenges. So we are going to do those together. If you have something, I'm here all fucking day to work on it with you. All right, so $1, whoever gets the closest to the number of steps. Holy shit, someone almost literally got it exactly right. And that person, I'll let 2 more come in just to see. It's good to see you guys. You guys are fucking with me. You guys are showing up for it. I hope while you're listening to this or watching this on your TV or on your iPad or in the background that you're also taking action. Like I want to be inspiring for you. I want to teach you and share the things I'm learning. I learn from you and I get inspired by you. I want you to start doing the things you need for yourself today. Helping one person challenge, doing the 100 push-up challenge that we talked about earlier. All right, so the closest person, let me just double check. Dude, this guy, sorry, ladies, he got it almost right on the money. Brian Weber, he said 14,654, and you could see 14,703. That was pretty damn good. He's my drone buddy from now on. So Brian, at Noah Kagan on Venmo, send me a Venmo request at Noah Kagan, and I'm going to send you some money. So what we're going to do, I invited a new buddy. And we're going to talk about life and race and San Diego, California burritos. Gary Ware. Everyone put it together, Gary Ware.
What's up? Noah, how you doing, buddy? You can't hear me?
How am I doing? Yeah, we can hear you great. How am I doing? I love this. I fucking love this. Like I could do this for another at least 6 hours. How are you doing?
I'm all right today. On a scale of 1 to 5, I'll have to say I'm about a 4.5.
Okay, there's a disconnect between how you're sounding about it between what your rating is. I've never heard someone be like, yeah, I'm probably the best day I've ever lived. So I think I'm okay. Like you, yeah. Like I was expecting like a 2.
No, I'm doing. Yeah. No, thanks for calling me out on that. Yeah, no,
you're good. Great, Hunt. Here, can I teach you a secret that someone taught me like 2 weeks ago?
Please. Yeah.
When you're doing webcam video chats or when we're trying to record something, we both want our heads at similar places.
Yeah, there we go.
So if you see, like, if I'm there, it's a little weird. Or if I'm up here.
But yeah, see now we're equal. And
we're equal.
For some reason, when you watch that, it actually makes it a little bit more enjoyable.
Yeah. Got it.
So people
do me?
I hear you perfectly. And by the way, California Burritos and Gabe Cuevas, dude, he knows what's up. He said in Old Town Mexican Cafe, that is what's up. Their margaritas are crazy. That place is really special. I'm probably going to be there in August, Gabe. We're going to do some, if people are meeting in person, I don't know if we are or not, but you might see me there. There's also another taco place in San Diego that's got really weird tacos. It's a chain.
Lolitas.
Yes. And they have like some really funky ass tacos that are bomb.
Yeah. Where they have like rolled tacos in the burrito.
That might even be crazy, dude. That sounds epic. Also in San Diego, which is where I know you're based, they have one of my favorites. I'm super into tiki bars, and they have one of my favorite tiki bars in San Diego. What is that called?
Is it the one that is in Little Italy?
Yes, it's False Idol.
Yeah, False Idol. Yeah.
Dude.
That chain is legit. Like that, the company.
Oh,
If
really?
you learn about their business strategy, it is amazing. They
Sure.
have
Teach us.
so their strategy is they will look in a town and they will say what is missing as far as food, and then they'll go build it.
Okay, that sounds so simple.
It's simple, but but from a restaurant, like, and then they have no problem demoing that concept and starting another concept. So where False Idol was another restaurant maybe like 5 years ago. Same company, they just demoed the whole concept, started over.
The same business restarted. I think what's actually well, and I want to introduce you, and I want you to introduce yourself because I really don't know you fully. I think
Yeah.
what I find fascinating is when there's a business that we just love what they do. So hear me out on that. There's certain restaurants and certain companies where it's like when they open a new restaurant, we're like, I want to go no matter what.
Yeah.
And I think that's the same with a content creator. Like if you're making YouTube videos like I am, or if they're making TikTok videos, or if they're doing blog posts, or they're like your favorite author. Like, you know, one of my favorite, Seth Godin, or I do like not
Right.
James Patterson. I like Jack Reacher novels. I like Jack Reacher novels. If they come out, I always read Jack Reacher novels. And so I think what's fascinating is what are elements of that business that we can all learn from, right? It's almost like that business has a certain level of expectation, and that brand is saying, yo, this brand is what here's the expectation for because we deliver on that. Never thought about that
Straight
as
up.
much. So who?
Especially in the restaurant business.
Well, there's a restaurant company here, and they're a ramen bar. And I think that's actually one of those things that's really interesting. Are you a ramen fan?
Yeah, I love me some ramen.
Dude, yes. But what's interesting is they opened ramen, and then they opened a izakaya barbecue, and then they opened a tiki bar, and then they opened a shabu shabu, like the dipping stuff. And I think what's really interesting about business strategy is who fucking knows? Like, who knows the right answer sometimes? And so I think sometimes it's like, hey, if you know a ramen place opens, open a lot of ramen places. But then there's also the other approach of like, hey, if you like ramen and you have a level of excellence, like open a bunch of like horizontal things.
Yeah. Yeah, it feels like they're in the same camp.
Go on. What do you mean?
Well, the ramen shabu shabu, like it's almost like Amazon recommends. He's like, hey, look, if you like ramen and you like this brand, you probably like this too.
Dude, I dig that. So someone says they like your shirt, by the way. What is playful as fuck? What does that mean?
That is part of my brand because that's what I do for a living. And so someone said, Gary, the stuff that you do is playful as fuck. And I was like, I need to put that on a shirt. And so I did.
You remind me of my very good friend Neville, who like makes a lot of t-shirts. And I think there's something beautiful in that. You're like, hey, this is important. This is what represents me. And I'm going to put it on. And so why do you think that is? Or what do you do with playfulness that we can all learn from?
Yeah. So I basically help adults use play and the elements of play to learn and to be better and to connect, all those things. Because if you think about like when we were kids and we played, we were super creative, we got along, and things were a lot easier. And as an adult, we forgot about that whole play aspect. We were like, oh, no, I got to work. And don't get me wrong, work is important. The hustle is important. You just have to have a moment like what you do. Like you and Neville went out and how many miles did you bike?
Oh, we did like 20 miles on Monday.
You know, it may be challenging, but that's an aspect of play. And I can only imagine when you got back to the office, you were more focused, you were more dedicated.
Energized. I mean, is this something you recognize, or were you like in a corporate job being like, yo, I want to play, I fuck these guys or girls, and I want to do like, where did this, I think one of the things that I think it gets me so excited is when I see people doing their dream jobs. When someone's like, hey, I really love putting on these events, or I love helping these children, or I love doing this clothing, or I love doing this service. And you can tell it's so fucking obvious.
Yeah. Now, I took an improv class. That was the catalyst for me.
Okay.
And it was one of those things where I'm like, dude, this was so fucking fun. And for 2 hours, we were completely just immersed in the activities. I didn't think about my to-do list. I didn't think about anything. And then I started bringing these games back to my team. I was in a corporate gig.
What was your corporate gig?
It was a digital marketing agency.
Okay.
And it was, again, I thought like, oh yeah, this is so rad. Like I'm a director, but when you have like these large clients that essentially own you, you're finding yourself working so much. And then because we grew so fast as an agency, that the fun that got me into it was gone. There was no more goofing off, even though we were more productive and we had better results when we had that mentality than when we felt like we were chained to our desk. So nonetheless, I took a improv class and I was like, I need more of this. And so I started bringing that mischief, bringing those games back to my team. And that was the catalyst for all of this. However, it wasn't for another 5 years before I actually started using this as a business.
All right. So I think one of the things I'm always fascinated with too with that is like, how did you go from, hey, I like this improv class, this is fun, to like, I can pay my bills doing this? Because like, I think that's everyone's dream, man. Like people say they want remote work or what they really want is just to live the life the way they want to live it, doing the things they want to do.
Straight up.
At least that's been my experience. Like, I don't know I like my job. I like my career. Like I get to share and teach and like help people grow business. Like fucking amazing for me, myself, and everyone's got their own. I guess, how did you start transitioning that? I think that's something people are like Alyssa, and we'll talk about fears in a second. So go with yours and then we'll come back to some fear stuff.
Yeah. So it's interesting because when I talk to people about this, I said, I did this out of desperation because what had happened was I personally thought, oh, yeah, I'm learning this improv stuff. I'm learning this play. It was always in service of my team that I currently managed. And then I thought, well, if I can work for this agency that is making, a few million a year, and I don't feel like this is like the place I want to be. Oh, the next step for me is to start my own agency. And so, me and two other co-founders, we started this agency, and the intention was to be like a lifestyle business where, yes, we do hard work, but it pays to allow us to do the work that we want to do. We are like, I don't know, 150 feet from the beach, etc. Cool. And what ended up happening, which I guess is a blessing in disguise, is about 3.5 years into the business, like most business, you get challenging, meet a few challenges, and then you start to see some true colors. And I came back from leading a retreat in Nicaragua, and my business partner basically said, hey, I think we should go our separate ways. You need to bounce.
So this is not, okay. So that's kind of a rude awakening. So you kind of do your own because you think, hey, I can do it better.
And then, so it was great. Like, if I were to look back now, the writing was on the wall, like, hey, this isn't all that it's cracked up to be as far as the business relationship. So I learned so much as far as business partners and who should I go into business with. I was very naive. I'm not afraid to admit that. I was like, oh, wow. All right, this is great. Without asking the tough questions of like, hey, what's going to happen when things get, challenging? Like how, what kind of person are you, under stress? Did not ask any of those questions.
Yes.
Did not do any of that stuff. And then there were some like ups and downs of the business, and it was a little bit rocky as far as a few clients were starting to bounce and stuff like that. And then again, because I was like, oh yeah, this is our lifestyle business. I was doing these improv classes and I was doing these things on the side just because it was fun. I was like, all right, I'm working, making good money. This is what I love to do as far as giving back. And it was fun. I was doing it. I was in Nicaragua leading an amazing retreat. We did a service project there. Like, it was awesome. And I came back and it was my regular check-in with my business partner, only to find out he was like, we're breaking up. And then get this, 2 hours after that, I'm like in shock. I'm like, what just happened? And then our landlord, me and my wife, so at the time I had a 1-year-old. My landlord called and said, hey, that house that you've been renting, I need to sell that in a month.
All right, hon. Let me just. Stories are so powerful. I'm like, and then, so just to understand. So you left to start your own business. You went on vacation. Your business sounds like it's doing well.
Yeah, we're in year 3. We're in year 3 at this point,
dude. Anything past day 1, I'm always proud of people. I'm like, yo, if you've been able to get on your own feet, that's just fucking. It's tougher than people realize. So you go to Nicaragua for vacation or work.
It was a retreat. Yeah, I was leading a service retreat. It was sort of work, but like, again, you're having fun. It is what it is. So,
and then you come home, and your partner's like, yo, deuces, we're out. And then your landlord's like, hey, we're out. This is like really defining of a person. And so.
Yeah, so at that point, I'm like, holy shit, what do I do? Do I get another job? Again, at this point, I had been doing digital marketing, working at different agencies for the last 12, 13 years. So I'm at a crossroads, and I had been doing like these facilitations for fun. And my wife, thank God, like she was level-headed. She's like, why don't you do this? Like, clearly it's bringing you a lot of joy. Clearly it's needed with these companies because most of the trainings that people have are boring as fuck. You bring play as a way to teach people. Why don't you do this? So you're talking about like, what was the scariest thing? It was funny. If you would have asked me 3 years ago, I thought it was going into business with 2 other people where we already had clients. I thought that was scary. Leaving my cush agency job, I thought that was scary. This was the scariest thing. Like not really having a business. This was just something I did on the side. And in 30 days, going to have to move. So like that was the scariest thing. And having a 1-year-old.
By the way.
Yeah, and my wife doesn't work because we agreed like she would stay home with my son, or with our son. So that was the scariest thing.
So that was 3 years ago.
2 years ago. That was 2 years. It's been
2 years ago. And what are you most proud of? Or
most proud of? This is the thing that I'm most proud of is the fact that yes, I was able to rebound, and I do these facilitations. But I was actually just doing a facilitation for a group, and the email that I got from them was like, it literally like made me very emotional. It was like, Gary, like this has been the most rough 2 months that we've had. And we came in not knowing what was going to happen. And this is all via Zoom. Normally, prior to COVID, like this would be in person. It's all Zoom. And we left feeling hopeful.
What happened?
It's just that, again, like this is like, I can't explain this. Like when I tell people about this, I'm like, I don't know, like what the fuck. Like I'm like, it is what it is. Like we're facilitating games, and we create a psychological safety, and a lot of these games are based in my work in improvisation. But just the fact that a team can get together and feel comfortable and feel safe, and you play these silly games, but then you learn something about your coworker, and then at the end, because you took your mind off of everything else, you actually have a moment of clarity. Like that's pretty wild.
What is something playful we can all do right now? You and me and everyone watching.
Yeah. Me and you. All right, cool. All right, so this is something that
I honestly I was bringing you on originally to talk about Black Lives Matter, and I thought that's where we're gonna go. I love where we're going. I mean, it's all. I think.
Well, I think we could tie it all in just a moment, but yeah.
So play. Let's. It's
right,
so
let's
funny.
play.
Like it's amazing. Okay, keep going. Excuse me.
Yeah. Let's play this game. This game is called Last Word, First Word. Okay. So what you're going to do is you're just going to we're going to get a prompt of something that we're going to talk about, and you're going to start talking about it, and I have to connect what you did by the last word that you say has to be the first word of my next sentence. And it's going to be wacky. It's not going to make any sense whatsoever. Just FYI, like it's going to probably go off on the rails, and it's going to sound weird. Grammar's going to be like,
I love it. Is there a way the audience can interact with it, or we can have the audience be
Yeah. Have them give us just a topic that we can talk about.
Okay.
Have them give us. Have them give us just a topic that we can talk about.
All right, so give us recommendations. Alex wants us to do a dance break, which I am afraid of that. I'm not afraid of that. I'm uncomfortable by that, so maybe we'll do that afterwards.
Right?
It depends on the song, and like I love dancing alone. If it's alone, I'm like, do that little shake, shake. But if you guys can give us some keywords about the
something
story,
we can talk about.
it comes in. There's a little bit of a delay, so it'll come in a second.
Yeah.
And then we will do a story based on the keywords. I think Boris, by the way, do it on the YouTube page, youtube.com/OKDork. It makes it a little bit easier for us to have it all in one place.
Someone said escape rooms, tacos.
Oh my God, these people know me. No,
Right?
No,
Hippos.
Dude, hippos are dangerous, man. I like
They
hippos.
are.
Play that funky music, white boy. Okay. Tacos, escape room. Oh, the guest name, Gary. Where can people find out about you? I want to put your URL below.
Yeah. My Instagram, Twitter, and all that is at Gary Ware, and my website's breakthroughplay.com.
What does it play?
Breakthroughplay.com.
I'm gonna put this. I'll put them both up. I always find it funny when people are like, "I'm breakthroughplay.co.uk.
.biz.
I know.
That
Like,
site.
all right, breakthroughplay.com. I'm gonna put that up down there. You guys should all be checking it out. If you guys want to have Gary come play with you, I bet you that sounds kind of strange if you were single.
Sounds weird.
When you're up at a bar, be like, so what do you do for them? Well, I help people play. Do you want to play with me? My assistant's here. She'll come in. Liz, you can come in. All right. Okay, so we got a bunch of words. Play that funky music, white boy. Do the work. I like that one. That was actually from Nick Saban, and you can come in. It's fine. Nick Saban. Who's the guy from the New England Patriots? Belichick.
Oh, yeah.
It's from their thing. One of their favorite phrases is "do the work." Liz, you can grab. Can you grab all that stuff? Yeah. I'll not the books donated. Sorry, one quick intermission.
Sounds
This
good.
Liz going to be on camera. No, she doesn't want to be on camera. That's fine. Yeah. I'll call you about it. Just take it with you if you don't mind. Thank you. And then the books, it dropped on the ground. You left it outside your car. Those 2 books. It's fine. Thank you. All right. That was a quick intermission by Liz. She doesn't want to be on camera. So, people are doing songs. I want to do a song thing. All right. So here's the thing with songs. If we play any music, then they make this video like you can't have it because of blah, blah, blah. So I want to be careful about, because I've put up videos and it's like, oh, there's a song in it. But I do want to talk. I have a question about songs. I'll ask you and other people. All right. So we have a bunch of words. Steve Rappel is here. Cool. Dude, people love your website, by the way. Erica said she loves your website, Gary.
Thank you, Erica.
Flexing on it. I like it. All right. So and then I'm going to put up your Instagram in just a second. Instagram, Gary Ware. Boom. All right. So what are we doing today, Gary?
Cool. All right. Let's have a conversation about do the work, since that is, I think that's good. And I'll start. And then you will go second. And the first word that you say has to be the last word that I said.
Okay.
And they're just like little phrases. And I'll give you a hint. This game, the gimmick to this game is all about listening. It's just a listening game. It's just practicing our active listening skills.
Okay.
That's it. All right, cool. One of the things that I love to do first thing in the morning before I get started is make a list of what I need to do.
Do I talk about myself or do I talk about you when I talk about doing the work? For me, doing the work is knowing what work I want to do.
Do you think that it's more challenging to do the work if you have a lot of stuff on your plate?
Plates. I like small plates. And I think I threw away my forks yesterday. They're in the recycling. They're recycling. All the people, I can't believe we threw away. Yes, I recycled my large forks. because I only eat with small forks, and I only eat with paper plates because paper plates I don't have to wash, so it's a lot more efficient. But generally, one of my favorite books is Mindless Eating, and it talked about how if you have small plates, you can't put so much food on it. But we're kind of mentally conditioned to eat everything on our plate. So with a small plate, I'll just eat what's on there. And so I think the point in relation to doing the work, thank you, Wyman, Kevin, and Rourke, is that when you have a smaller plate and you have to choose what's really most important, you'll focus and get the most important things done.
Done is my focus most of the day, right? Get something done, focus on progress, and focus on the quality of work. I find that because I tend to be scattered, if I don't have a short list and I look back on the day, I could have done a myriad of things.
Things. Things are always the most fascinating thing to me. Things. It's an app. Well, one of the things with things is I think about with business, the challenging thing with business is right now we can't travel. We have to dance at home alone. We make our own nachos. But the thing with things and work specifically, because a lot of the people here they want something more out of work, is that things are really just priorities. And priorities is really just a priority. And I think the thing with things is that we don't train, and this is what I'm noticing for myself, we don't practice enough focusing on just the thing. And so in the morning, I'm practicing just doing a thing. So I do this on my little iPad thing, and I write, and all I do is that thing, and that's it in my diary.
Cool. That's it. All right, cool. Check it out. Yeah.
That was your diary. I wanted to. Okay, fine.
Yeah. No, it's all good. That was basically the game. The whole point of the game, and normally when I do this with large groups, I asked, how was that different than most conversations that you have?
Oh, interesting. I'm paying attention more to what you say. I was also trying to listen to the audience so that as we're talking about these things, I can try to incorporate what they're wanting to talk about. Oh, Amazon's talking now. Incorporate the things that the audience wants. But I was trying to listen more intently to when you're going to stop.
Exactly. And most of the times, just because of our monkey brains, like you'll say something and then it will trigger something to your, like in my mind, I'm like, oh, yeah, have I done this? Amazon. And then you're not truly focused. The whole point of this game is it keeps you intently focused. It's not about like necessarily what we say, but it's just training us through a game to be more focused on what people say rather than going off on our own like little tangents.
So I think in the chat, they want to do the game as well. So what I'd recommend, Ricky Adagala, awesome name, awesome last name. You guys should do it. So Ricky just left a comment on youtube.com/okdork. You guys can find it there.
I know a game that they can play. So this is last letter, first letter on the same topic. So you say a letter and then you say a word, and the next word that I say has to start with the last letter that you said. So in the chat, it might be kind of weird, but it's just all about like just trying to be creative and trying to think outside the box.
Okay. So
but you have to do it quick. So normally,
yes,
like when you're in person, we have a little beat, but with the lag, it's going to be kind of weird to stay on beat. But just try to not delay as much. So you can go first. You can just say a word, and I have to say a word where the first letter has to start with the last letter that you said. Now, a few caveats with this game, because this game is all about like thinking on your feet, being fast and responding, and also being confident. It's all about confidence, because you may not necessarily know how to spell the word, but if you say it with confidence, it's just getting you to take action. This is all about taking action and making a step.
Okay. Some of the people are
cool.
having
to
go
say a word.
And then how does the audience participate? They should just do within the comments.
They should do the word. Yeah. Within the comments. Yeah.
I love it.
If they hear your word, what's the word that first letter starts with the last word, last letter of your word? So,
All right. First word that I thought was mustache.
I'm thinking of elephant.
Tomato. Are we supposed to keep it within a genre?
Yep, keep going. No, it doesn't even matter. Octopus.
Salmon.
Monster.
Radish.
Haircut.
Tornado.
Onion.
Noah.
Hungry.
Ooh. Yesterday. Oh shit. It's good.
Yummy.
Young.
Great.
Ooh. Taco.
Oregano.
Ooh. Opposite.
Exciting.
Grateful.
Listen.
Nice.
Eugene.
Empathy.
Yesterday.
Yamaha.
Hank.
Hold on, Hank. Yamaha ends with an A. Okay.
It's so good. My bad.
No,
It's all
we
good.
always say yes. K.
It's all good. Yeah.
Kangaroo.
Orange.
Eating.
Green.
Ooh. Nutella.
Apple.
Enzymes.
Snail.
Laxative.
Ecam.
Ooh, I like that one. Mindful.
London.
Nordstrom's.
Samson.
Is that another N?
Yeah, I think so.
Niece.
Examine.
Ooh. Engine.
Episodic.
Episodic. Cutlery. Why is there so tough?
Yeah, right. It's all good.
Sorry, I will let you out of it. All right, we're
Nah,
going
it's-
back to
Cutlery. It's all good. Yes.
So simple.
I'm gonna go off one of the ones in the comment entirely.
Oh, entirely. Why? I'm gonna go in the comments again. Yam.
Yep. Mac.
Christmas.
Samantha.
Oh, Samantha. Oh. Amazing.
Cool. And scene. All right. Cool.
Oh,
So
hey,
that
take
one.
a sec. That was cool. It's one of these things. Why do you think as adults we found it was so hard to? I was hanging out with my brother's kid. I'll show you a photo. This honestly, most kids are not this good looking. My brother's kid is like, I'm like, yo, you are an exceptionally good looking dude. Hold on, audience, back me up on this just for a sec.
I want to see a photo.
I'm looking for a portrait mode. Like, this is a good looking little dude.
Oh my god. Yeah. No.
Yeah, I mean it's kind of blurry. Which
Yeah, but I can see. Yeah. It's.
yeah. Dude's like, I was like, yo, legit. And I don't know, does everyone do that I know everyone does it, but I see some people, I'm like, definitely not yours. But I'm hanging out with him a week ago, and it was amazing how he's looking at life. Right? And Amazon's telling me they want to do no, Amazon stopped. They want to do a poem together. But I think what I was fascinated with is like how life gets more complicated as you get older, but maybe it should also just be more simple. Right? We're like, oh, this thing, like I have, I'm drinking, or like my expectations of these people, or who am I as a person, or I'm afraid of these things. And my brother's kid's name's Atlas. He was just living.
I love that.
So I don't know. I guess where do we kind of get off that? And obviously, yeah, we have responsibilities now, and we have, more than when you're 6. So I guess what have you observed with people playing, and where we're getting off track, and then how to bring that back maybe into the daily?
Yeah. Well, I have this whole thing of childlike versus childish. When you are childlike, you see things from different perspectives. You have that childlike wonder. You bring a playful attitude to your work. Like, for example, being on a treadmill while you're working, that's a playful activity. Childish is where you get, that's where people get confused. When we like talk about play, bringing the spirit of play, a lot of times they think, oh, that's a childish activity. Childish activity is, when you're being spoiled, or maybe you're not sharing. But childlike, yeah, how can we bring all the positivity out of when things were simpler and bring that forward to adult, being an adult? It's not easy. It's a practice.
It is a practice. I mean, and I think I've always thought that work should be fun. I've always thought that work should be like, it's not always every single day of every moment, but like, I don't think anyone should have a job. I think people should have careers. And I think work should be a playful thing. But then we kind of get caught into like, hey, the golden handcuffs, or we get caught in like, have to pay these bills, which, I mean, shit, that's tough, man. That's real talk. Like, that's gotta be tough if you're like, hey, I've got a kid and a wife, and I'm going to get kicked out, and I still got to make some money. I mean, how did you be playful at that time?
It was one of the things that I did was I remembered this quote, where it said the opposite of play isn't work. The opposite of play is depression. And it was by a lot of people credit Dr. Stuart Brown, who wrote this book on play, for that, but it's Robert Sutton, I believe his name is. And so it's just all about when you're in the stress mindset, oh my God, you can't be creative. That's what they talk about. Like when you put those EKG machines on your head and you have someone that has anxiety and you're super stressed, you can't, they don't coexist at the same time. And so knowing that, I had to put myself into a playful state so that I can be creative to think of how am I going to get myself out of this. Now, it's not easy, don't get me wrong, but the ways that I did that was my morning rituals of meditation, doing some exercise, moving the body. It put me in that state where I got the dopamine, where I got the endorphins, where I got the neurochemicals that allowed me to be creative.
How did you approach getting your first customer?
I took your advice. I did the rejection challenge. So, and I have to say, storytelling is a big thing with me. I'm all about, I have this mindset that data tells, but story sells. So all I did was I reached out to, I had a thing. I said, all right, look, if this is going to work, I need to get some customers. So I went on LinkedIn. I pulled up all the people that knew me personally. I sent them a message letting them know this is what I'm doing right now. And I said, 2 things. I said, you can help me in a few ways. If this is a good fit for your company, let's talk. Or do you know someone you can introduce me to?
Can you repeat that? And what happened from you doing that?
Yeah. So I went to LinkedIn. I looked at all the people that I know personally, that I have met, that know me, that know my work ethic, that, we've had a conversation more than just, a few messages here and there. And I let them know my situation. I was completely open and honest. I left out all the whole thing about I'm going to get evicted, I'm getting evicted, stuff like that. Just basically, hey, this is the new thing that I'm doing. This is how it's of value to you for your team. And then I said, let me know if this is a good fit, Or if it's not a good fit, no worries. Do you know someone that could benefit from this? And would you mind making a warm introduction? And by doing that, a few things happened. One, a few other people said, yeah, I do know someone, because it like triggers something in their brain where like, yeah, you need to talk to this person. And because we have a relationship already, they felt cool with making that introduction. And then the other thing, which was interesting, is that for the people that said no, I was like, all right, you know, it don't get me wrong. Like, it's not like it did sting a little bit. But again, when you approach something like a game, if you think about like any game that you play, whether it's a game in person or a video game, when you fail in a video game, you don't just like, all right, forget video game, forget Super Mario Brothers, I'm not playing this anymore. Like, you're like, all right, what's the next strategy? And that's like how I like to approach things, of like, this is a challenge. This is like getting past World 8 in Super Mario Brothers. Like, all right, what do I need to do differently? That, you know, instead of like, oh, I guess I need to give up. And another thing that I did, because again, I had a lot of time on my hands and I wanted to prove value, I called it complimentary recess. And so locally, I reached out to a whole bunch of people. I said, look, what I'm doing is kind of abstract and you probably haven't seen it. How about I come by your office on me, 45 minutes for your team? You know, no strings attached. And let me know what you think. And I gave away 100 of those.
No, you did not.
Mm-hmm.
You went. Well, I love when people do those kind of things. No, you don't. You're like, literally, I did. I just told you I did.
I told you 100.
So you went and
that was my goal. I said I'm only doing 100. Yeah, 45 minutes. 45 minute. Like, I consider myself the drug dealer of play. First one's on me. Next one you gotta pay. And so what that did was I got testimonials out of that, because I asked people afterwards. I said, "What did you like about this? And would you mind like making some introductions?" And most of the people, when I did it, their team was like, "We need this. This is like really cool." And I didn't get every client that way, but again, I'm coming from a place of value, and I'm putting that out there. And it is a big risk on my part because, and again, because this is a team activity, I'm not putting in the same amount of work that I would have if you would have hired me. I have a set of 5 games that we're going to play. Like, I already did the work for this. So I'm just like, for me, that's just my way of networking. I'm like, all right, cool. Instead of having 100 coffee chats with people, I'm going to have 100 like play sessions with companies and show what I do.
Dude, I dig that. There's a lot of takeaways that I'm going to highlight because sometimes when it goes fast and you kind of get the nugget, I want to just like bring the nuggets up a little bit higher. So Ricky commented that he's going to build his network on LinkedIn. So one thing I want to highlight with that, though, is that there's one thing to connect with someone. There's another thing to send a random message to like, hey, I know we're connected. You should read my ebook. I'm like, there's another thing to actually do something valuable. And the easiest way that I found recently, because I'm connecting, I'm still learning, I'm still growing and exploring. The easiest way to connect with anyone genuinely is to flatter them legitimately. That is what I've found recently, where I'm reaching out to people and I'm just saying, here's how you are impacting me. Here's what you did specifically that mattered. That's all I do. I don't say, hey, let me try to give you advice or let me help you with anything. I'm just telling them how they've mattered to me. And like even some of my podcasts lately, the first thing I do is now I just tell them, like, I have a woman coming on tomorrow, Lori Gottlieb. I cried in her book. Her book was so fucking great. And it really changed how I look at things. And I think she's gonna be like, wow, okay, now we can open up a conversation and a relationship. So I just want to highlight with Ricky, building a network is, you can add, I can give you my email address. It doesn't mean I'm going to reply to you. The value is if you have a relationship that Gary has been helping people and they're wanting to respond to him. So I love, Ricky, what you're doing. I would just try to keep experimenting with how do I build this relationship so these people want to be in my network, and it's actually like a real, it's kind of like who would I call if I'm in trouble? So I think there's something there with that. I love what you said about you went and reached out to, how many people do you think you totally messaged, by the way?
It was probably over, like my goal was 100, but it was probably double that, because there were a number of people where I'm like, oh, I didn't hear from them, so that doesn't count. Like they didn't, so I'm like, I gotta keep going. I gotta keep going. I gotta keep going. So it's probably like, and I still, well, so that was just getting started. Like even, like I still like have a habit of like, all right, I need to message some more people. I need to like, because as I'm expanding this business, I'm realizing, all right, now how can I get repeat customers? Because once you start getting that, everyone did a team building thing with you. Now it's like, all right, we did that. All right, cool. Well, now I'm trying to think, well, how can I continue to add value so that we can, instead of working together once a year, maybe we're working together 4 times a year or once and that's it. Like I want to continue to work with people over and over again. So I still, and this is like in this sort of training and development, you're like, unfortunately, this is like the grind. And again, bringing the spirit of play to it makes it a little bit more palatable of like, I still got to reach out to people. I still got to network, but like I come from a place of, this is a person that I want to connect with. Like I don't want to be like the sending you this weird message and then you unlike me, unfollow me on LinkedIn. Like I want to approach it like I want to have a connection with you, whether we work or not, like work together or not. Like networking and connections, like one of my like superpowers, one of my like strengths. So like I value connection. I value relationships.
It's obvious you do. It feels that you do. I feel it already. And like, I don't know if anyone knows this, like Gary commented on something on Instagram. We haven't had a relationship. And then I wanted to kind of have a conversation, and this is the first time we've ever talked. And I'm going to go, I'll see you down. I don't know if you do this. I'll show you what I do, Gary. I put you on my list. Do other people I love lists. And I know I got it from my mom. She does
List for everything.
She's like, all the lists are for my father. She's like, here's all the work you're going to do today. I'm like, all right. So there's this list. And so I put you on it. It's a little weird with the iPad, but you're on you see, it's like Instagram dude. That's my San Diego list. And so I keep lists of people and I actually actively like kind of remove and add. And yeah, you're definitely moving up the list. But I think point there is that it's, relationships and network. My mom kind of has really been interesting about the observation. She's like, it takes effort. Like if you want to build your network, like if you just make a connection, that's just one thing. Like you have to keep working on it. 2 other things that you said that I really liked, or 3 other things. One is the coffee challenge. So I want to someone to do the coffee challenge live today. So if you are willing to call and ask for a discount live on air, I will bring you on. And so if you are afraid of it, this is the person that should do it. So if you're like, hey, I don't want to call and ask for a discount, that seems too weird, post a comment that you'll do it, because this is the fear that you should go into, and I'll bring you on live and we'll do it live. Number 2, I think what was all really fascinating about what you talked about is that you had support. So you had a wife, and I think women are so good at this, man. Women are phenomenal at being like, you're not being the best man possible. Women are just like, yo, you're better than this. Gary, you love this plaything. Do that. And you're like, huh, I love you.
Straight up.
So I like that. And I'm going to highlight the, I think the third thing that I was thinking about related to this is that people stop doing what they did to get themselves successful. And so what I mean by that is there's foundational stuff. Like if every morning you're journaling and you're like, my life's getting better, then when you get more successful or you get certain things you want, you're like, oh, I don't need to journal anymore. And I think what you said, which I really fuck with and I resonate with, is I'm still reaching out to people. And I think what was interesting is to get your first customer, you just went and looked at all the people you've helped and said, hey, can you help me? And if you can't help me, can you recommend someone to me? And I'll do it for free, which is like, it's a no-brainer. And I love no-brainer approaches because of course they're going to do it. It's no-brainer. And you still are doing it. And I think that's one of my faults. I would say I'm disappointed in myself is that a lot of times I stop doing it. I'm like, oh, I used to do this. And then I stopped. And guess what? Are you as happy? No, just go back and keep going. And I'll say the fourth thing, just as a bonus, is that we're all afraid. We're all challenged. And I really do like this game, life is a game analogy, where there's no redos. There is level ups. Like I've really been feeling leveling up lately. And I think everyone has to say, well, what does leveling up mean to me? And when you lose your player, or when you are faced with adversity, like recently I've been wanting to work on a book and I got rejected by an agent. And it wasn't even a rejection. It was like, I emailed this agent who I have a relationship with, and they're like, hey, I'm really busy moving. I'll get back to you in a month. I was like, it takes a month to move? That's pretty fucking long. So I think what's interesting and something I've been really reflecting on is that rejection is a form of conviction testing. Rejection is a form of sense of saying, do you want this or not? That's all it's asking. And if you do, then you just show up, as Adam is saying in the comments. He's got one of them van names, which I love. You show up, but it's a test to say, yo, do you want this or not? And so I appreciate that. And you got tested, and you're still, and you're going forward with it. You got the controller, you're still playing.
Yeah. And then look at that, to that point, like of the game analogy. Anytime I want to do something that's outside of my comfort zone,
Yeah.
I look at it like if you're playing like Final Fantasy or something like that, I'm like, all right, what are the skills that I need to level up on?
Oh, I like that.
And then who do I need like in my corner? And this is like where the mentorship stuff comes from. And, what is this, that, and the other? And again, it's just my silly way of bringing a little bit of light and joy to the stuff that we have to do. But that's easier than like, oh, I got to do this thing called networking, or I got to do some sales calls. Like, I got it from reading this book called Super Better by Jane McGonigal. She talked about her TED Talk is like legit. It's all about, she said, this video will give you 10 years on your life. And it talks about play and how play can make you more resilient and stuff like that. And in her book, she talked about how she overcame a serious concussion by giving herself an avatar. She was Jane the Concussion Slayer. She had tasks, on her quest, and she had her allies, her playmates that helped her level up.
Dude, this is dope. So Jane McGonigal, Super Better.
Jane McGonigal.
I just her. I'll post that URL in the comments. So Jason Randell, by the way, are we not at 3 hours? This last hour went really quickly. So this is the URL.
That's what happened when you're playing.
Oh, dude, the thing just stops again. All right, get back on. Ooh. All right, so it is 3 hours. We've had a few costume changes. Anybody here, by the way, a Warriors fan? I thought more people. I thought like at least a few people would be like commenting on the Warriors hat.
Oh, look at that! I didn't even notice it was Warriors.
I busted out my hats out of the storage, so I was like, I got to represent the Warriors. I'm not really a day one fan, but I pretend it. And so I want to finish up with Gary Ware, and then we're going to go into live business advice. So I do want to bring on someone for the coffee challenge. So we're going to do a few things. One, who is willing to call someone on air and ask for a discount of something that they want to buy? Two, Gary Ware, what is something playful that we can start, that I can start, I'll just say selfishly, do tomorrow morning or do right now, something that I can add as part of my routine?
All right. I love this because I get so many people that say, I want to play, bring play into my life. And I say, bring the spirit of experimentation. What is something that you used to do when you were a child that brought you joy? And how can you block off 5 minutes and do a portion of that? Just like, don't even like, it's all tiny habits, micro commitment, 5 minutes, block off 5 minutes, and just do that.
What's an example?
What
are some examples?
So, for example, for me, when I was a kid, I loved Legos. And I still love Legos. But I found as I got busy, I stopped building, and I wanted to get back into that. And so I made a commitment that every day for 5 minutes, I would just get a pile of Legos and just build. And then I will monitor how do I feel in the beginning and how do I feel when I'm done. And then I found more often than not, I felt rejuvenated. I felt powered up so that I can just jump back into whatever I was doing. And then the most recent thing that I am experimenting with is when I was a kid, I loved magic, and I loved like doing silly ass magic tricks. And so I like for 5 minutes would just go and learn a magic trick, and then I would do something where I'll like just play around with different sort of magic, and it's just for me. But again, it brings a sense of joy, and that's it. But once you start doing it little by little, you'll want to do more of it, and you'll make space for it. But adults are busy, so 5 minutes is too much. 2 minutes, like tiny habit style.
Dude, I love that. I think for me, it's been biking. So I like the idea just conceptually. I'm just going to repeat it because I thought it was so powerful. It's just like, what did you do that you used to enjoy? And maybe it doesn't have to go all the way back to childhood. Maybe it could be like, junior high, high school, college. Yeah. So what are some of the things in the audience? I know for me, it's bicycling. Like when I'm just biking, like even, sometimes I'm biking far, but if I'm just biking around, I'm like, feels at peace.
Yeah.
And then playing chess. So I've been just like going back to chess because I'm like, I've always really enjoyed playing chess. So, all right. So a few people in the audience are saying a bunch of things. Erector sets, Erica's running and racing, biking is another one. Kale, baseball for Kale Marker. That Kale Marker name sounds like a professional MLB player.
Right?
Like Kale Marker, second base, is coming up to the bat. Jason Randell, let's send some of my favorite tacos out. Okay. I think we might do something like that. For someone in Austin, I can deliver some tacos. RJ Youngley, martial arts tricking. Hell yeah. Anis Sol is chess. Max Brand, he wants you to fly to Australia, Gary. I guess if you'll pay for him.
I know, right? I was just there in February before quarantine. I was speaking at a conference, so that was my last big trip.
What's your next big trip?
I don't know.
I know. Where do you want it to be?
I was on track to go to Europe this year. Like I want to go back to Europe. That would be fun.
Hell yeah. All right.
I was going to be in Portland for a hot minute, but yeah. So we'll see.
Dude, people have cool stuff. Matt Murphy, throwing the ball with my dog. Oh, Reed Porter, yeah. Roller coasters. What's up, Reed? Chris is American Ninja Warrior Obstacles. I remember a few years ago, I hired this guy, Nate Desmond. He works at Google. He's like really, really cool guy, but he looks the most dorky person you can ever imagine. And I told it to his face. But this guy was like, this is 4 or 5 years ago with AppSumo. This guy was like super into parkour. It was like parkour hardcore.
Yep.
And I was like, dude, you're so fucking cool, Nate. He was just so fucking cool. Oh, dude, yes. Ricky, rapping, writing lyrics. Jason Randell, the game of Go. Elizabeth, doodling and painting. For some reason, I read that. I thought panting at first. I was like, okay. This is a very open-minded community. Dude, there's a lot of amazing people. All right, Gary, you're going to choose the next winner.
Cool.
Jason, Jason Randell, by the way, are we at an extra hour? I think we just passed it. I've only done 2 people. We've had 2 winners. Catan and Aqua. Oh, StarCraft. Yes.
Yes.
All right. And by the way, everyone go show some love to Gary on Instagram, instagram.com/GaryWare. Gary, this was so fucking cool. Like it energized the fuck out of me.
That's what I'm here for.
I do this thing and I'm like, I don't know, just like feels like alive. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's funny though, when you do the kid stuff or you do the play stuff, I think the fact that we feel self-conscious is the answer.
Mm-hmm.
When you're
Play's
feeling
a vulnerable thing. Play is very vulnerable. And then when you could do it and then afterwards look back and you're like, oh, no one made fun of me. Everything's cool. Like you get that high, that boost.
I think what's interesting is just thinking about my brother's 6-year-old again, like he's not worrying about like how his clothes look. He's just he got in the water. We bought a fishing pole and we were going to go fishing and I was going to teach him how to fish, but there was no fish because the water was like a few inches high. So we literally instead, and I think this is the beauty of children that I think that's probably what's got to be amazing about having children is we ended up throwing rocks for the next 2 hours.
Again, like all of these things are lessons for life of how to be agile, how to like not just let your expectations like, oh, the one thing I wanted to do, it didn't happen. Oh, woe is me. Is like, all right, what is the opportunity? What is the thing? What is the next thing that we could do? And kids, they're experts at that. Like my son, like dude is super creative. And the stuff that he does, I'm like, I would never have thought of that. And like I love it.
Dude, people love you. Wow, people are staying up late night. So what is one I guess everyone said their thing they're going to play on. Gary, do you want to choose someone?
Yeah.
I think
Just
one
anyone
thing,
in the comments?
yeah, so I want everyone to put a comment. What are you going to do for play either right now,
Yeah.
today, if it's daytime, or tomorrow? What is the play challenge? So I want everyone to put, like, what is the one thing they're going to do for play in comments. We're going to give a $250 business grant live on air. I gave it out to Catan. Then we're going to, I guess. So, yeah, I have to catch up, Jason. Jason and RJ. I love you guys. You guys are dope. Jason, I'll send you tacos. Message me on Instagram at Noah Kagan, and I'll send you some tacos for helping out. RJ, I'm going to figure out something with you. I like you too, man. Send me a message on Instagram, and I will get you some tacos in Austin. All right. So what is something for play you're either going to do tonight or in the morning or today? We're going to give a $250 business grant. Gary is going to pick them. And so I'd love to see where we're at with that.
Cool. All right. I'll let a few more come in, and then
let a few more people come in. There's a good amount.
Yeah. Oh, and while they're typing in, I want to give everyone a tip on the whole play thing. There is, it's all about the mindset. In the book Super Better by Jane McGonigal, she said, there's a lot of research out there that shows that play is detrimental to your health, makes you antisocial, yada, yada, yada. But there's also the research that shows that it makes you resilient. It helps you overcome obstacles. It helps you connect better. And the one thing in the research that is the difference between antisocial, no life, to like, resilient, etc., is your purpose. When you go into doing that play activity, you have to tell yourself, I am doing this to power myself up. I am doing this to give myself energy. I am doing this so that I can do that next thing. Because if you go with the whole, oh, I'm going to play as a way to escape from doing work, that is going to be your pattern. That's going to be your habit. And every time something challenging comes up, you go to play so that you don't do it. So you need to have the mindset of play as a power up, and you will reap the benefits. So who are we picking?
All right, we're about to give away $250 business grant. Before we do, this is the cliffhanger. This is where you have to kind of keep them cliffhanging for a while. Everyone give some love to Gary Ware. Gary, I'm going to see you in 2 months in August. Amazing fucking having you come on. I hope you inspired everyone to have a little bit more play in their life. They're going to do the play challenge. We're going to give out $250 business grant to someone who's going to do some play. Check out Gary at Instagram.com/Gary, or his URL below is breakthroughplay.com. The 250 challenge. Oh, play as a power up. All right. So how are you going to play? What is up, Angel Lopez? Chelsea Ray Schmidt. What is up? Oh, okay. You're choosing it, man. I can't choose for you.
All right. So can I just put it up on the screen? Right.
Can you? Yeah, if you could actually click it. Can you click it? No, I don't know if you can. Let me see if I can give you like superpowers. No, I can't.
No, I'm just going to pick random person here. Alex Chang.
The Star Wars?
They said hop and skip around the house.
That sounds dope. She also said she's had a lot of good ones. She said she's gonna play in the dirt too. All right, Alex Jang, you won $250 business grant. PayPal at okdort.com or Venmo at Noah Kagan right now, and I'll send it live on air so that you got your $250. It must be used towards your business. There's no catches or strings or anything, but use it and then come back and let us know what you did it for, how you made it beneficial. Gary Ware. Dude, you're the man. Everyone, give it up for Gary Ware. Thank you, brother. Have a great day, man.
Take care, man.
Dude, you're the best. Cheers. All right, so we are coming up on 4 hours. That was dope. All of you guys, yeah. So give it up for Gary Ware. Make sure to check it out. So yeah. By the way, for RJ Youngling and John Randell, is it Jason? Sorry, I can tell I'm losing a little bit. We're coming up on hour 4. So if you're just tuning in, if you're just tuning out, you're in the right place. We basically have 2 more sections left in our agenda. Number 1, we're going to do live business advice. So if you want to start a business, if you want to grow a business, if you have marketing questions, and we're going to do some challenges live on air. So if you want to do that, I'm here for at least another 2 hours, I think, to get to 50,000 steps. So you're in the right place if you want to do that. And then towards the end, in the last hour, we're just going to do a number 1 priority challenge where myself and you, it might be in the 3rd hour, but we're just going to work. So I'm going to watch you, you're going to watch me, and then we're just going to do this type stuff or whatever it is you need to do, phone calls or whatnot, and get some work done. Dude, you guys are so damn supportive. I love every single one of you. But Jason, I love every single one of you. And I appreciate how much all of you guys are helping each other. Oh, Cynthia's come on. All right. So Cynthia, Boris has been waiting forever. So I gotta make sure I take care of him. And so in terms of steps, we're gonna guess my steps in 4 hours at the 4 hour mark. I guess I skipped the 3 hour mark. I can tell I'm fading a little bit, but I'm not giving up. I don't want y'all to give up. We're gonna have fun today and do this. And I definitely is really more enjoyable. It's awesome, and I hope you guys are enjoying it just as much. I'm glad you guys are all participating. You're showing up. Let me just ask as we're going. 2 things before that. Yeah, Boris is seriously fucking the most patient guy I've met. What are you working on today? I want to know. I have 3 questions. I'm just gonna do questions right now. I need a little break on talking for a second and listening. Number 1, what are you working on today? So everyone posts what they're working on today. What I'm working on today is working for you. I'm working so that you guys can overcome fears, learn some new things, get motivated, get excited, start making a difference. So, and I'm doing that with 50,000 steps. So what are you working on today? Cam Fulton, yes, I'm still at it, dog. Come on now. Cam just called it out. He's like, I cannot believe 2 hours after conference calls, he's still at it. Yes, I even turned up the speed because I have a board meeting at 6. And so what I might do is at the board meeting, I'll just leave the video on and turn off the audio, and that'll be our work hour for the last hour. All right, so what are you guys doing today? It's a little bit delayed. Holy fuck, I love seeing all these things. Oh, we're going to start some businesses. Justin, we will start some businesses. I'm here for at least another 3 hours. So Matt Murphy is applying for copywriting gigs. I want to talk about that, Matt. You're in the right place. We're going to do a little bit of that. Emailing my list. Erica, yes. I wanted you to talk about that. Alyssa Payne, I've never enjoyed a live stream so much. I've never enjoyed it either so much. This has been great. Master's program in leadership. Hell yeah. Kale is building my podcast and vision driving Uber for cash. I have so much fucking respect for like Amazon delivery people or DoorDash delivery people or Grubhub or Uber drivers. The fact that people are like, yo, I think where I respect so much is that they're willing to hustle. They're willing to check their ego. They're willing to put in the work. Like a lot of respect for that. So much respect for people who are willing to kind of face themselves and do those challenges. And hanging with your kids, dude, that's even tough, man. Not thank God. I mean, I don't have children, and if and when I do, that's hard to run a business and do that stuff and kids at the same time. Gabe, I'm working with clients who are paid clients, and I'm reaching out to them to see how they're doing business-wise. That's how you do it, man. I'm just leave this up. Everyone read this. Pay attention. Look at the screen for just 2 seconds, or it's going to take you about 10 to read it. Gabe said, and plus Barrio Dog, I'm coming for that taco burrito place in San Diego. But he said, I'm working on clients who were paid and left, it sounds like, and checking in to see how they're doing. And it's doing great. People resigned, and I made shy just of 10,000 from old clients. You never know what folks are doing these days. So I love this, Gabe, that people are coming back on it. You know, hold on, Alex, I got to stop you for a second. I'm going to do a little timeout here. Why isn't it working for the woman right now? I don't get why it's always the man, right? Because like I think women are much smarter than us men. That's why like they have babies, because God was like, yeah, I trust them. I don't trust these dumbasses over here. So we got to maybe fix that it's working for the woman, not the man right now. We're working for the person. But I'm getting my space clean for small microgreens business. Yes, spare time fun tonight. So Alex, maybe I'm going to prod you a little bit. That sounded inappropriate, but it's not. Instead of getting your space clean, how can you start getting customers? So a lot of times in business, and we're going to talk about this in live business advice coming up, is that we do all the things except the hard part. And the hard part of every single business is the first customer, just like the first step. Now we're like, I don't know how many steps in, we're deep. And so, but you got to start on the customers and the hard part, because the play part is the easy part, and that's the fun part. With Lloyd, as we talked about with the mask guy who came on earlier in the show, big up Lloyd's Armbrust USA. He went and made sure he had demand, which was high demand, and then getting the money and the machines was trivial. And so I want to maybe talk with you a little bit more about that. So you guys are all doing amazing stuff today. Yes, do stuff for yourself. RJ Youngling, what are you up to, man? Kale Marker, questions. Yes. So if you guys have questions, youtube.com/OKDork, and I can bring you on the StreamYard and we can talk about them live. I've got a few people lined up. Boris has literally been waiting 3.5 hours. So that's respect to Boris. So I want to make sure we give him his due credit and his love. And sometimes having a job, working for someone is not bad. I think there's been stigma that like, yeah, entrepreneur is great. Working for someone sucks. It's like, no. What really matters is like, what are you trying to do and which is helping you live the life you want? That's it at the end of the day. That's it. So if you have a job where your boss is cool, the woman is cool, you get paid a shit ton, you get to do what you want, you get to do it wherever you want, take the fucking job. Who cares about like, I don't know. People always think, oh yeah, being an entrepreneur is better. I'm like, no, it's not. It's really about like, how do you create the lifestyle you want and what enables you to do that? All right. So if people are taking action, if you're taking action today, that is who I'm going to fucking start calling out. I'll start promoting. And I'll start trying to lift you guys up a little bit more and do my best to bring you out there. So Ricky, I got to just call out Ricky real fast. He's working on connecting unemployed youth and out-of-work people to new opportunities in the digital space. Yo, that's legit. Ricky, if I'm going to post the link to the StreamYard. I also need to double check like how long the StreamYard could go for because I only think it goes 4 hours. I just want to make sure it doesn't end. All right, I got to upgrade. Oh, shit. I got to upgrade to the premium version. Hold on. Don't go anywhere. I'm upgrading to the premium version. Otherwise, it might end in a few minutes. Hold on. Am I on the professional? Yes. Okay. Whew. It's got 8 hours. All right, because I thought it was going to cancel us after 4. StreamYard ain't going to cancel culture us. All right. But Ricky, I'd love to get you on and talking about that. I think that's really interesting if you are interested. Number 2 question of everyone out there before we get going. So, Alex, you need to do – I got some challenges for you today, and we'll do some challenges that you guys should all participate in. Everyone. Why? Because you showed up for a fucking reason. You wanted some results. All right. Number 2 question. What is your song right now? Like, what is your fucking jam that you, like, put on the radio? Well, I guess we don't do radio because that's, like, 1980s. That you put on Spotify or Apple Music or on your Alexa? Don't play Alexa. What is your song right now? Alexa, stop. No, stop. No. Stop. I can't put the music on, otherwise they're going to cancel the show. I'll call out my steps in 4 hours, which is in 10 minutes. And by the way, for our previous winner, who I believe was Alex Jing, send me a Venmo request at Noah Kagan or PayPal at okdork.com. We're coming in the live business advice challenge, or live business advice section, including challenges. The other thing that's really special is I wasn't expecting these conversations to be so damn powerful. And I think a lot of you, I know for myself, I was like, dude, I'm fucking more energized than before from hearing these people talk about different things going on. All right, yes. All right, here's the songs. This is awesome. What is your song? My song right now, I'll post it in the comments as well, because I think I'll be posting, is the Everglow. I'm going to call out all your songs. This is like 1990s, early 2000s emo music, but it's the Everglow by May. I'm digging it. Ooh, all right. So I'm putting on some of your songs right now. Copy these down, or RJ Youngling, can you put this in a notes thing? Because like this is the shit, like what's your pump up song? I'm talking like, all right, let's fucking go song. All right. Ooh La La, Run the Jewels. I know that. I think I know that one. All right. Oh, I haven't heard this one. Spite Break by Propeller Heads. All right. Vultura, Deep in Your Mind by the Deep House Set Winter 2017, mixed by Johnny M. Hell yeah. All right. Alex Jang's got some funkiness. I like that. Don't Stop Till You Get Enough. Michael Jackson, Massimo Gilberti. I'm going to call every single one out. So if you haven't left a comment, leave it and I'll call you out. He's got the Muse playlist. Acme Lee. I Woke Up There, Alexa. Hello, Alexa. Acme, dope name, by the way. Justin Kavanaugh, Lucky Star, Madonna. Hey. All right, You Could Be My Lucky Star. I Choose by India Arie. I haven't heard her name in a while. DJ Stuff, Armin van Buuren. After Hours by The Weeknd. His new album, at first I was hating on him because I'm like, Michael Jackson's the original. And then Neville was like, well, do you like this music? I'm like, yeah, the music's good. He's like, shut up then. So now I like The Weeknd. His stuff is good. It's good. But I feel like I was one of those people like, I like The Weeknd before he's popular. You guys know what I'm talking about. You know what I'm talking about. RTJ4, I don't know what that is. It sounds like a disease, but it's pretty interesting. Creedence Clearwater. Have you ever seen the rain? Hell yes. I was in van life for the past 3 weeks and I was playing some like John Denver. I didn't even know who he was, but I was like, oh, this is pretty good. Are we almost at the $250 again for 4 hours? We're almost there. 4 Minutes by Madonna featuring Justin Timberlake and Timberland. Yes. Dude, who was into Missy Elliott and Timberland and Busta Rhymes back in the day? Who else was into that? Who's still into that? Oh, dude, Flux Pavilion. They're like ravings, aren't they? Like the boom, 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 boom. Let me see. Boogie by Brockhampton. I like their older stuff, but yep, Boogie, and I like Brockhampton. Fame. Irina Cara? I don't know if it's the same one I'm thinking, but I like that. And the Hustle Stand, Rob Bailey and Hold Strong. A lot of Weeknd fans. Faith by The Weeknd. Yes. All right. Some people here still have good musical taste. I was gonna leave if you guys didn't like certain songs. Take on Me by Aha. Dude, yes. All right, Kevin O'Rourke, what you got, man? What a feeling. We've got a lot of 80s people. I was hanging out with my stepdad last week or 2 weeks ago in Albuquerque, New Mexico. He like only listens to music from the 80s. And I was like, Dad, don't you want to like update your stuff? Like it's 2020. Like there's some like really good things nowadays. And he's like, no, this is the best. I'm talking like, like when Journey in Boston, like when they're like crying and singing on stage and all that kind of stuff. And I was like, all right, man, if that works for you. He's like, no, that was the best. So I think there's something that says about my parents. They love consistency and they love what works. And maybe sometimes I like the new stuff too much. All right. Dear Brother by Nako. All right, Reed Port, I got to call you out on this one. Like a Prayer by Madonna. No shame. Dude, I don't know. Does anyone else listen to Odessa? I've been listening to Odessa. Odessa literally feels like the soundtrack of my life. Like if you don't listen to Odessa, every song feels like I am here to conquer America or the world. Chris, I got to call you out real fast, dog. I appreciate this. Appreciate how you've led this live and how others are showing up. Yes, there's so much stuff live. And I think now is honestly just as meaty as it's going to be in the beginning. I was like, oh, it's going to be a little lower energy. I was like, no, I actually think right now is going to be bigger because we're going to do some real results around business stuff. I think we had some really amazing conversations earlier. I'm glad you showed up. I appreciate every other person showing up too. Katie Gentry is Formation by Beyonce. All right. I wish that she was Jesse's girl. All right. I didn't say anything's wrong with the 80s. I'm just like, I told my stepdad, like, yo, it's 2020, dog. 40 years later. Dude, I do like A$AP Rocky. He's got a song LSD where I was like doing some stuff like a few weeks ago when I was doing some self-therapy. That song was hitting. All right. You guys are messaging each other. Yes, you guys should message each other. I'm going to give a few quick plugs on things. Then I have my third and final question. If you're not in our Facebook group, we do have a Facebook group. Let me find the link for it. It's okdork.com/group. It's free. We don't pitch you any shit. You can post your stuff. We moderate it very aggressively, so it's not spammy and you pay attention to it. Cynthia and Boris don't. Oh, Boris left. Cynthia, I got you, but I need to do Boris, and then you, and then everyone else. Good? Solid. All right. But join the group, and that's a really easy way to keep helping each other after this conversation. So I'm using StreamYard.com. That is the software. I've tried a lot of these ones: OBS, Ecamm, YouTube, MooTube, Streamlabs Lives, OBS. StreamYard, honestly, like I don't get paid by them. I'm not supported by them. I've tried Restream, and I'm working with Restream.io, which has been on AppSumo, and I do like the product, but this has just been working, and it's made it really easy to use. All right, so the group right here, okdork.com/group. So Loyal by a dude. If you want to go kill someone, put this song on. Don't tell them I sent you. But you listen to Loyal by Odessa and try not to kill someone. Seriously, like if you're not feeling good about yourself, take off your clothes. This is what I do. I can sometimes leave my underwear on. I put on this song, start doing this like beating stuff. I don't know what's really happening. And then I go take on the world. All right. But Loyal by Odessa. Wow. My song by them is A Moment Apart. That's what I was messing with this morning, but I can't play it. Otherwise they'll cut the show. They don't cut the show. They just don't like the replay is always annoying. The Roots. All right. So we've done a lot of music. What I want to do right now is who will come on live and do the coffee challenge. All right. So Cynthia said Daisies by Katy Perry. I don't know that song. All right. let me do a quick poll. Hold on, Cynthia. And Cynthia and Boris, they're in the green room. They're coming on later. Who else here? Okay. Who else here thinks not Katy Perry. Who else here thinks Taylor Swift is overrated? Anyone else? I was talking with my mom about it, and I was like, I don't get it. I don't think. Okay, I appreciate her being creative. I appreciate her putting herself out there, which is very tough. It's hard to put ourselves out there. I just don't mess with Taylor Swift as much as I think others do, and I don't get why she's so popular. That's just me. Anybody else? I'm looking for support here. All right, fine. You guys are all like Taylor Swift lovers. Dude, RJ Youngling's still representing 11:29 at night. Where is that? It seems like Europe somewhere. All right, so if you like Taylor Swift, put some emoji in there and just shame me. Just shame me with your love of her. All right, we're coming on 4 hours, which means another $250 business grant because I was slacking, and then a step count dollar challenge. So what I really like, Alex, that's interesting. Maybe I should watch a documentary because I think, again, when you learn about someone, you can understand them and you actually like them a lot more. What I like to do right now is the coffee challenge before we bring on Boris. So, Boris, do you want to do it? Will you call someone and ask for a discount live on air? Is that a yes? He's messaging. Yes. All right. So, without further ado, we are going to start doing some challenges, and we are into the live business advice portion of our online experience. Uh-oh, Liz is coming back in. Wait for it. Liz is my local assistant, and I think it's cool. I like give her work so that she can get paid, and then I don't have to do certain things, and it works out for everyone. So she's, I don't know what she's doing today. All right. Dude, it's 12:30 a.m. By the way, where is everyone in the world? Only reason I kind of stopped asking that question is because everyone always asks it on all the different like live streams. Like, where's everyone in the world? But honestly, it's so fucking cool. It's so cool everyone is in the world. So here's Coffee Challenge. We're going to bring on Boris right now. Post where you are in the world. Boris.
What's up, Noah?
Oh, dude, teach us. So by the way, everyone. All right, so they're posting where they are. Holy shit, this is so cool. All right, Guy is in Israel. Alyssa's in Toronto. Patrick Polchaka. Patrick will call you on in a bit. He's in Poland. Hi, Liz. Thank you.
Sure, there's all various receipts and stuff. Mazda didn't start. Lights came on.
It did not?
Didn't turn over, make engine sound.
Sure.
So
That's weird.
the lights are on the dash.
Did you put the clutch in? You push the clutch in? So you have to push the.
Stick shift. I didn't even think about it.
Yeah, you might have to push the clutch in.
And that's probably it's probably.
Do you want to? And then can you leave the papers in the car and in the scooter? 1 second. Intermission. Thank you, Liz.
I'm so sorry.
No, don't be sorry.
Yeah, let me just check and then I'll leave it out there. And I'll
Yeah, put it underneath the seat. So if you turn the scooter to the inside left, it'll open the seat, the scooter key,
That's right. Okay.
and then you can put.
I remember that now. Okay, cool.
Thanks. All right. I'm calling out where everyone is in the world. Holy shit, someone's in Kenya. We're doing like a live stream. Ian Bruns is in San Francisco. Matt Murphy's in, yeah. I'm basically, guys, I'm trying to see how much longer I can delay Boris before he comes and shoots me. Got someone in Ireland, Jonathan Cousins, Matt Murphy, Taylor Swift. No, Brian Weber in Milwaukee. What up? Oh, I might after Boris and Cynthia, I'll go get my my Packers jersey. Brian, if I might have to put on my Packers jersey. Cam's in Pennsylvania, Nigeria, Margarita, Texas. What's up? Philippines, 5:30 a.m. Good morning. Cherry Chuckles in the Midwest, Nova Scotia. What up, Darren? Reed Porter's in Missouri. All right. So the coffee challenge. If you have not taken it, who here has not taken the coffee challenge? Because Boris is about to do it live. Holly Hicks. What up, Holly Hicks? The coffee challenge is very simple. You call next time you go to buy something in person or over the phone, you call them, and we're going to put on speakerphone, and you ask for 10% off. And so, okay, oh, Drew hasn't done it. Who else has not done it? Who else has not done it? Raise your hand or say you have not. Oh my God, yes. More people, the better that have not done it. What I want you to do this differently, though, this time. So the idea of the coffee challenge is you call up a place, and you say, hey, what's up? I'd like 10% off. And that's all you say when you make your purchase. So you just say, I just want 10% off. Oh my God, so many guys have not done it. All right. If you have not done it, I want you to do it. I want you to either come on air and we'll do it live. All right. So if you have not done it, you're going to come on air. So you ask for 10% off. So here's the point of this. People are like, oh, you're Jewish. You want discounts, coupons. Like, I don't give a shit about that. What I've learned, the thing we've helped with AppSumo and all the things we've worked in business, all the things I've done in business over the past 20 years, what shocks me the most after helping tens and Boris, I'm coming to you. I'm not trying to delay. I'm really not. You have to give them context.
No, it's all good. It's all good. Sitting here, learning, enjoying.
All right, Jason, if you filmed it, post it up on YouTube. I want people to post them publicly. So here's what it is with the coffee challenge. It's not the discount. All right, I'm getting too sweaty on this one. It's not the discount. It is facing the fear of rejection. And after helping tens of thousands of people start businesses and fail businesses and try and doing it myself, the number one thing holding people back from starting a business is fear. I was going to say coffee. The number one thing holding, and I didn't know that. I was like, what do you mean it's fear? Just do the Tim Ferriss style, buy a landing page and ads, do the mom test, do this thing. It's like, no, that part is all bullshit. Those are fucking easy. The thing that's scary is putting ourselves out there for rejection. That is the number one fear of every single person. And I was very shocked. I was very shocked. Sorry, someone's talking shit about Taylor Swift. They're like, don't talk bad about her. I'm going to leave this thing. I'm like, fuck Taylor Swift. Just kidding, Taylor. No, I'm just kidding. I'm team Kanye, all right? Relax. So, but the thing with the coffee challenge is it's not about getting a discount, but what it is practicing as an exercise, the asking muscle and and getting used to rejection. Because guess what? I get rejected all the fucking time. Like, if you're single out there, get on Tinder and just get rejected all fucking day. The point being, though, is that I think what's amazing about rejection, or what I'm learning about it and experiencing it, and what I want to teach and encourage is once you get rejected, this is what, for people who've taken it, the coffee challenge, what happens after you get rejected? What do you think happens? My voice. I'm becoming Taylor Swift. What do you do? He's cursing me. What do you think happens after you get rejected?
Are you asking me?
Yeah.
Oh, hey. It gets easier the next time.
Yes. And then after you do it again, and after you do it again, it gets even easier. I think and yes, Kevin O'Rourke is exactly right. You just get a lesson. You get something, you get a teaching. And there's a lot of people who haven't done it. So that I want to bring on people more live. We'll do a few of these coffee challenges. So Boris, do you have someone you can call that you've been wanting to buy something from, or food, or like even ask for a discount on something you're already paying for? Here's the thing. It should be a little awkward.
Yeah, because I was thinking if I order the coffee, then I have to go get it in short order.
Afterwards?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I was thinking about just calling a Starbucks.
Yeah, let's do it.
Then, yeah.
All right, can you get your phone out? And then we'll go over Here's the thing. A lot of people ask me business stuff. Why? Because I've started many businesses, blah, blah, blah. They work. I get rejected. I don't get rejected. I keep going. I find out what I want. I go after it. I get it. This is where it all starts. This is what's holding 95% of people back. And they always ask, well, what about this idea? What about, it's like, it's never that. It's the fear. And so that's why I encourage the coffee challenge. I want people to post them publicly and send them to me, because I think you learn so much more about yourself and you grow so much. So can you want to get out your phone and do it live?
Yep, let's go.
All right, so put on speakerphone so we can all hear it.
Can you hear that?
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. Hey, how are you doing today?
Good, how are you?
I'm well, thank you. I'm curious on the price of a grande coffee. If it's just dark roast.
Sorry?
How much is a dark roast grande?
306.
306. Is it possible to get it for 10% off?
Is it with what, sorry?
Is it possible to get the coffee for 10% off?
No.
Is there any way? Do you offer any type of discount?
No.
Okay. Okay, I'll come in a little bit and grab one.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Have a great day.
You too.
Bye. She didn't go for it. And there was like the experience. Yeah, I mean, it wasn't too bad. Like I learned with software companies that typically there are discounts to be had. Like if you're using something and you email, write in, and ask politely, people are pretty generous most of the time. It's like 50-50.
First off, props, dude. Like, seriously.
Oh, thank you.
I think there's the part. No, it's like I'm uncomfortable watching you. I was like,
Yeah,
I'm like, oh my fucking god, dude, this is so weird.
especially like the second bag where it's like anything at all. Just like, no, dude.
It's not about the thing I want to encourage, and we'll have a few more people do this. It's not getting the discount, and part of me, as you did it, I felt insecure because I'm like, what am I encouraging people to do? And the reality is that what people need is to overcome the fear of putting themselves out there.
Mhm.
And this is a very safe space where, like, are you injured? Like, Boris, are you injured at all?
No, I feel good right now.
Yeah. How did it make you feel going through it?
Well, I mean, it was kind of different because I wasn't asking out of like necessity or I think it was different because it was staged, right? That I wasn't actually going in there. Like I wasn't actually in the store looking someone in the eye and being like, hey, can I get 10% off? It was much more impersonal on the phone. So it wasn't like, I mean, I didn't feel that weird about it at all.
I mean, I don't think you have to discount it.
What do you mean discount it?
I think it's still weird. I mean, yes, is it weirder in person? But I think you at least are willing to say, hey, I'll put myself out there for some form.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, there's not a lot to lose either. Like they can just say no, and you kind of feel silly.
Yes,
but it's easy to move on from.
Let's try it. You ready? Okay, so for anyone else who has not done it, if you're willing to come on air, I'm gonna do hang out with Boris about his business, and then Cynthia, and then we'll do another coffee challenge. If you are down, a lot of you people have not done it, and if you are saying, hey, I have not done it, so like Patrick, Reed, let me see. A lot of other people who have not. A lot of people have said they've not done it. Commit to doing it this morning, this afternoon. This is what happens in business. If people are saying, "I want this lifestyle, I want this freedom," and then they go and read books and podcasts and YouTube and buy thousands of dollars of bullshit courses, and they end up where they fucking started because that doesn't fix themselves. And this is simple. And this works. I've seen it done, and I realize that fear is the thing, and this is a practice. So I dude, big props to you.
Yeah, fear is interesting because it can manifest itself in different ways too. Like there were times in life with certain things where I'd be in complete denial, but not consciously. It was like I was afraid of something, but I wouldn't actually know that I was afraid of it because I was able to tell myself a different story. So yeah, it's interesting trying to like grapple with whatever your own insecurities are.
We all have different insecurities. Like I used to be insecure about my hair and then my ears and like different things. And sometimes then I like try to think the opposite. Like, how do I just embrace that? Like, this is my head. These are my ears. These are my teeth. And it's like kind of almost what Gary was saying is just it's kind of like the playfulness of just like accepting and liking who we are. And
owning it.
It's just tough. It's funny because like as a kid, they don't really consider it. They don't have to think about they're not thinking about external stuff. That stuff hasn't even been taught, which is beautiful in watching that.
It's interesting. When I was a kid, like I was born in Sarajevo in Bosnia, so we moved to Canada in '94. And I remember when I would tell kids, they're like, "Oh, like where's your family from?" I would say Bosnia, but then either they had no idea or there was like a thing. It's like, "Oh, terrorists" or whatever it was, right? So I started saying Croatia just because it was easier, and also people like had a familiarity with Croatia, even though I'm half Croatian, but it's like I was born in Bosnia, right? But that was one of those things where it was just the easier way to go about it, and then it became an automatic thing where they're like, "Hey, where are you from?" I'm like, "Oh, Croatia." I mean, I did live there as well. Yeah. For half the time that I was there, but it's Bosnia.
What I want to highlight just for you, as well as for the people in the audience, it's not about getting the discount. I think that's one thing that gets missed with the coffee challenge. I don't want people to get accepted. I want the rejection. I want the fear. And I want the overcoming of that and realizing the value of self. So like some person at Cherry is like, oh yeah, I ask for discounts all the time. That's great. I'm not discouraging you asking. I think asking is one of the strongest muscles you can work on to start a business. Because that's all you're doing at the end of the day. Like Gary said it himself. He said, hey, I'm going to ask all these people for jobs and see if any of them are going to give it to me, or I'll offer free work. So I don't want you to get the discount, but I want you to face rejection and learn that you're still alive. All right, so we're going to do one more challenge, and then we're going to talk about your business, because most of the times it's not the business stuff. It's this stuff that's really holding people back. So yes, as Kevin's my man. I love Kevin O'Rourke. One day we're going to have some wine together, brother. And I've got a lot of extra wine lately. I'm not drinking as much. Yes. This is, dude, Akinwale, I hope I pronounced that correctly. You can read all the books, you can watch all the videos, but actually putting yourself out there for rejection and facing it, that's where you're going to get the growth. That's where you're going to get, what you're really going to get is the things you want. All right. So you down for another challenge?
Oh, let's do it. Yeah.
All right. The other challenge that I wanted to do, I call it the $1 challenge. This is part of our monthly 1K course. I don't know if you've ever taken it or seen it.
No.
Have you ever seen it?
No.
All right. We have a course, monthly1k.com. If people are starting businesses, check it out, monthly 1K. I didn't put it up there, but eventually I will put it up there. So it's basically all the things we've done to start our business. It's $7, which we give you the money back once you've earned $7. But the $1 challenge is one of the first things in there. And I've helped thousands of people in that course. And it's taught me an amazing amount about people's fears and like what holds them back from success. All right. So this is the $1 challenge. And you seem like a person open to pushing yourself and trying.
All right.
For right now, and I might bring on Cynthia. Well, we'll watch you do it for a little bit, and then we'll see if I might bring on Cynthia and come back. Your challenge right now, and I challenge everyone else out there, if you have not done the $1 challenge, all you have to do right now, Boris, is get $1.
Okay.
Here, can you show us what's on your screen, or can you like tilt down so we could see?
Well, I was going to just call a friend.
Yeah, do it.
And
Dude,
ask
I gotta
me
go use the restroom. So here, you do the $1. Yeah, I want to watch this.
Yeah. Okay.
And who are you thinking of calling? Can you talk out loud as you're thinking about this?
Yeah, I was just thinking about calling one of my close friends. His name's Colton, and I'm visiting my mom in Saskatoon right now. So I was hanging out with him a few nights ago. So yeah, I referred him and pretended to be his landlord.
Dude, hell yeah.
Yeah. So
All
I
right.
think he'll do it. I'll just put it on speaker again.
Yes, put on speaker. By the way, if there's no free watching, do this yourself.
Hey, what's going on?
Oh, what? Just out by the river. What are you up to?
Sweet. I'm just hanging out in a part of a webinar right now. I got a question for you. You think you can e-transfer me $5?
Sure. What for?
I just need to go to the store and I'm like completely out of money right now.
Oh, yeah, no worries, man.
Okay.
You want more? Like, you want like $20? Like,
No, just do $5. And then, do you know my email?
maybe text it to me.
Okay.
Cool.
Sounds good. I'll talk to you soon.
Yeah, no worries. Later, man.
Thanks. Bye.
All right. One, props. Props. I want to do it again. Are you down to do it again?
Let's do it again. Yeah.
So I think what you need to try is that if we say it's for the grocery store, it's a lot easier and we feel good. Because
Yeah.
of course,
Okay.
that one's it's like, oh, I'm going to the groceries. Yeah, of course. And you have a good friend there, by the way. I want to meet that fucking guy.
Oh, he has a heart of gold. Yeah.
Dude, what a good fucking dude. He's like, how you want more?
Yeah.
My friends are like, hey.
Yeah. I was like, dude, I'll take 20. Let's go.
All right. So my suggestion, or what I'd like for you to try, is when you're getting the $1, what do you really think you should be saying that would be it's not just a challenge. It is a challenge. Yeah. What do you think is the challenge? I have an idea of it, but maybe.
I'll say it's for the app. Basically, like, hey, I'm taking pre-sales for the app. It'll be $1 for the first month.
So be clear. You've done pre-sales for it?
No, not yet.
Yes. Okay. This is where we're leading to, but this is the practice stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah. This is the practice stuff. So for everyone who's watching in our monthly1k.com, and even if you don't buy the course, the whole point of business is overcoming fear, doing these challenges to overcome them, And in starting your business, it's getting customers, which I believe is called validation. That's what I call it, which is like, how do I get customers before I waste money and time, which you're all going to do, because sometimes they don't fucking listen. And then they come back and they're like, hey, I should have listened. And I'm like, I know. And I've done this a lot. And so the $1 challenge is just like, in starting a business, the sweetest dollar is your first customer and the first dollar. And so it has to be saying to someone, hey, I'm starting a business. I need you to be my first investor. I'm starting a business. I'm building this app. Would you put in $1 so when it's there, like you can hold me accountable and I'll give it to you first? Or like, hey, I'm starting a business. I just need someone to believe in me. And that's what I'm looking for. I think the grocery stuff is good. And I like your style. I already like your style. Let me do a quick pause on this because we are now at 4 hours. We have to give $250 away. And count the number of steps, and then I have to use a bathroom break, and then we're gonna call someone the $1 challenge right after this. Who should we? You decide who's gonna get the money. How should we choose?
See, I looked at it and I see Wine Man, and it's in all caps, so it just caught my eye. But I feel like I shouldn't choose based on that, just because it was the most obvious.
Nope. Someone said I shouldn't use bathroom breaks. Cody, that's just rude. That's very insensitive. Like, you want me to pee on the treadmill? All right, so we're going to do the count of steps in a second, but how should we choose the winner of the $250 business grant? I like Wine Man. Honestly, I know that guy, and he's a friend. He shows up all the time.
Okay.
But you can choose. I think one thing that I would ask, all right, who has been here the whole time? So who is Boris? Because Boris, literally, I want to give you $250. So stick around for the next hour. If you stick around the next hour, I'll give you $250. Okay?
All right.
I will. So if you have been here for the whole time.
What about if they know the name of the first guy that you spoke with?
Oh, I love that.
Well, but it's a decent question.
Oh, I love that. All right, and I'm paying Alex Jang because she is going to play Barefoot in the Dirt. She was the winner of the hour number 3 challenge. She just got $250. All right. So let a few people answer. So some people have been here the whole time. Wow. Alex, I love you too. Ben, this is live. We're live on this, man. We're going at it. And then we're going to count steps. We're literally at 4.5 hours of live. It's a lot of fucking steps. Boris has been patient. Boris has been in the green room for 4 hours. So I have a lot of appreciation for him. I appreciate him.
But also, I've been learning, right? It's like I've been taking things in. There have been great conversations. So it's not like I wasn't just sitting there twiddling my thumbs, right? There's a lot to absorb.
Hell yeah.
Like the first talks you had were awesome because it's like, I think those are important conversations, especially if you're not 100% sure on the matter or completely, on one side with exactly what needs to be done. There's a lot of gray area, especially with like the type of reform that people are looking for, etc. So,
dude, you are fucking awesome. I think sometimes I like getting you on like sharing this is just like, there's so many cool people in the world. And
that's great. I'm enjoying it as well. So thank you.
I would love to also hear, and I think this will be helpful for everyone, is like maybe takeaway. We'll do it after the challenge and after your business, maybe some of the takeaways. And then Cynthia, I know I'm trying to get to you too. I got you, and I got every single one here. All right, so there's a lot of people who have posted about it. Oh, so Weinman has a pretty good idea. He says he's going to buy someone monthly 1K with it. But look, you choose. You got to choose.
Voltura was first.
All right.
And I like the hustle. Actually, no, Jason was first. Jason, yeah.
All right.
Jason Blake, business grant. This money must be used for business. No strings attached. Got to use it for your business. So, Boris, what I'd love for you to do. So, Jason Blake, and then let's do the steps challenge. Jason Randall, you got to keep me honest. And Jason Randall, hit me up on Instagram, by the way, so I can send you tacos tomorrow. In Austin. I'm going to do Taco Deli, so I got you. Or if you want to come join me, no, I'm going to do it in peace on Friday. But send me a message there on Instagram, DM me, and I'll get you some tacos. Jason Blake, PayPal at okdoor.com or Venmo at Noah Kagan, and I will send you $250 right now. How many steps do you think I'm at? I've been walking for 4.5 hours. What I'm going to do is I'm going to give the $1 away once I come back, or I'll do it right now.
Boris, while I'm gone using the restroom for a second, can you share maybe some of your takeaways? And then we're going to do the $1 challenge, and then we're going to work. It's funny. This is the work on your business that matters. But we'll do talking about the apps and all the stuff that's challenging. So everyone, for $1 Venmo challenge, post how many steps you think I'm at. Kelly is putting in steps. Cody, who doesn't want me to go to the bathroom. What's up, man? Good to see you. I know you're in Austin. Reed Porter. So I'm trying to get to 50,000 today. Look, how are the pits? Pits are getting out of control. I'm going to do a costume change.
Looking good.
What's that?
Looking good.
Thanks, dude. You look good too.
Thank you.
If you come to Austin, let me know. We'll hang out. You're like, it's like, you can tell people are good dudes.
Well, I appreciate that. I've been wanting to check out Texas for a while. I've been to like all over the States and other places, but never Texas.
It's hot right now, but there's something interesting that like Joe Rogan's probably moving here. Elon Musk is moving here.
Yeah.
There's like, Noah Kagan's here. Tim Ferriss here. Yeah. We got the Texas flag. Actually, because of Texas, I'll wear a special outfit coming on next. Yeah. All right. So stepwise, let's see. All right. So people are guessing steps. All right. Hold on. Oh,
let's see.
Oh my God.
51, 5, 6.
Dude, this sucks. All right. So it's been 4 hours. Let me see where the guests are. All right, so we have a lot of guesses, and guests watching. Who is the closest? Kevin says 36. I've sped it up to 4 miles an hour because I need to catch up. I have a board meeting at 6. But I will stay. If I have the board meeting, and I have a dinner at 7, but I'm going to skip them if I have to stay here with. I might keep it on. Maybe I'll bring it to dinner and just keep walking. But I'm going to get to 50,000 no matter what. Who is closest? Brian Weber, you're good at this like step games. He's definitely doing math. Holy shit. This person is crazy good on it. I think it's going to be Volterra. Volterra won. So I am at, where's Volterra's number? There's Volterra. Pretty damn good, man.
Wait, you're only halfway right now?
Yeah.
Okay. I was thinking it would take you like 4 hours total, but it's looking like
so too, dude.
7, 8.
I thought it would be 6. Well, I think this. What's the speed on? I'm gonna just have to jog.
Yeah, like you got to pick it up a little bit.
Yeah. All right. Well, I'm gonna go hit the restroom for a sec. Can you share some of your notes about what you've been learning? I'll be right back.
Yeah.
And then we'll do the $1 challenge. Work on your app, and then bring on Cynthia, and then do more live business advice.
Cool. I think the biggest thing was with the $1 challenge, because I've always think about ways to keep myself accountable, and especially if there's like if you're building something, you don't have to have any type of structure, and that's like one of the things in life that I've tried to work on, sometimes successfully, sometimes unsuccessfully. But thinking about it this way, with getting friends and family to actually invest, even if it's $1 or like $5, it's at least a tangible goal and almost like someone to report to with like updates on how things are going, like treating them as actual investors. But I'm curious if like what you guys also do when it comes to keeping yourself accountable, unless it just comes supernaturally. All right. Tell someone. Yeah, that's interesting. I find times past, the issue that I had with that, I would tell people and let them know where I was at with everything. But I would find if there were hiccups or things weren't progressing in like almost a linear way, that I'd feel like it was tiresome to keep sharing it. You know what I mean? You're like, it's like, hey, what's new? What's new in the app you're developing? You're like, well, yeah, we've been stalled, so there actually isn't anything new to report. And I find that and then I would want to avoid it in terms of like, well, why am I always talking about it instead of taking the action? And it was interesting because I read a thing where the act of talking about something and being like, yeah, like I want to do this, and this, and I have all these plans. Like the act of talking about something actually made you feel as if you were doing something. So that started to really trip me out, because I'd done that in the past, like with a previous business I was trying out. You know, I was able to talk about like, oh yeah, like we want to do this and build this cool product. But at the end of the day, nothing materialized, and it kind of ended up going in a loop and, you know, failing for many different reasons. But so I get sketched out about like sharing it too much unless it's completely relevant. Alex, yeah, sharing. Totally, yeah, you don't want to let them down. A public statement to teammates in the office. That's kind of cool, because then you're using people who aren't like your friends and family to keep you accountable. Slack accountability group. That's pretty cool. Do you guys, Alyssa, do you guys check in like once a day, or how often are you on it? My integrity, Weinman, integrity is everything, and she knows it. That's sweet, man. Wow, Cowboy, welcome back.
You said you love Texas. I told you I would just bring it for you.
You know what I'm curious about with Texas, though? I know, like, you know, Austin's like a tech hub and super progressive and everything like that, but I want to see like the real Texas, like the small town Texas, the in the middle of nowhere Texas. Like that's what I'm super curious about, the outback.
So one thing we're gonna do, that's pretty. It's not exclusive, and then you're gonna get out there and be like, I don't know if I want to be here.
Yeah. But
Brian Weber, I got an outfit for you, so stay tuned. And by the way, Vultura, Venmo at Noah Kagan. I heard what you were saying. Why don't you just take over and I'll come back in a few hours?
it's a long time. I don't know if I have the content in me, but
you got it in you. All right.
Yeah.
So, for accountability, we're probably gonna start a Slack group and potentially help people kind of connect and help each other be accountable. I have an accountability buddy. I have two, Adam and Billy, and every Sunday we talk about accountability, about what we're promising that we're gonna do.
Yeah. So you schedule it in, right, and then have.
Yeah. I mean,
it's like once a week. It has to happen.
I think what's fascinating, or what I'm really observing about life lately that's been really interesting for me, is how do we take what works in one area of our life and replicate it in another? So what I mean by that is, are you married at all?
Oh. I have a lovely girlfriend, though.
Oh, yeah. A lot of times I think our significant others can hold us accountable. Like, hey, you said you take out the trash. Hey, you say you do this, from both genders. And I think what's interesting is how to make sure that I'm doing that in my business, and I'm doing it in my health, and then I'm doing it as well in my relationship. And I think it's easy to do it in one and not the other. And so it's trying to figure that out. If you guys email me, I'm going to put it up here just for a sec. I don't want a ton of emails. We're going to launch a book called thechallenge.com, and I can talk about it later. For now, I want to work on Boris and Cynthia. But if you email book@okdork.com, we're going to create a small, I don't want it to be large. It's basically a group to work on challenges, work on their businesses. I don't think we're just going to, oh, bye, Cynthia. Shit. Did she get mad at me? She's left. Cynthia. And then we're going to go over all the questions. So I'm going to do, oh, she's back. Okay. So we're going to put people in our Slack group, and we'll figure out accountability, because I think that's a big thing. Anyways, email book@okdork.com, and we'll get everyone in. I think one of the challenges sometimes, though, is people need to buy in. It's not that I need the money or want the money, but I think if people don't invest or commit something, they're like, nah, fine, fuck it. Some people won't. There's obviously the few who will go through it, and there's a bunch who are like, I'm not going to do it. All right, so we're going to do the $1 challenge. But anyways, email book@okdork.com. We're going to have a private group. It'll be small. Let's come back to the $1 challenge. So who are you going to call?
Cool. I'm going to call a jiu-jitsu buddy. His name is Tom. And yeah, he loves the whole thing, like loves jiu-jitsu. So I think he'd be a good one. Let me just rehash this one more time. So the purpose of the call is to get them to invest
$1 in you,
your company. Okay.
In you. It's like the idea with the $1 challenge is getting your first customer.
Yeah. All right, let's do it. Tom, how's it going?
Pretty good. Who's this?
It's Boris.
Boris.
Yeah.
Oh shit.
Yeah, I guess we chat on Messenger all the time.
Yeah, hearing your voice clearly, I was going, who do I know in Saskatchewan?
Yeah. You sound wonderful.
Thanks, man. When are you coming back?
On Saturday.
Oh, you're missing our first podcast.
Yeah, I know. But are you guys recording on Friday?
We're thinking of it. I mean, it's not professionally, but we'll have a recording. I mean, just the idea of recording it makes everyone that much more professiontional when it comes to what they say and how they act, and it also helps us to review it afterwards to see what, where our holes are and how to fix it.
Definitely, just do it and do it and do it and do it again.
Yeah, that's kind of the plan. That's kind of the plan.
Cool.
Can't wait to your input.
Yeah, I'm stoked. I'm stoked to be part of it and see where it can go. So question for you.
Uh-huh.
Would you invest $1 into my app?
Yes.
Okay. Can I get that as an e-transfer?
Okay.
Okay. Cool. I think it's going to really help with accountability and getting the first dollar. This would be the first dollar in, so that's a huge step.
It's an honor.
It's a milestone. It's a milestone. Yeah.
Oh man, hey, look, I'd invest more in that in you. I really liked what you were talking about. That's really cool.
Sweet. Okay. Well, that's great news, man. It feels good, so I appreciate it.
But so I don't get it. You really need $1? Or is it just more symbolic, or what's?
Yeah, $1. It's the first dollar. It's the first dollar in, and right now there's $0 in. So, I mean, I guess would that be 100% increase or 1% increase?
Oh, like where do I go to do it?
Well, no, just e-transfer me. There's no payment system set up yet.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. Or can I just give it to you in cash when I see you?
Yeah. Okay. A fine loony.
A perfect loony, a mint loony.
Okay. Sweet.
I'll call them now.
Cool. Okay. Well, yeah, I'm sure I'll see you probably this coming weekend at some point.
Yeah, and no, I really like what you're doing, and if you're seriously looking for investment, I can definitely bring you into a meeting with people who invest.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah, that would be interesting to check out.
Yeah, and just get to know the kinds of questions they ask, and it's a good dry run, anyways. Because it's good to get beaten up with people first.
Oh, get exposed.
Beaten up with people you don't know.
It's all jujitsu, isn't it?
Isn't it?
That's awesome, Tom. Okay, cool, man. I appreciate it.
No problems. As I said, it's an honor. I'm happy you asked me.
Awesome. Well, yeah. Have a great afternoon, and we'll see you soon.
All right. Take care, man. Be
Bye.
good. Bye.
Yeah, usually we talk for hours, so getting him off the phone in
Hold
5
on.
minutes.
Enjoy it for a second.
Yeah.
Just give me a sec. Jesus.
Yeah. All right.
Dude, people, you didn't need to see the comments, but people were fucking going berserker.
Yeah, I didn't see anything. That's fucking cool, man. It really, feels good, but also like changes things up a little bit in terms of just like mindset.
People went. I think you.
Thanks,
I don't know if you realize how many people you inspired.
No, I actually have no idea. So thanks, Matthew.
Jason, Alex Jang, Kale. One thing I respect about you, and I know I like you. You don't answer the call and be like, "Hey, give me money." You're like, "Hey, how are you?" Like a fucking human.
Yeah. It's like, well, especially if you're asking for money, right? You gotta you gotta buffer it a little bit instead of just.
I think Justin said it very well. I want your friends. My friends are all like, "Why?"
Dude, I mean, he's also a sweet dude. Yeah.
So
A lot of good people around me. So
a lot of dude. Here's the thing: everyone has great people around them. We're afraid of doing what you just did, including myself.
Oh, dude, yeah. I mean, and Tom's like, he's like a bit older than me, right? Who's kind of done his thing in business, and he's living his life. So it's a different. It's kind of we're not on like it's not like Colton, the guy that I just called before this, right? So it means a lot.
Proud of you, man. That's tough. It's tough.
Oh. Out of your comfort zone.
Oh shit, Anton's here. How you froze a little bit, Boris. Anton, are you still here? So Vultura, by the way, you get the $1. So PayPal request for the $1, not the $2.50, which is great. Jason Blake won the $2.50. And then Boris, you're paused, so I'm gonna take you off just for a second. But holy fuck, Boris is dope. He's paused for a second. I don't know what happened to his audio. That was fucking dope. I'm so proud of him. He overcame some fear. Oh, Anton, my brother, is here. Yes. Boris is just counting his money. He's like, I have a lot of money because I thought coronavirus, like the banks were gonna close, so I went and got a lot of cash. Just throw it up in the air. I don't know. Anyways, we'll bring Boris back on. We're gonna get Cynthia on. I really want to talk with Boris, and I think for the audience, we did the coffee challenge so far. We've done the $1 challenge. Cynthia, Boris is back. Boris, I wanted you to share.
Hey, is the audio okay without the headphones?
Yeah, it's good, dude. You sound great. You look great. You sound great.
Oh, thank you. Very flattered.
Oh, dude, some people. So if people are curious and they want help with this stuff, we do monthly1k.com. $7, we give it back to you. But we're gonna honestly just do it right now with me. Don't even worry about something else. Just be here now and do it. Boris, what did you learn? Because I'm curious what other people who are watching as well learned.
Okay. The biggest thing is, one thing I try to be really weary of is lip service. And anyone that knows you or cares about you in any capacity is going to give you lip service with your idea. Like, you're not going to, if a friend comes up to you and they're like, hey, I want to create a rocket. Like, that's maybe a bad example, but they're like, hey, I want to start a business. You're not going to shit on their idea. Maybe you'll shit on their idea, or try to give constructive feedback, but you'll say something nice to them. So I never know, like especially with friends, like really the only indicator that they really believe in it is money, right? Is actually giving you money, because that's the only thing. Whether they think it's cool or not doesn't translate to a successful business either. So it also validated that, not just from like an idea sense that it could provide value to people, but also that he believes that people would pay for this and that it can grow and scale.
So so Kelly said she's going to do it. You inspired her. And then if you guys do the $1 challenge, or if you do the coffee challenge, post it or put it, as well, post it in our okdork.com/group, but put it on YouTube. I would love seeing this. Honestly, it's so inspiring to everyone. More importantly, you learn a lot about yourself. I think one of the comments that I know when people watch this, Boris, this is the number one rebut to this, which is, well, I don't want to ask my friends and family because I don't want to annoy them. Two, which the only thing I ever say is valid is, if it's not relevant for them, I wouldn't want to ask. So what do I mean by that?
Right. Yeah.
Hey, invest in my meditation thing. And the person's like, I hate meditation. I literally hate it. And I don't think you should get money from them. It's just like any business. Like, if they don't want to get you, they should be excited to pay. But I think that the big takeaway, besides putting yourself up for rejection and fear and using your network, is that I think people, when they start businesses, they make it too fucking hard on themselves. They're like, all right, I'm going to start a business in an industry I know nothing about, with people I don't know anything about, and then hopefully magically I'll get rich off of it. Yeah. And I'm always like, just let me know how that goes. I've tried it. It's hard. It's much easier to just do the things that you are within your network. And it doesn't mean you can't learn new things, but how do you make it easier on yourself?
Yeah, that was a big one, especially with the choice to go into jiu-jitsu, go into making something for grapplers and jiu-jitsu. It's a population, I guess, that I'm really familiar with and understand. Like, I do it, so I know what's going on, and I see if this is going to enhance my life. It can enhance other people's lives that are doing the same thing. And also, like, even, I mean, with the whole thing, it's like it's an app to be able to basically test and rehab your own injuries. So the thing with it is that no one wants to go near the test route, but then that way, if the jiu-jitsu community validates it, then a bunch of other communities can validate it as well. Like, it'll be validated to expand, to build it for like CrossFitters or whatever it is, because it'll be completely modular.
So here's what we're gonna do. I have an hour before a board meeting, and I want to talk more about you. I want to get Cynthia on because she's been patient, and then I want to go through every single other one. Let me see if I can skip the board meeting. I'm not sure if I can actually skip it or not. I mean, we can do whatever we want. I just want to be respectful. And I'd rather stay with this. I'm going to stay on the treadmill. Boris, let me ask for you, and let me ask the audience and you guys, not what should I do? I know what I want to do. Are you guys cool if in the last hour we just do work? So like starting in 45 minutes, everyone just does work? Yes, no? Boris, what do you think?
Good to go. Yeah.
I like that. It's like, so I'm not pausing, Brian. I like it, but Brian, stick around for our next thing. You're going to like the costume change. Patrick's going to go to sleep. I got to get on Patrick's stuff. All right. Let me text my buddy on the board. I'm going to see if I can stick here and be present here. All right. But we might do the thing where we go work and we just do like a work thing. All right. So Boris, I think your original question, I'm pulling up your notes, was like, you're doing a physiotherapy app. You're not a physiotherapist. You want to help grapplers. I think one of the things that I want to encourage you is we did the $1 challenge. We did the coffee challenge. I think sometimes what we do is we do all the things, but what's the hard part? And I'm just going to put up the monthly 1K for some of the people asking. There it is. And so my suggestion for you is, where do you take away from here? Because it's not the app the apps are easy.
Mm-hmm.
It's the customers that are hard. So where do you think that can lead you, or you can maybe change some of your approach from here?
Yeah, that's kind of the thing. I mean, I've been waiting to finish at least the beta version of it, specifically for the shoulder, in order to be able to give it away for free, like whether that friends, family, teammates, different types, like on forums, etc. I just want to give it to as many people as possible to collect as much data as possible. So that was kind of.
Are you a programmer?
Pardon?
Are you a programmer or?
Very lightly. Like, I know enough to communicate with a programmer.
Okay.
Like with a proper developer. But basically that was kind of the idea with it, at least how it would flow. So I mean, even just getting the shoulder done has taken a lot longer than I anticipated. But at least my hypothesis is that enough grapplers are injured and have shoulder injuries that they will gladly try an app for free and see if it helps them.
So I'm going to ask you a question, and I'm going to write down. I'll write down the answer here. I'm going to write it down.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. This
is magic. It's going to be magic.
All right.
So I've written down a number, and I'm going to ask you a question, and I'll see if I'm a magician.
Okay.
How many people? So you're really excited and you're passionate to help people with injuries and recover.
Well, it's kind of like I wanted to build it for myself.
Oh,
like,
okay. Oh, you love that.
Yeah, and then, but also, I know that I'm not the only one with this particular issue. Like, when I started it, I couldn't afford.
I only got 40. Damn it! I only got 40 minutes, so I do want to push forward. So when I do the Off Stars forums, I'm going to go through every single one. I'm gonna skip the board meeting. You have something you want. You're solving your own problem. I love that. You've approached it from, I think, there's many ways of getting to Mexico or getting to Canada. If you want to get to Canada, you just fucking go up.
Yeah.
But it's a lot better if you say, hey, I want to go to Saskatchewan, or I want to go to Vancouver, or I want to go to wherever, and make a plan. And so I think I asked you what you've done. You're like, well, I've talked to people. I'm learning myself. So there are certain people, like my brother, who are doctors. But there's a lot of people. Oh, shit. You
back?
Yeah,
All
I'm
right.
here.
Sweet.
There's many people like my brother and certain people who literally schools have said you're an expert. But there's a bunch of other people. What makes me a fucking expert in business? What makes Tim Ferriss an expert in life? What makes Ramit an expert in finance? What makes Dave Ramsey an expert in money? What makes Susie Orman? No one. Themselves. And the thing that's important, it's not that they just call themselves an expert. The reason that they're an expert, ideally, they've done it themselves. But more important, they've gotten people results for what they're promising. Think about that for a second. So to the magic question I asked you, how many people have you helped with their physiotherapy?
I can't say conclusively that it was me helping them, but some advice has been shared.
But
And
actual results of helping someone.
they didn't do the work.
All right. So is it? Would you
So
say
I set up like, yeah. That's a good guess.
so?
Yeah, I set
And it's,
something up
dude,
for
look,
them.
I've done this thousands of times. It's not. I'm not here to make fun of you. I'm here for you to get what you want. I think with apps and the idea of passive income or the idea of businesses and things like that in general, is that I think people need to start with building blocks. So my challenge for you is your friend, not Colton, but the other guy you called.
Gray beard.
Gray beard?
He has a big gray beard.
Oh,
He
cool.
goes by Gray beard.
Oh, dude, you know that guy fucking cool. It's tough. My challenge for you is just go focus on one at a time. So go to Graybeard and help him get results. Because what makes you an expert is you get them results for what you're promising. And then and you start building out your audience. So you can use like sendfox.com and build a newsletter, or you can use Substack, or you can do YouTube, or you can do Instagram and help people. And I think where there's a misconception is it takes 10 years to get rich. But what that means is that you have to start now helping people one by one. So in 10 years, when you are a millionaire or whatever it is you want, you'll have that result. But most people start never. So you're already ahead of the game.
Right. So basically, like with what we have right now, even if the videos aren't filmed and the development isn't finished, like there's still a logic flow that someone can go through, like a guide logic flow, and be like, hey, go through this. Well, this is what you have.
Is it
Do
even
these
the app?
exercises.
It may not even. So like there's people in the comments, by the way. So Holly Hicks, Max Brand. This is awesome. I love when people are helping each other out. You guys should all help him out. I think where I'm trying to encourage you or push you towards, Boris, and you should do whatever you want. What I'm trying to motivate you to go towards is how do you just start getting results for people? And then, because like this right here, like these business stuff that we're doing and like doing challenges, that didn't come because I want to do challenges. I don't want to fucking do challenges. I want to show people, hey, here's how I do marketing. Here's how I buy Facebook ads. Here's how we do our development. Here's how we do our product management. Here's how we do affiliate. Here's how we do all these things, because that's the business stuff. That's really the business stuff. It's not the part holding people back. It's the actual like, oh shit, I'm afraid of doing it. So my suggestion for you is just go do manual, helping people one by one. And by documenting that, you'll find out what matters, and that will help you create an app.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah, I think I can find plenty of people with shoulder injuries.
Yes.
Sit
And
down
you
with
have
them
people in this group that want to help you. There's people commenting right now you can connect with. And so I think from that's where you can start building your audience. Because guess what? You can just start blogging and Instagramming or YouTubing, whatever the questions they're asking you. Hey, here's me helping this fucking person. Hey, here's me doing this. And then eventually over time, you'll start to be like, oh, fuck, an app. So I think where people put the technology, I always call it the plastic before the paper. No one wants a fucking app. They want their shoulder healed.
They just want the results.
And so the way I love websites, and Cynthia, I'm coming on you in a second. Well, no, wow, that sounded really inappropriate. I'm bringing you on in a second. All right, I'm at 5 hours. People, give me a fucking break. So what they do is they say, I want the website, I want the app, I want the technology. And I don't know if they know that, like, hey, what does the customer want? And have you actually helped people done it? Or have you said, hey, I'll pay for that? And I think that's where they jump to, like, well, I need an app, of course. Like the website, Boris is walking around. The website is to help you leverage your time. That's all technology does. Technology multiplies Boris. Technology multiplies Noah. If I could do what I'm doing with you and we sat in person for 8 hours and we actually knocked all this shit out, I would do it. But there's no way I can do it to the scale I want. So that's why I have to do it on YouTube or do it on a webinar or potentially put it in a course like Monthly 1K. But what people do is they jump ahead of that and they're like, I need to do the course. I'm like, no one wants your fucking course.
Yeah, that makes sense. Someone mentioned that a while ago. Because when we were talking about everything, they're like, well, does it work? I mean, could could it actually work on someone like, you know, what these experts have put together? So yeah, I guess find the results and then build it. I mean, build it concurrently, but make sure the results are there first.
Yes.
That can be used as content, right? Because that was kind of my question, was like, well, like, how do I post Instagram captions if I'm not a physiotherapist, but like I have this content, you know? And yeah, it can be used a different way.
I think what I've been really experiencing, with a lot of like content creation recently. Can you still hear me okay?
Yeah, I just moved closer to where I think the router is.
So what I've noticed recently is like I'm trying to just record everything I'm doing and making that easier. Because it's like if I'm already going to talk to you or if I'm going to talk to certain people, why not fucking just like record it and then share it? And look, if it's not great, fine, but at least it'll be beneficial for a few people out there.
Yeah.
All right. I think I got it rocked, dude, but you are fucking awesome. It's been fun. I like you. So if you come to text, let me know. And what I'd recommend is there's people in the comments that can help. And I think that's one thing I really want to encourage people is that. Oh, sorry, I'm getting a call. I think that's what I've always encouraged people. There's more people that can help you than you realize. All right.
Cool. Yeah. No, I really appreciate it, man. Thank you for your time. And
dude, hey, stick around. If you're here for the next one, you get the 250 because you're like a soldier on this stuff.
Okay. Well, I'll stick around.
Yeah. Stick around just for a bit. Get to 250 and then get the hell out of here. Jason, I don't know when the next hour is. Mike Chang is here from Six Pack Shortcuts. Holy shit, that's cool. Jason, or Boris, excuse me. Thank you so much, dude. You're the man. I'm rooting for you. Just go help these people one by one. You got it. And then there's people in the comments that are asking for help. Are asking to help you, dude. It's so fucking dope. They want to help.
Yeah, I'm gonna go through those right now and write some names down. So that's amazing.
All right, boss. Thank you, man.
Thank you.
All right, Cynthia. Woo! All right, not costume change yet. I think I got out. Mike Chang is not here. Do you know who Mike Chang is from Six Pack Shortcuts?
Yeah, I haven't seen him in a while. I think there's somebody else who took over his YouTube channel, like selling like greens or something like that.
I don't know.
Maybe somebody else.
I don't know. Well, I know you've been here a while. Let's jump right into your stuff. Pull up your notes. So your question, and you have one of my favorite things. How do I come up with a good idea? So you had two-part question. So let me just step back. Everything that everyone's asking, you're not alone. Every time I think I'm like this unique person, I'm like, I'm so sad. I feel sad once in a while, and I'm always like, I'm the only one feeling sad right now. And then it's like, dude, everyone feels sad. And I'm saying that because your question is one of the common. I have 10 common things that people do to avoid business, and one of them is I have no good ideas, which I don't believe you. Okay. I can't tell if you're frozen or you're mad.
No, I'm here.
Okay. So number one, you have good ideas. I'm just going to tell you. I already know you do. And then you had a second kind of question about building an audience.
Yeah.
Okay. And then I went through a little bit of your LinkedIn, really interesting background. Oh, okay. So yeah, I just wrote down challenges for you. But here's one thing I think would be interesting. What could we do in this time together? We have about, let's just say 15-ish minutes. Yeah. I want to make sure, I want to go through all the other questions, and a lot of people stick around like, I can't believe how many people are here for the whole time. And I want to give you as much value as I can possibly. And the group can too. Maybe we should try to leverage the group, see where the group can help.
Yeah, great.
So how can this 15 minutes be the most valuable of 2020 for you?
I mean, I think it would be like if tomorrow I could have some sort of plan to start to validate some ideas. I've seen some of your work with people where you've like built a business like within a couple of hours by like I saw your recent content around like the beef jerky.
Yeah.
then that was pretty cool. So for me, it was like, how did you even decide that beef jerky was where you wanted to go? And like, how do you even, because if I were in your position, in your viewpoint, I would be thinking, how do I even get the jerky in the first place? What about FDA, et cetera, et cetera? It's just a lot of these roadblocks.
I think one thing I want to, there are many ways of starting a business. There is like write business plan, do funding, do all that. And there are many ways of doing it. What I found over 20 years of doing this is that most people waste more time and more money than they have to. And so my objective in starting businesses is in the least amount of time and with spending the least amount of money, how can I, is that my alarm? Oh my God, seriously? Okay. I was looking at the steps. Jesus, okay. It's funny, my reminder came on. I have a reminder that comes on. Look at this. It's reminding me to make sure I walk 5,000 steps today.
Oh, right.
Thanks, Google, or whatever. My objective with starting business, because I've spent millions, like not literally millions of dollars starting businesses that failed. And so I think the biggest thing that I can encourage, and I don't know if you've noticed it, but I think where success can come in starting a business is through limitation. So it's not that I didn't want to think about the FDA. It's not that I didn't want to think about like, how do I get how do I do this stuff? I was like, I only had 24 hours to start the business. So it's on YouTube, youtube.com. You can look up Sumo Jerky. And I did it a few years ago. No, I know you've looked it up. But I think the thing that you're probably not doing, and this is a very common thing, is you're giving yourself too much time. And let me guess, you've probably psyched yourself out of a lot of ideas about why they won't work.
Yeah.
It's not true. That's okay. So
it's true. Yeah. What I usually, especially I'm on LinkedIn a lot, and I see these individuals from companies that are up and coming, and I'm like, I understand that market. Like, I could deliver something, and I don't really move forward.
What happens in that moment?
I mean, I look at some of the data. I look at like when the company started. Sometimes they start in 2014, 2018. I see kind of they're further ahead than me. And I'm thinking, and especially with the customers that I'm looking at, a lot of it is B2B. So I'm like, how am I going to speak to another business? I'm just me, even though I do have B2B experience, but those are the things that I think about.
So can I share? I'm going to share something with you. I see a lot of other entrepreneurs like on YouTube or online that are more famous than me or maybe wealthier than me. And I'm like, I am smarter than you. And and what I'm saying by that is that like, I am jealous, but what is the difference in that moment is that they are taking action and I am just a spectator. That for me, I feel that I've felt it less lately because I feel like I'm more aligned with doing what I want. But I think there's a lot of times we observe other people and we're like, that girl is not smarter than me. That company is not better than ours. Why are they doing better than me? Yeah. Or I should be bigger or better than them. I should be where they are. Alex feels you. I think a lot of people have that resonance. So the thing that was interesting about the jerky business, and I've done businesses many times. It's not just that I've done them. It's just that it's experience. I didn't even choose the business. Our customers chose which business to start. And luckily, I do eat. I have it right here. I eat a lot of jerky. But they had jerky, lemonade, and hot sauce. So my question for you is let's talk about you. What has been an idea that you've been like, hey, I'd love to work on this. Like, this is something that really matters to me that I want to work on. And I think I got 2 ideas for you to do, but I want to hear what's an idea you like, hey, I wanted to do that. Someone else did it. And guess what? There's a lot of Mexican restaurants in every city. So there's room for everyone.
Yeah. So one thing is I've been studying the piano for a few years, and a hard skill is ear training. I find some of the apps that offer ear training education, they're very much like, they're not as interactive. So I'd love to get to a point where I'm literally using my piano playing to recreate songs that I hear and getting feedback from that.
So you want to use your piano playing to do what?
To learn to play by ear better.
So do you want to teach people this?
It's a good skill. I like to learn it myself, and I think that other people would be interested in it.
So one of the things that you said in your questions, and I think this is very common for a lot of people out there, and I want to highlight two pieces. One, there's a difference between a hobby and a business. So my hobby is playing chess. I don't want that to be my business. My hobby is having conversations with certain authors, but that may not be helpful in my business. That is a hobby, and that's great. My business for me is starting businesses, helping people overcome fear, and marketing. That's my business. So I guess what I'm curious for you is, what is your excellence, or what has been your business? Because that sounds like a hobby. And what I mean by that is, it could be if you're solving a problem for yourself, that's a great business to start. So that if it's that case, then we can go in that direction.
Right. I mean, I thought I would, I'm solving a problem for myself, because I look at like Floki or Musician. Some of those teach yourself how to play music, and they teach more like reading notes than playing by ear.
Do you have a piano at home right now?
I do, yeah.
Can you play something?
I can. Do you really?
Yeah.
It's in another room. All right.
Yeah. Can you bring your laptop?
Nice.
Hey, do you guys want to hear her play some music?
Yeah.
I think part of my charm is that I like seeing things done right away.
Okay. You guys gonna see some maybe dirty laundry or something in my room, but we'll do that. Let me push aside.
Oh, people are going crazy. They can't wait to hear you play.
That's awesome. Oh, this is.
What's your Instagram or thing we could link people out to? Or
Yeah, I do. I have an Instagram. I don't post content, but all right. So.
all right, well, I'll post your LinkedIn for now.
Yeah, that'd be great. That's my. Okay.
Oh yeah, they want to hear the music. Yeah,
All right.
they're into it.
Okay.
Here, can you post that? Can you turn the camera so we could, or turn the camera a little bit so we can see?
Oh yeah. That I'm really. Let's see.
Oh, so you're like legit. You're legit. I was saying hobby. You're like, nah, dude, I'm for real.
Yeah. Thank you.
You good? You good?
So yeah, that's Athena by Scott Young.
Honestly, I was like, I could go to sleep. Just leave me on the treadmill and let me get going. So I think what I'm curious is, you had an idea to teach people piano. What other ideas have you had?
Wow.
People are really liking it. Are you putting out content on YouTube at all?
No, I'm interested in doing that.
So can I give you just 2 challenges real fast?
Yeah.
2 of them we can just do today. We can do literally in the next hour, okay?
All right.
And look, sometimes here's the thing. Sometimes, like, look, if tomorrow you're gonna feel doubt, that's why you do this fear challenges, so you can fucking face it. Everyone feels doubt. I feel doubt. These people feel doubt. You feel doubt. It's not unique. It's just like there's certain people that are saying, I'm willing to risk it for the reward. I'm willing to face it. And if you face it, you can get what you want. So 2 things that I wrote down as challenges for you today. I call one of them the Ryan Holiday Challenge. Every day, can you post a video for the next 30 days on YouTube?
Okay.
No, you don't accept it too quickly.
No, I'm down for it. I'm doing for a lot.
Yeah. So here's the thing. I want you to I'm here for another hour and a half. I want a video on YouTube live within the next hour and a half. And I want to post your YouTube link.
Okay.
So the Ryan Holiday Challenge, because Ryan's a friend, he writes every fucking day. The guy's a machine. So what I think it will be helpful for you is at least 5 days a week, maybe take weekends off, which is what I found helpful. You're going to post every single day. And I think if other people are out there saying, hey, I want to create an audience. So there's two types of businesses that I want to highlight. There is the influencer audience building business. That takes longer. That's just a fact. It takes longer. I've been blogging for 20 years, and I still don't think I'm as popular as I should be. Maybe I'm not doing a good job. I just do it for free, though, because I fucking love it. I like it. I like writing book reports. I like conversing. I like helping. I still like it. And yeah, maybe I can figure out better ways of getting more audience. But the point is, I've been doing it 20 years. I'm only asking you to do it for at least 30 days. And I think from there, you commit for 30 days in the Ryan Holiday Challenge, you are going to learn something about yourself. And I think that is the thing. I think if you're trying to build an audience, commit to it. Because here's the thing. Someone messaged me, one of the people in the questions for the office hours, they said, hey, I've been posting on Instagram every day, and I'm not famous yet. This is what they said to me. This is one of the questions today. And I go and look at their Instagram. They have been posting for 2 weeks. I was like, I met Tim Ferriss before his book came out, and I helped him out. Just not name dropping, just to give you some context. Tim has been posting since 2007. People are like, Tim's so famous. Yeah, 2007, that guy's been blogging now. So I think number one, I would recommend that for you. So I would take the Ryan Holiday Challenge, 30 days, daily content. You have an hour and 20 minutes before it. Hopefully I hit 50,000 steps. Damn, the longer I go, the more money I have to give out too. I didn't even, oh, fuck. All right. I know, I'm like, gotta get these fucking steps in. That's number one. The second thing, so I think that is a longer term play. I don't expect to make money on that really for a year, which is okay. It might not happen sooner, but I think you have to recognize you're gonna have to commit to that for a year. And some things in life, one of my favorite quotes recently that I've been really thinking about to myself is, some things in life, it's better not to know how hard it's going to be. Because if I knew how hard some things were going to be, like this fucking step thing, I don't know if I think I might have still done it. I would have still done it, but there's a lot of things where I'm like, you've probably had this experience. Have you ever done something where after you're like, wow, that was hard. I'm glad I didn't know how hard it was going to be.
Yeah.
You know what I'm talking about, right?
I definitely.
Well, what comes to mind when you think that?
Well, former work experiences where I wonder if I was better off. I between juggling between kind of regret and like not regret, but like wanting maybe fitting in more versus being who I am. It's like, why do I always need to take the hard road? But I've also been like, I've grown too, probably grown more than I would have if I just stuck it.
Yes. When do you think you grow the most?
When it's hard.
All right.
I survive anyways.
And I think when we say we don't, and this is what I was trying to highlight to you, when we say we don't have any good business ideas, it's a way of avoiding doing any business. You have literally probably every one of your ideas is great. And what I always tell people is like, if one idea is not great and you get a rejection, which is why I encourage the challenges, guess what? You can ask them what they want. Like, oh, you don't like this idea? Well, what about this idea? You don't like this? Do you know someone who does like this? And that is where you can eventually find the easier business. And the analogy that I love, and it's with my friend Brian Balfour from Reforge.com. He said this to me a long time ago, and it really stuck with me. He's like, Noah, in your business, are you pushing the ball uphill or are you pushing the ball downhill? And when you have a business that you're pushing the ball downhill, you fucking know. How do you know? Because you're not begging people or forcing people to buy it. And so what do I mean by that? AppSumo.com. I think you're probably familiar with it. When I started it, people just bought. What's that?
I am a customer.
Oh, awesome. No more buying for you, by the way, until you start making more money.
Yes, I'm calling that too. Yeah.
Yes. No, seriously. Don't buy more money. Don't buy until you start making more money. AppSumo, when I launched it, people just started buying. I didn't spend a lot of money. I did it mostly in a weekend, and it was just like people just started being like, "Oh, it's on sale. Good product. Good deal. Yeah, I want it." Let me take another example. We spent 5 months and $1 million cash to build a thing called FAM, meetfam.com. Don't even go there.
Yeah. Okay.
And after we built it, I was begging friends to use it, begging them. Like, oh, please, like I'm at your Christmas party. I was at your bar mitzvah, like all these things. No, I'm joking a little bit, but I had to beg them. And so what I'm trying to help people with or help them see is that go find businesses that are easier to start and find businesses that are easier for yourself to be successful in, like your network. So here's a question for you. What is your professional? And so part one is the Ryan Holiday Challenge.
Yeah.
The second one I was curious for you. I call it the Best Friend Challenge. Is that what business would your best friend tell you to start?
I mean, I could start a product management consultancy. Not my favorite, but I could do something like that. Marketing, analytics, reporting. Pretty good.
Wow, I've never heard someone sound so dejected when telling their stuff. What? Let's just try this. Let's try this. I'm gonna try another. Work with me on it. You have like, let's just say cash now. Like I've just transferred you to $1 million cash, or you like hacked me or whatever. I gave it to you. You got my crypto money now.
Woo.
Woo woo. I don't have that much in crypto. Anyways, what would you want to work on tomorrow? Because there are I want to highlight, think about it, take time to think about it. I'm going to talk about it just for a second. Because there are people out there who are like we have this guy Costa at AppSumo. He loves product management. It is obvious he likes this. David Kelly, who runs SendFox, he loves product management. So when I asked you about it, you're like, oh, I could product manage, which is fine. And look, you got to pay bills. You pay bills. I'm never going to argue with that. But if we're going to die, like one of the lines, I was thinking about it in bed 2 nights ago. If we're going to live, might as well fucking live. And so I'm trying to think for you, like, if it's not that, like, now you don't have to have the money is the issue. What is it that you're actually just enjoying?
I'd probably I'd like a fitness lifestyle brand that I'm helping people live their best life. And I could work with my friends all day.
Okay, that might be okay. That's interesting. You smiled there.
Yeah, because I feel like my friends are like really talented people in product and engineering, product development, marketing.
Go on. I think we're getting somewhere.
And like the whole idea of like YOLO, it's like, how do you bring yourself to work and like some of our passions? And I just feel like tools help us be more productive or more authentic are kind of interesting for me right now.
I think we're on the verge of a breakthrough. What is it that you know that you're not willing to face right now?
That I'm not willing to face. Like certain environments maybe? Or just like activities.
What is it that you're not willing to face?
There's a few things I'm not willing to face. I have no shame in it. I think like my dating life is one aspect of it. Toxic work environments is another aspect of it. Those are the 2 big things in my life right now. Being highly dependent on other people or systems is another thing that I wrestle with. Sorry, guys. I know this.
Don't apologize. Hey, don't apologize to them.
Okay.
You don't have to apologize. Everyone else here is the exact same, not exact same, but everyone else here has experienced or gone through what you're experiencing. There's been moments where I've definitely, I don't know, maybe for the past 3 years, I felt like I was checking in. I was calling it in. I was like, oh, okay, I'll do a podcast. All right, yeah, I showed up to the meeting. I didn't really want to be at the meeting.
I do want to be here, though.
No,
I've been following you for a while.
No, I know this meeting. I think this meeting has been pretty interesting. I think some of it is what are we not willing to face? And so I think the question for me is what was I not willing to face? But it's more important about you. And everyone else out here is they're probably sitting in their chair like Alex, who was here. Alex has been a soldier. Alex has been here since the beginning. She's like, yeah, I want to do this microgreen business, but I'm going to clean up my apartment instead. Like, she's probably nodding me like, oh yeah, that's me too. So, in your notes, you've tried a bunch of ideas, but I guess that's why I asked the $1 million question, because that literally is the $1 million question. I think the way to make millions of dollars is not try to make millions of dollars.
Who said that?
See, and when I know that sounds confusing, but what I'm saying by that is the times I've tried to make the most money, sometimes it's actually worked, but I've always been the least fulfilled. And things like this, where I'm literally hanging out for hours for every day, or I'm making videos, I'm making the least amount of money I've ever made personally, and it's the most rewarding. And what I believe, I'm pretty fucking sure that in a few years it'll start paying dividends. But I get afraid because I put myself out there a bit. I get some like, hey, why are you wearing a hat? Or why were you wearing an alligator costume? Or I got rejected. And then I kind of pull back. And so I think I'm trying to encourage everyone, like, how do we pull forward? How do we start facing it? And so I think where is the path for you? Like, I do think the piano, I'm not trying to discourage that. And that could be it. But your day job, it sounds like, is product management.
Yeah.
But that's not, you don't feel that. But you do feel your friends who are doing things.
Yeah. I like the idea of like building community and like the energy that can come out of that. And then I also think about different business models, and cooperatives are really interesting right now, because to earlier discussion about diversity and inclusion, I feel like if people are more equipped or are.
Oh, where'd you go? That was like literally, we're like on the, I feel like one of the reverends or rabbis or someone on like the cusp of a breakthrough. Plus the next costume change and giving out more money. Cynthia will be back in just a second. So RJ Youngling, by the way, you have notes on all of today. I would pay you $20, no doubt, for those notes. Like, I will personally pay you. Plus, I love you. I don't know who you are, but I see on Reddit and YouTube. So RJ Youngling, post your Venmo or PayPal in there. And if people want to pay for the notes, I'll pay for it first and just see if I like them and I'll recommend it or not. But I like the fact that you've been here the whole time and doing it. So by the way, we have okdork.com/group where you can do this, as well as book at okdork.com. We're going to have a Slack group, which will be more private, meaning I'm not going to let everyone in. The OKDork on Facebook is wide open for everyone. I don't know where Cynthia went, but I think what I was trying to get Cynthia, let me ask the audience for you guys out there. Thank you, Jason Rendell. 4 minutes till we're giving away another 250 and then checking the steps on the 50,000 step challenge. That is what's the fuck up. Kim Pham is in the house. I think, is this a Kim Pham from high school or college? So my question for you is, what are you, I want the audience. Ooh, this is the audience part. Boris is included. What advice do you guys have for Cynthia? I'm not going to bring her on just yet. I'm going to keep her in the green room for a second. I think you're back. Oh, you're on the phone now. I can tell. Oh, okay, the internet. Before I bring Cynthia back on, what advice do you all have for Cynthia? And I have a challenge for her that I'll give her, but I actually think you know what I've kind of believed to some extent for a lot of us? We all know the answers to our hardest problems. Whether we're willing to face them or not is the question. That's some Tony Robbins shit right there, but that's real talk. And they don't get fixed in like, 2 Netflix shows of watching someone. They get fixed when you fucking face them. And I'll tell you, I face them, and then sometimes I back down, and then I come and face them. So let's look at okay, it's not that Kim Pham. So what is your advice for Cynthia about how she should be approaching things next? I have my opinion based on all my experiences and my recipes. Okay, I want some suggestions here, because I think there'll be a lot of advice for a lot of people. Brian Weber, Brian, I got a surprise for you, dog. You're gonna love it. Drinking my coffee, dude. It's like 5:50. Oh man, I gotta tell my buddy I'm canceling the. I'm waiting for the audience. I'm telling people for the board meeting. Oh, dude, Viet Huynh just caught up at 3x speed. That's what's up. All right. Okay, so here's the advice, Cynthia. I'm just going to read it out loud. Okay, so here's the things for Cynthia. And by the way, I don't think I've paid Jason Blake. So Venmo or PayPal request and Vultura, Alex, make sure you do the $1 PayPal request so I send that to you. So Erica said, take a week off work and go help one of your friends. I think, if you have bills to pay, I don't know if I leave the whole week, but maybe can you go help those friends for free and start interacting with them? I like that. I'm going to bring you on just because I think you'll have an opinion on it. So that was number one. Take a week off work. Stop overthinking things. Yes, this is honestly the answer. You need to commit to something. So I started a business a long time ago, and I'm not going to tell the story. But the two things that I found out that were the most interesting with the business is give myself a goal and limit my time window. So that's what I'm going to do for you today. Brian Weber, this is honestly monthly 1K. Monthly 1K is great. It's the course we have. It's $7, monthly1k.com. The problem with monthly 1K is you can't rush through it. I have people that are like, hey, I did the course in 2 days and I'm not rich. And I'm like, dude, it took me almost 15 years to make $1 million. Like at least 10 years to make $1 million. Like it takes time. Boris, what's up, Boris? He said, Boris is below. Boris said, do the meditation challenge. Okay. Take the first smallest step to try something that gets you fired up. Yes. Alyssa, I'd like to make a request, Alyssa, for you to sign up for an online improv or do something with improv tomorrow.
Me?
No, Alyssa. She's the one that wanted to do an improv class. But she's like, oh, COVID. Here's the thing. I don't fucking believe in recessions. I don't believe in COVID stopping me. I think COVID is challenging us. And I think some people are going to step up and some people are going to sit on the sidelines. And I want to help the people stepping up. All right. So Patrick, I'm going to try to get your questions. I canceled my other meeting. I might skip dinner, just depending on how many steps we get. Yes. Alyssa, this is exactly it. Action brings momentum and clarity. Yes. It's so much easier when you get some momentum going because it's so easy to sit and look and link. All right. I got a first challenge for you. I got 2 challenges for you. I got a new one. That's a good one. I like this one.
All right.
Ooh, there's some really good comments in here. You guys got some fucking dope comments. Daniel Doan loves the shirt and it's bananas. Thanks, bro. Oh, see, look, you're not alone. This is the stuff that sounds weird to say out loud. Like I was reading this book, AI Superpowers. Sometimes admitting what we really want is humiliating. Sometimes admitting and facing ourselves is embarrassing. And so I think there's something beautiful about what Alex is saying and what you're thinking. This sounds like a bullshit excuse. I'm walking on my treadmill in a cowboy outfit while talking to 60 people. Thank you, Peter. So I think there's 2 businesses. We have 3 challenges for you today. I think number 1, do the Ryan Holiday Challenge. Commit to your piano for 30 days. Good? Oh, she dropped off. Why is she dropping off at the best part? All right. I'm going to tell her the 2 other challenges, and I think they'll be representative for everyone else out there. Yes, Alyssa Payne, post it. Post your thing. Tag us. Put it up on YouTube. Cynthia's coming right back in. So, Cynthia, I just got to jump in because your phone is kind of in and out. 2 other challenges for you. When you look at LinkedIn or Instagram, are you feeling better about yourself, the same, or worse?
I feel the same.
All right. So my challenge for you is for the next 7 days, from this Thursday till next Thursday, don't fucking look at social media.
Got it. Okay.
So what I'm trying to tell you there is not that if things are going on that are important to you, like there's Black Lives Matter, I'm guessing that might matter to you. I'm assuming.
It matters.
Yes.
I didn't know it matters a lot. No, there's others who may not, who are Black, but I'm there.
Yes. So I'm not trying to tell you to stay off that, but what I've realized for myself is that social media and LinkedIn and a lot of these places, I think I have to ask myself, is this benefiting me the same or worse? And if it's the same or worse, it's not helping.
Okay.
So I want you to put that time into yourself. So if you're on LinkedIn, stop looking at the fucking feed, go message people like, hey, I know you're one of my good friends. I want to help you with something. Hey, I know you do this stuff. Let me help you for free on this. So what it does is it gives you your time back so that you can take it back and do the things that you want to be intentional about instead of just consuming. So
Like a
7
digital
days.
detox. Yeah.
What's that?
Like a digital detox.
Yes, I call it, I do Saturday shutdown. So every Saturday I get off all technology. But I think even just for you specifically, when people are looking at others and they're like this person and that, it's just because you're not doing what you really want. And we have to get you to the point where you're doing what you really want. So that's number 2 challenge. Number 1, Ryan Holidays. Number 2, shutdown challenge. The third challenge, and I think this is the one so your piano stuff is not going to make money right away. It won't. You can go, unless you want to be a piano teacher, which I didn't get the impression that you did. You do.
No.
Okay. And Jason, I'm going to give away the 250 again in a second. So stay tuned after that. So the third challenge is the $100 challenge. Because your piano one is going to take you a year to probably start making money, unless you want to be a piano teacher, which you don't. The $100 challenge is that it's Thursday today. By Sunday, I actually generally like it to be 3 days, but I'll give you a bonus day because it's the end of the day.
Okay. Gracias.
By Sunday, you must make $100.
Okay. Wow.
So what that will do is it's going to limit your ability to dick around. Or I guess it's because you're a woman, vagina around. Well, no, it's dick around because guys dick around. Women do not dick around.
Right.
So my question, do you accept the 3 challenges?
All right. Okay. I'll follow through. So Ryan Holiday, 30 days, post on YouTube.
Every day.
Doesn't matter how, just I'm posting something.
I don't give a shit if you post a minute or 20 minute or whatever. Like, look at some of my old YouTubes, like from 2 months ago. Like, I was just shirtless, which I'm going to go shirtless in a bit because it's fucking hot. And I just was like, I'm going to make a fucking video.
Okay, so 30 days. And secondly, 7 days, no social media. And then lastly,
Yes.
the $100 by Sunday.
Yes. So I'm going to give you can I give you some guidance with it?
Yeah.
With social media, I don't think social media is bad. I just think everyone has to ask for what they're consuming in social media. Is this improving life or is it taking away from my life? And I found with myself, I was taking away a lot. And it doesn't mean it has to. Like, I'm on YouTube a lot because I'm like, I will want to watch this person. I want to watch this thing. I want to learn that stuff. But on like Instagram, I'm like looking up all these people and I saw this guy's richer than me and this guy has more followers than me and that girl's better looking. And I was just like, this is not really doing anything for me. It's kind of like drinking. It's like, it just is empty. And so I want you to just take time away from that so you can have more time for Cynthia. And the third challenge, the reason I'm saying $100 by Sunday, and this is applicable for everyone who wants to start a business, is that it is going to limit your bullshit. And to get $100, like to get $1 is pretty fucking easy. And it's hard. Like Boris did it, and that is hard because people will be like, oh yeah, that's stupid. It's hard, especially if you're trying to put yourself out there. And so I would suggest for you, the $100 it's going to be a little challenging. And I think it'll push you to find out, okay, well, what do I like doing? And how do I figure out a way to make it a business within a very short period of time? And it'll give you less excuses.
Sounds good. Okay. I'm ready for it.
All right.
That's why I dialed in.
What's that?
You know, that's why I dialed in.
I know. You showed up. So showing up and watching the videos, camera's getting a little weird. Watching the videos with everyone who's been a part of this is amazing. What I want more than that is I want you and Boris and Yannick and Jason and Reed and Alyssa and Sean and everyone here to take action for themselves. So you have 1 hour. I'd love to see a video on YouTube. Can you get offline and then come back?
Yep, I will. Okay.
All right.
Guys. Thank you.
Thank you. So here's what we're going to do. I am going to change shirts. We're going to give away another $250. I'm skipping dinner because I got to get more steps in. I think my feet are getting a little blisters, which means it's working. If you have not done the $1 challenge, do it, which means just get $1 from your first customer right now. If you have not done the coffee challenge, go do it. Next time you go out, ask for 10% off your coffee. I'm looking, where the hell is it? All right, here. So I want you guys to do that. That's it. We can do more push-ups, by the way, because I think I need a little pick-me-up in just a second. But I'm going to change shirts. Let's see if I can. Oh, yeah. It's hot, y'all. Come on. Give me a break. It's hot. So what I'd love to know so far for some of the people here, and we're going to give away. Oh, wow. I'm getting dizzy. Nice. I'm going to count out my steps. Oh, I got a new outfit change. Oh, sorry, man. I want to know one thing you've taken away so far from today. Jason, Brent, remember this is for you. I think it's Brent. All right. Oh yeah. Oh shit. That was a little dangerous. All right. Yeah, it's stepping pretty fast. All right. Where is he? Where's my dude? That's what's up. I told you I'd come and bring it. You said you'd stay, and I got you. Boris. Oh no, Boris is the next winner. Yes, I'm gonna be stripping take out this shirt. It's getting fucking hot. Boris, you won the 250 as promised. Send me Venmo, PayPal at okdork.com. There's a lot of good quotes in here. A lot of people, but I want to know, what is your number one takeaway for today? I do need to drink a little more water. Yes, RJ Youngling. This fucking group is legit. All of you guys are damn amazing. So impressive. What I want to know is, what's the one thing you've taken away so far today from being a part of this? I do need to do push-ups because I'm only at 150 and I get to 300. So I'm going to learn what's the one thing you've done so far. I'm going to go probably try to knock out 30 push-ups. I'll bring the camera down with me. Post what is the one thing so far that you've learned. And if you've just shown up or you haven't learned something, post the thing you would like to learn so far from today. Jason Rendell, how fucking awesome are you? And RJ Youngling, both you guys. Yeah, Brian Weber, go Pack Go. That's what's up. This is my like Joe Dirt. You know, I'm bald, so I actually like wigs. I think it's fun. Really do. All right. Holly Hicks, it's good to see your name. Yes. Help one person. So many times we're like, how do I blog and reach millions? Just start with one. How do I get a customer in a business and make $1 million? Start with one customer. How do I do change inequality? Help one person. Yes, Holly, thank you. Yes, Chris Bain, committed how building engagement with your following, totally applying some of this in the community. Chris, I will tell you, let me show you. I don't like telling, I like showing. In my to-dos, oh, man, I got to tell this board meeting, they're not responding to it. Yes, oh, Alyssa, that's a good one. But I want to show for Chris. This is all of them. Every, how do I just show this? So I'm just going to show it here. So if you can see it, it's not showing. Okay, right there. Reply to more comments on social media. So I commit in my to-dos, and it's on repeat, to go and respond to anyone who is paying attention to me or is getting benefit from me and saying fucking thank you. I do it because I want people's attention. I want the influence, and I want to get results for them. And it's amazing, I think, if you get results, if someone's like, hey, dude, it's crazy. Like for YouTube for years, I never even looked at any of the comments. And all the commenters on YouTube are fucking dope. I don't know how it is, but all these people are like, hey, this video really helped me do X. I'm like, yes, thank you. And so I commit to engaging. And we have a person on our team, Jeremy, as well, who's committed, and he helps out. And he'll be like, yo, I want to respond to people too. I'm like, yes. These people are giving. It's like any customer. I think what's crazy is like, you guys ever go to a restaurant and the fucking restaurant doesn't thank you? You're like, yo, I'm your fucking livelihood. So I love the commitment to just one by one helping people. Erica Bates, yes, ask LinkedIn connections. So one thing when you're asking someone to help them, it's a very, I like being, look, it's like a woman. Hello. All right, I got to check in real fast, by the way, on this board meeting because they're not answering my texts. I'm muting just for a second while you guys are doing this. Don't go away. We still don't answer our number of steps and our dollar winner, and I've got a shit ton more hold on.
No, you thought this was the Reforge meeting.
I thought it was the Reforge board meeting, not the AppSumo one. And so I texted you, Andrew. I was like, hey, I'm not going to be able to make it because I thought I'd be done with the amount of steps.
That's funny.
Do you guys want to do the board meeting?
Looks great on you, mate.
Thanks, dude. I grew it this morning from doing all these steps. Yeah, there's still like a shit ton of people showing up. So 2 options. Either I come back, we leave. I don't know if we want to have this stuff publicly, but I need to finish the steps.
Yeah, I don't think we should have it publicly.
No. So what I could do right now is this. I'll stay with. I'm so conflicted. Maybe 50 minutes.
No, it's fine. It's fine. We can circle back with you.
Is that good?
Cool. Yeah, just do your thing.
Okay. You guys are good with it? 100%?
Yeah. Good.
All right.
Go.
All right. So we're still doing more steps. That was Eamon, Chad, and Andrew Chen. We have our quarterly board meeting, but I prioritize going in steps. It's making me feel a little, honestly, it's making me feel a little guilty and irresponsible. Like, I don't know, one of my biggest things is like showing up and being responsible, and I felt like that was not responsible. So we got to make this worth it. I want to do the 50 steps. We're doing 50,000 steps. So let's do the $1 thing. Now this has got to be even more worth it to sacrifice that meeting. So who's the $1 person? That was the AppSumo board meeting. If you were curious who you just heard in the background there. So how many steps am I at? It's now been 5 hours and 40 minutes. I'm going to do $1. There's a bunch of people still waiting. So Patrick and some of the people I told him would bring on, I might do some of the questions like rapid fire. Will I play a dating game? Yeah, I'm single. I'm open to that. All right. How many steps am I? Oh my God, dude. Fuck. What speed am I at? Holy shit. All right. How many steps am I at? We're going to do $1 for it. All right. Post how many steps do you think I am at right now? Oh, you guys are all real sneaky ones. All right, let's see. Damn, you are all extra fucking close. And I want to go back to the one thing you've taken a while so far today. But if I'm going to miss the AppSumo board meeting, we need to all make some fucking action and results today. Dude, Brian Weber, fuck, man. You're honestly just too damn good at this game. All right, Brian Weber won it again, y'all. Look, I got to call Brian Weber out. Oh, no. Did I miss it up? Yeah, look at Brian Weber. Look at that. The dude is, are you in my fucking house? Fuck, this guy's good. And then Boris, send me your PayPal at okdork.com or Venmo at Noah Kagan. I know you're Canadian. You were saying like shit like e-transfers. What the fuck that is? None of us do. But send me PayPal at okdork or at Noah Kagan Venmo. And I got you. So I'm at 33,850 steps. I'm at 14 and a half miles. I have 16,200 steps to go. So that'll take another. Brian, what's the math on that? Based on our current trajectory or where we're at, I think that's about 2 more hours. Is that right? So what I might do then, I might jump in the board meeting and I'll leave this on and mute. And we'll do a work session intermission till around 7. Because we did Cynthia, we did Boris. And then if you've submitted a question, I'm going to stick around until all the questions are answered. And I'll jump in that board meeting so far. Brian, Boris gets the 250. It's longer than 2 hours, Brian? Am I live on Strava? No, I should have done the live on Strava. Shit, man. Damn, Reed, that was a good idea. You guys are adding each other on LinkedIn. Awesome. Yes, this is the live stream. Brian's fucking double downing. Yes, Erica Bates just went through Chick-fil-A and asked for 10% off. Everyone should be doing the coffee challenge. I love it. Brian Weber is honestly fucking next level on this stuff. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to take a 45-minute break. 45-minute break. I'm going to be here. This is going to be on. what we're going to be doing is the #1 priority challenge. So what you're going to do one thing that's most important. So whatever's the most important thing that you said you'd get done today, if it's get a customer, if it's do the coffee challenge, if it's send an email, if it's whatever, get a referral, do that right now. I'm going to leave this on until 7 p.m. Shows back at 7 p.m. Central. So this is going to be going. I'm just going to hit mute, and I'm going to put this on, and we will be back. We will be back at 7 p.m. Boom. That's right there. This is time for you to do your work. Quiet time. All right. I'll see you guys out there. I'm going to be back in 45 minutes. I'll be here. I'll be back talking in 45 minutes. There's a shit ton of your questions. And so I am going to answer all of your questions. Every single question submitted in the form on youtube.com/okdork, I'm going to answer. And I think we Gucci. #1 priority challenge. Post what it is. Yes. Thank you, guys. Voltura, I love you. I love every single person who's been a part of it. Thank you, Reed Porter. I'll see y'all in a little bit. All right, we're back. We're back. I was in a AppSumo board meeting. Really interesting conversations. I feel so blessed. I'm back. I want to know what you accomplished in the hour. I took my shirt off. It's been an hour. We are back. I told you we're back. Don't doubt me. King Kong ain't got shit on me. I'm gonna dirty your couch. My couch with costumes, by the way, is getting out of fucking control. All right, I'm back. YouTube can't stop us. 6.5 hours of walking. We're back. I did my one and most important thing of the day, which was the AppSumo board meeting. Amazing team. I think what's interesting about it, dude, John McClain, hell yeah. The guy who's number 30 at Facebook, number 4 at Mint, number 1 at the top ways I spend time on YouTube. John McClain, I fucking love you, man. I'm here to help you. I don't want you to just watch these videos. I want you to do these videos. I did not fall off the treadmill. My number 1 priority was the AppSumo board meeting, which we did. All right, what is the number 1 thing you guys accomplished? Hell yeah, Sean Park. I finally recorded a new podcast episode that I've been unmotivated to do. Yes! Oh, love you, Sean Park. I'm glad. I'd kick you in the ass if I saw you in person. I'm glad you made some shit happen. What else did you guys make happen? Jason Randell, I don't know if you're still here. He might have headed out. Jason's back. Jason, we have to give away another $250. Fuck. I'm hoping it's the last one. I'm honestly, I can't feel my legs. There's definitely blisters on my feet, but fuck it. We're going to keep going. We're at 6.5 hours. Jason, is it time to give away money? Yes, I was number 30 at Facebook. Cynthia's back. Hey, Cynthia. How's your video? It's been an hour. Cynthia, did you put it to YouTube? I'm looking at you. There's a lot of questions from office hours. So I've got blocks here because now I'm in the desperate times. I didn't realize this is almost a marathon of steps. I've got a honey stinger waffle. And then I put electrolytes and 2 bottles of water. And yes, it's shirtless time. A lot of clothes. I probably need to hit some push-ups. I have a dinner reservation at 8. I'm probably not going to make it. What did you guys all get done in the 1 hour of your priority? So Jason Blake started filming my first video for social media, leaning into that fear. Jason, I don't want you to start filming. Can you film with your camera right now and post on social media? Hey, it's Jason Blake. What's up, YouTube? I'm just getting started. Here's my fucking video. I think I'm losing it a little bit. Yo, you guys want to hear a quirk I have? Well, I'm going to tell you anyways. With these block things, they're little like caffeine. Bicyclists have them and runners use them. My friend Jace taught me this. I don't chew it. And so I can't chew it. It's fucking weird. You guys all got some weird quirks. I don't have a hot date at 8. I'm meeting some buddies, the guys from The Hustle, Neville, nomadicmatt.com, teachable.com. We're having sushi downtown for Matt's birthday. Mary, Alexa, set Mary to 70. All right. Yeah, my fucking heater was off. That's why it was so hot. Damn. On my AC. All right. What is the one thing that you guys have been working on? Darren, what have you been working on? Ricky, what have you been working on? Alex, what have you been doing? I got off my board meeting, so you guys better get back to work. What I'm going to do is go over the questions that you guys submitted in the form below on youtube.com/OKDork. I want to know the things that you guys have been accomplishing. And then I'm going to be going over these office hours right now. I'm at speed level 5. So I'm going to give away $250. Name the one thing that you guys have done in the 1 priority challenge, which was your most important thing of the day. What did you get done? For me, it was the AppSumo board meeting. What was it for you? I'm going to give away $250. Brian Ball, welcome. You're in the right spot. All right. Oof. All right. So what are people working on? I'm going to open up the office hours questions. One sec. All right, so I'm looking up the questions you guys have submitted. All right, so here are the questions you submitted, and we are going to go over all of them, at least until I get 50,000 steps. But I'm going to give away $250 right now. Yes, we haven't lost a lot of people. RJ Youngling, I think I got to choose you for taking notes. RJ, did you post your notes anywhere? Dude, yes. Chris Baden. Holy shit, you guys all did stuff. Fuck yes. All right, Chris Baden was responding to a buyer for our summit. Hell yeah. Ricky, everyone, number one priority challenge is what is the most important fucking thing you wanted to do today? And did you get it done? Prep the site for a launch later. RJ Youngling, where are the notes? Can you email me the notes, or have you emailed them to me? Noah@okdork.com. I want to see the notes from today. And I'd honestly, I'd pay you for them. Brian Weber, dude, you got to take care of the family, man. So you made dinner for your kids. Respect. What are you doing with your website tonight? Be clear on that. Akinsola, yes. You just set up payment for a new business. Great. How do you get paid, though? Setting up payments is easy. Getting paid is hard. Are my legs hurting? Yes. Yes. Alyssa, yes. So fucking dope. Alyssa, I'm going to give you the $1. Guess the amount of steps that I'm at, because it's 1 hour. I don't know where Jason Randell, if we lost him. Jason, did we lose you? All right, but the number of steps, I'm going to just give them out. Oh, my God. We're getting fucking close. But, RJ, you're going to get the 250 because you've been here the whole fucking time. Same with you, Alyssa. I'm at least going to give you $1. We have one more giveaway for another 250 at the end of this. How many steps do you guys think I'm at? We've been walking for 6 hours and 39 minutes. I'm on speed 5 miles an hour, 5.0. I'm going to go over the office hour submitted questions. Dude, I'm so glad you guys have connected with each other. Ricky, check that the forms are working. Launching in 3 hours. Ricky, yes, launch it now. Launch it while we're live and post the URL so we can share it with everyone. All right, little delay, but you're guessing the number of steps. We've been walking. I started slow. I guess I started too fucking slowly. But Sean guessed 42,000. Where's Brian Weber? Brian Weber's the fucking man at this stuff. Ricky said this. Logan Grubbs, 25,000 steps. What's up, Logan? I think I have that shirt. What a good-looking shirt. Is that from The Gap? It's not a joke. I'm serious. Cynthia, where's your video? Erica guessed 45. I wish I was at fucking 45. Ian Bruns, what's up, man? Brian, are you drinking already? Dude, my alcohol, it's funny. I'm drinking less, but my alcohol collection is growing more. Like, it's honestly just getting out of control. I'm like, actually, my favorite thing, maybe I'll celebrate as we get a little closer. I have non-alcoholic beer. So good. So good. All right, the correct answer that we're at is 39,679. So I don't know who was the closest, but I'm going to give it to Alyssa Payne. She got pretty damn close. Venmo at Noah Kagan, PayPal at okdork.com. RJ Youngling, share the notes so I can post them out there about the things we learned today. I have an hour at least of walking left. Ooh, yeah, sweaty, tired, hungry. I'm feeling it. But I got my bandana ready. I'm ready to roll. All right, are you guys ready to roll? Kick it for the rest of the hour. Kombucha. S, I don't know who you are because you're not putting your real name. Oh, shit, you were really fucking close. Venmo me too. I'll pay you as well. Jason Randell, what up, my man? Logan, seriously, good-looking shirt. But yes, S, if you're close, at Noah Kagan on Venmo, PayPal, OKDork, for Alyssa, as well for RJ Youngling. All right, now I'm going to go through questions. So you guys submitted a shit ton of questions. I don't think Kevin O'Rourke is here. Kevin O'Rourke is one of my favorites. He's like, he's committed to making himself better. And I have a lot of respect for that. This is what like old people do. When you got like your thing, you do this. Oh, Oh boy. Thank you, Sean. I appreciate it. So Kevin O'Rourke had a question, and he's not here, but I'm going to go through all the questions I promised you I would. If you have a question, submit it below. And if you want to, I don't know if I can have you come on live because it'll take too long and it slows things down. But Kevin is the wine man. So he had two questions. He said, one, how do we scale our business? And this is a super common question. He's not unique. I've been able, fortunately, to scale businesses to now the 8 figures. So I know things about that. I don't know about 9 just yet. So Kevin's question was like, how do I scale the business? And I've been working for 20 years and it's killing me. We're doing well, but not as well as I want to. So I think with Kevin, the two things, and I think this is applicable for a lot of different people, and you guys should all be friends with each other. Say hello to each other. Join our groups, okdoors.com/group. I'm looking for where the other pages. So the thing that Kevin should do, and I recommend this for all of you out there, and this is what I've done that's helped me in terms of scaling, is a few different things. Number one, do your fantasy list challenge. So what is a fantasy list? For you, like Fee or Jason or whoever else is watching or Kevin, if you want to scale your business, right now it's June. What day is today? Today is June 11th. So by December 31st, 2020, where do I want to be? And don't write just a few bullet points. Make a fucking novel. Make a story. Oh my God. And at the end of the year, I'm going to have 3 people that work for me. We're going to be making $100,000. I'm going to have this super gorgeous boyfriend. We are married. But my point, though, is that where do you want to be at the end of the year? Very clearly, I think the number one reason people get held back from scale is they don't know where they want to go. They say, I asked them, how much bigger do you want to be? Like, I don't know, just bigger. Well, how are you fucking going to get there if you don't know? The second thing sometimes holding people back from scale is they're trying to scale in a market that's just not that big. But I would actually bet almost 99 out of 100 times there's more customers and more market for your business than you're thinking there is. Almost every time. The other thing that you have to consider, and a lot of people starting businesses like Kevin and his wife, what is working? Like you're doing, let's say 3 businesses or 4 ideas or 10 ideas. If you could only pick one idea to 10x, and I love the 10x mindset, what can we 10x? If you only pick one, which one would it be? Then just fucking do that. So do fantasy list challenge. Where do you want to be at the end of the year? And if you write down where you want to be at the end of the year very objectively, the next part to think about is what's holding you back from getting that? That's it. What's holding you back from getting it? The next thing I would say for scaling your business is the death list challenge. So the death list challenge is if I died or if I want to go on vacation for a month, that's a little bit more happy and peppy. Why would my business not be better by the time I get back from vacation? It's called the vacation challenge. It's more optimistic. So if you go on vacation for 30 days and you come back, is your business the same? Is it better? Is it worse? Now, all you have to do at that point is say, well, it's not better because of this. Guess what? That is how you fucking scale. And lastly, I would say for scaling your business, I like the vacation challenge better than death. The last thing for businesses is, do you have a repeatable formula for growth? Let me be repetitive. Are you guys paying attention? Do you have a repeatable formula for growth? Man, you guys are all fucking here. I love y'all. Y'all are soldiers. So what do I mean by that? With AppSumo, I'm just giving you examples of what I understand. Do you have a repeatable formula for growth? For us, it's get a deal, put the deal live, email out the deal. All right, well, if we do more deals, more emails, we make more money. So that's all you do in your fucking business. What is my formula? Everything in life can be broken down to formula except love, maybe. So my suggestion is, if you were to give your business to another girl or to another guy, is there a formula for them to replicate and grow it? If not, that's what you have to fucking find. So Kevin, what do I mean by that? Is it advertising? Is it referrals? Is it free samples? Is it events? Is it content marketing? Is it partnership marketing? I don't fucking know. Is it inventory? Like every time you add a new bottle to your inventory, you get new customers. And so my point with that is find the repeatable formula so that you can pass it to someone and they could scale the business. And that is a lot of times what's missing. I think sometimes when people say 10x stuff, it's like, well, what does that mean? 10x means that find what's working and how far can you go on doing that until it is not profitable. So what does that mean? If you're doing, and I've told you, there's a YouTube video about it. I asked this guy, oh yeah, he's like, yeah, blogging is working at getting customers. And I was like, well, how often are you blogging? He's like, twice a week. I was like, go twice a day. If you want to grow, if you want to stay where you're at, fine, don't fucking ask for it. But if you want to grow your business, if you want to scale, what is working and how much more can you do until it becomes unprofitable? That's it. That's scaling. All right, next question. I don't know if Stephanie's here or Patrick. So I'm gonna put up Kevin's site because I love Kevin. He's like one of my faves. I love that he always shows up. He shows up. He fucking gets it. All right, so here he is, Kevin. Wineman.co.uk. I love you, dog. So there's another question by Stephanie. Says, how do I go about starting a new business? I'm currently freelancing and I don't really like it. Welcome to living as an adult. I'm torn between getting more clients. How do I see this? Sorry, it's on my iPad. Getting more clients and starting a business. I don't know if I can do it on the side because I'm so tired after work. So it's kind of an interesting one. I think this is very common. You know, I want to start a business. I'm freelancing. It's working. I'm tired. What they said, which is really fascinating. I try not to follow my passion, and I just want to listen to what the market wants. And I think this is a very common thing. All right, let me just poll the audience before I keep talking because I'm happy to. Where are you, who's watching? I need some energy. I could tell I'm hurting a little bit. And so what I need to know is, where are you in your business journey? Right now, if you are watching, there's about 60 people watching. Every single person, I need to stand the fuck up, clap some shit out, get back to your keyboard or your phone or your iPad or tablet, and type out where you are at in your business journey so that we can spend the next hour that I'm here, stay alive, till we get to 50,000 to help you as much as possible. Where are you at in your business journey? Everyone needs to post. There's no freebies this time. I'll wait. I'll wait. Don't worry. Oh, yeah. We're fucking going on this one. All right. Yes. Now you guys are doing it. Push-ups. I actually might need to do some push-ups to kind of get the blood flowing a little bit more. I mean, or like some other blood. All right. So John is at the dev stage. RJ wants to do push-ups. RJ, did you send me the notes? Let me pull it up on the iPad. Oh, there it is. All right. Scale. All right. Mid code. Logan. Yes. Early. RJ's looking for product market fit. Idea phase. I'm starting the journey, still doing it on the side. Look, I had a 9-to-5. I worked at Intel. Then I worked at Facebook as a 9-to-5. Then I worked at Mint as a 9-to-5. It took me many years to finally get out of my 9-to-5. So I feel you. Okay, Jordan, awesome. Jordan's a little bit ahead. He's got 5 people working for him. Brian Ball's he needs to launch something new. He's got a business that's dying. Dude, Acme Lee has an escape game storefront? Yes. That's fucking cool. I love escape games. Oh my God, Alyssa. Alyssa, share your story more. Hold on, Alyssa, I'm going to give you the, Alyssa, I'm going to give you the link to this. And then I want you to come on. Here, I'm posting it in the comments for Alyssa. Don't everyone go click this. Alyssa, come on. I want to learn how you got over 1,000 months in your first month of business. Brian Weber. Here's my question. So Brian Weber, 1, he's a Packer fan. 2, he knows how to count steps. 3, he takes care of his kids. Sounds like a good dude. You're waiting to start finding an excuse. So Brian, I'm talking to you. Will you do the $1 challenge? $1 challenge is get $1 fucking dollar. That's it. Easy to invest your business, invest in yourself. The question is, Brian, I actually know the part of the issue. What do you really want? Because I've helped thousands of people try. I've helped some do, and I've helped a few succeed. Ooh, that was good. I like that. Do you really want your own business? And it's okay if you don't. I think you have to admit to yourself, but what I have realized about hard work for myself, hard work is easy if you want the reward. That's it. You want the reward? The work is a fucking joke. So do you want the rewards? And how hard are you willing to work for it? Are you willing to suffer for what you want? And you have to make the decision. I can't do that for you. Erica Bates, 5 years in, still feel like I'm at the beginning. Erica, 6 months ago, 8 months ago, I felt like I did everything I wanted to do in life. I was like, I'm done. I've made millions. I've traveled the world. I've done these things that I wanted to do. Not bragging. I'm just telling you what the fuck I wanted to do. And I was like, well, I've done it all. I can just die now. That is the beginning. That's where it starts. I started taking Hebrew lessons a few years ago. After the first week, I told these friends of mine, hey, I've been taking Hebrew for a week. I think I'm almost done with it. I've mastered it. They laughed at me. This is Rachel and Bar. They laughed at me. It's 3 years later. I feel like I still don't know anything about Hebrew. So I think the fact that sometimes, I don't know if you're stuck at the beginning, that's the problem. But if you feel like you're still at a beginning of something new, that means you're on to the next challenge. You're on the next fucking plateau. Not plateau. You're at the next step. But if you're stuck at the beginning, that we can work on. So RJ Youngling, you're trying to build the Lambda School for Founders. What I like observing in people starting businesses, now you guys are fucking waking up, which is exciting for me. You're waking up. And I can't wait to finish this gum, so I'm not chewing it, so I can have my stinger. Uh-oh, Alyssa's coming on. RJ, one thing in business is I like observing what people do for free. I like observing people in their natural habitat. In your natural habitat, you are a community, not instigator, but organizer. Hey, in Reddit, I see you organizing. These notes, let me ask RJ, post the notes for everyone if you don't mind. It's actually pretty good. That's really good. Holy shit. RJ, Venmo requests me 20. I'll pay you 20 for this. This is good. What are you doing for free? No one asked you to do these notes. You wanted to do these notes. So I think the question is, how do you turn something like this, which you're excited to do because you did it for free, no one forced you, and you turn this into a business? That says something about you and your interests. Brian Weber, by the way, in terms of what do you really want, if you really want to start your own business, you would not be playing poker with your friend later tonight. Think about that. If you really wanted your own business, after you've worked all day, which is hard, and after you've taken care of your kids all day, which is fucking tough, you would have to make a decision. I really want a business. And guess what? I'm going to work in the mornings. I'm going to work at lunch. I'm going to work at nights. I'm going to work on weekends. And I will get there. But it will take a year of that to just get ready for that. It'll take a year to get to like $1,000 a month, probably. Alyssa, I don't know if your camera's working yet. It says not connected. When I was starting these companies, I didn't have to make a lot of sacrifices because my cost of living was so low. It was fucking low. It's still, I think I still struggle with that my cost of living is so low that it limits my life because I'm still not cheap. Well, maybe I'm cheap. And so I think that limits my total fulfillment of life. Dude, RJ, people will pay you for the notes, man. RJ, yes, this is exactly what I wanted. I want people to fucking have their dream jobs. I want people to go out and take action and get results for themselves. So Ben, let's try another experiment. I like this experiment a lot. Let's try another experiment. I think this will actually be pretty fun. We've done it before, and it was challenging. What is something that you would pay someone else to do right now for you? And maybe we can make a few connections. And look, if you have no money, if you are broke, if you are struggling, do not say you'll pay someone. Save your fucking money. But if you're like, hey, I would pay someone for writing. Hey, like I have 5 employees. I need help. Maybe you'll pay for something. Noah, what would I pay for right now? Oh, I'll pay RJ for these fucking notes. RJ, what's your Venmo? So I think the point is that like, go look, if you want to start a business, one of these jokes I was thinking in my head, if you want to start a business, look for the people who have money and figure out how to do something valuable enough that they will want to give you money. So Brian Ball is helping people get $1. You guys are still posting stuff. Keep posting this stuff in the chat. The shit gets me fired up. I've grown hair. Yes, Peter, I'm growing a lot of hair. So Playaway Global, it's not about, I don't actually think you need to get more focused. I think the problem is, even for myself, it's like Instagram's popular, LinkedIn's popular, SaaS business popular, e-commerce, Shopify is big. What's like the big new dick thing now? Substack. I need a newsletter. Sendfox.com. I need a newsletter. I think what's, here, I'll even put up Sendfox so you guys can check that out. I need a newsletter. I need to build my audience. Guess what? Build it now and benefit from it in 10 years. One of my beliefs in business is that anything can work. Shopify can work. Programming can work. Agency can work. Consulting can work. Escape games can work. Food can work. You have to just fucking stick with it. The reason you jump from business to business is you're afraid of failing. And you have I will promise you, it's never better on the other side. The only time things are better, it's like in business, if you have something working and then you start thinking, oh, that next business is going to be better than this business. Never. Almost literally never. Think about this. Microsoft has been around since 1980. They still make money from Microsoft Office and Windows, or their operating licenses. That is the majority. 50 years later. Yes, some things are still. Google, 90% or 80% of the revenue is from ads. Yes, some of it's coming from other things like Gmail and Google Apps. Facebook, it's still almost 100% ads. Maybe Oculus is making some. And you could argue some more examples against it. But I think if you're seeing what my point is, a lot of times it's not greener. It's like, if you found something working, do more of what works. So my challenge for you, Real Play Global or Playaway Global, is commit to the $100 challenge. And the reason I like this is because it limits you from dicking around. I'm going to put that up there. So the $100 challenge, or the weekend challenge, whatever you want to call it, what I like about the $100 challenge is it says you have to make $100 and you have 2 days to do it. Are you willing to take the challenge? Are you willing to step up? Facing fears is hard. Facing these fucking uncomfortable moments, facing rejection, facing loneliness, as I'm feeling sometimes. Oh shit, Alyssa Payne is here. She's gonna come on in a second. These moments are hard. And if you want to commit to it, sometimes it's nice to have accountability. You can join us on okdork.com/group or email me, book@okdork.com, and we can help with a little bit of accountability. There's no charge. There's not a membership or anything. But you have to commit to what you want, and that is fucking tough. So $100 challenge. I don't know who the CAC is. I gotta kick him off. So $100 challenges. I only have 2 days. I have to make $100, and it reduces the ability of reduces your options, and then you figure out, oh shit, what really matters? The easiest business to start. I'll just tell you the secret: sell all the shit in your house, and then you're like, well, Noah, I'm poor. I don't have anything in my house. Sell any of your friends' shit in their house. Well, my friends don't have any shit. Sell their friends' stuff, and once you finally have done that, you've made $100. I promise that. The question is, are you willing to put in the work? No, I don't want to do that. That's below me. Well, maybe you don't want to run your own business and just apply to get a job. The problem with applying for a job is you are at the mercy of these other fucking people. The problem with a job, at the end of the day, you are not in control. And that's not a bad thing, but then don't complain about it. All right, Akinsola is going to do the $100 challenge. Who else is going to take the $100 challenge? For anyone out here who's starting a business and you want to get something going, Alyssa, I'm gonna bring you on in a second. Oh yes, whoever would pay for something, post here. If you would pay for help, post here, yes. So Darren, this weekend, from now until Sunday night, make $100 and email me, noah@okdork.com, or post it in our Facebook group, okdork.com/group. Take the challenge, find out about yourself, and see how much you're gonna grow and learn. Oh yes, Brian Weber. I would bet on you. I would bet on you. Let's bring on Alyssa. Yes, Brian Ball. Brian Ball. So one thing I want to highlight just for the audience. Brian Ball said, is it nice, by the way, Alyssa, I can see in the green screen. Is it nice when you get to hear your name on the YouTube stuff? It's kind of cool. It's like, oh shit, it's live. It's not fucking pre-recorded. The internet is real. All right, I'm gonna bring in a second. So, Brian Ball, you said your software business is dying and you're looking to do the next thing. You already have an advantage that you have people who've paid you. I think it was Jose who said it earlier, Cuevas. Can you go back to those people who've already paid you and see if they'll pay you for something else? Get on the phone. Don't dial it in. Phone makes money. Email is a fucking waiting game, and I don't like it. All right. Renita will take the $100 challenge. Yes. Alex, yes. So, Alex, are you going to do it? All right, well, I'm going to bring on Alyssa to bring some inspiration. She said that she made $1,000. Alyssa, we're live.
Hey, how's it going, Noah? How are you feeling?
Pretty good still. Pretty actually surprisingly well. You know what's weird? I was in the board meeting and hanging out with everyone. It's going really fast.
It's going fast for me too.
I can't believe you stayed. Hon, why have you been here all day? What's wrong?
No, nothing wrong, but like I've totally been listening to it in the background while working, and it's been so inspiring.
What have you taken away that you can share that would help other people? And then what's your website or URL that we can send people to?
Well, do you want me to say it? Type it somewhere?
Yeah, just say it. All right then.
Yeah, so www.thewinjournal.com. So
Win
the
Journal?
win, like success, like win.
Win Journal. All right, I'll post that up there. And so maybe share some of your learnings. I think it's helpful, even for myself, honestly. It's very helpful to hear what people are taking away and how it's benefiting.
Yeah, I mean, the big one was the whole being an expert is you get that by helping other people. Like that's so simple, but it's so true and huge. And I mean, I myself, I have a master's and I've always kind of sought education thinking it would get me there and get me to be an expert. But it's so true. Helping people is way bigger than that.
Dude, someone told me that a few weeks ago. They're like, you know why you're not popular, Noah? Because I haven't helped enough people. And it didn't hurt my feelings. I took it as inspiration. I was like, dude, you're right. All I have to do is one by one help people get results. And it's not, it's funny because like sometimes we're like, oh, this person's popular and this person, it's like, well, they're probably doing something right. You can only trick people so long. So at the end of the day, if you're helping them get results, there's something special about that. That's really cool to hear.
Totally.
Dude, how did you make $1,000 in a month? Like, tell us about your business and inspire all these people out there that are saying, hey, I want to get going.
Yeah, honestly, it's pretty surreal to me. I have always been a high achiever, but also a procrastinator and totally let fear stop me. And this idea actually came out of a really dark time for me last year, being really depressed, having panic attacks every single week. Just my mental health was not good. And finally just getting fed up with it and thinking I'm going to do everything it takes to feel better, because you can't bring yourself to the rest of your life unless you're feeling good mentally. So I just started doing
Did you hit rock bottom? I've had a thought. Do you have to hit rock bottom to come up? I don't know.
I don't know if it was the worst depression I've ever gone through, to be honest, but it was pretty bad. And I think before I always thought I could just keep getting more education, whether it was my master's or eventually PhD, which I decided not to do. I'd rather actually help people in the real world versus write papers and do research for years that a handful of people see. But I think those dark times do help. Like when I think of when I've changed most of my life and been most inspired to change, it's then. 100%.
So my best friend Adam, he's really inspiring to me, and he's been very helpful. He's my rock.
Mm-hmm.
And I go to him sometimes with my pity parties. And he said this phrase to me 2 days ago. He's like, "Do you want a pity party or do you want a power party?" And I was like, "Dude, I want a pity party." I was like, "I want a pity party. I want to just have pity. Like, give me some pity." And he's like, "Have a power party. Take the power back." And was something interesting with that.
Totally.
And so when you hit bottom, how did you start coming up? How did you start exploring to where it led you to now?
It was a lot of things. For the first time in my life, I started going to therapy regularly, and that was a huge help just to get the anxiety down and more manageable. I think, like someone else was saying earlier today, when you feel anxious, you can't be creative, you can't solve problems. Like, it's so just narrowing. So that was helpful. And then I started doing gratitude and all these other practices you hear being very good for mental health. And I did find that while I felt a little more happy, I didn't feel any more confident or ready to change, like to really just live the life I wanted, which was to be helping people and working for myself. And somehow I had this idea. I was outside and I thought, okay, like the gratitude's been good, but maybe like it's not really focusing on the action I've taken. So yeah, it's not building my confidence. So I had this idea to just start writing down in a journal all of my wins, so that when I was feeling down or feeling like I couldn't do something, I could look back on that and really clearly remember that I'm capable and just have that motivation to take action.
Don't let me stop you. Keep talking. Well,
all right.
Well, no, I mean, I kind of think everyone wants to help everyone. I
think so too.
I think it's just figuring out in what ways. Like Ben, who came on earlier in the show, he wants to help in health. And Karel, I think, wants to help in confidence. And Karel is a really interesting character, just like helping people in his own way. And we all do. Like, I want to help specifically in business. Like, I'm like, how do I do fear? How do I starting? I mean, what have you observed from writing down your winnings?
I think a lot of things. First of all, there's a lot of days that I think went really shitty and mood-wise. I felt horrible. And if you would have asked me, I thought I got nothing done and felt like such a failure. But when you actually write down the things that you've done, even like the little small things that seem insignificant, you get a lot of wins done in a day. You get a lot of things, you take a lot of action in your life that's moving forward, and we don't notice it. We have such a bias to remember the negative stuff.
Why?
So that's
been
a big one.
Why do you think our brain does that?
I mean, evolution probably. My master's is in psychology, and one thing we talk about is how, like, to survive, you were looking for threats in a world where you have lions and all this other shit chasing you, and that's not what our world looks like, yet our brain's quite the same still.
That is really interesting. Yeah, we all look at like, oh, here's what I didn't do today.
Mm-hmm.
I think almost, I guess maybe on the other side of that question is like, to each person, what makes, and this is something I've really been experimenting with and I've been trying to understand this week, is like on the opposite, what makes a great day? What makes a win day? Like, what have you noticed for yourself or people that are buying your journal?
For myself, definitely days where there's self-care in there, whether that's like in the form of play, exercising, just whatever it could be. I mean, it could even be watching TV if it's really intentional and you're actually feeling better from that, not just escaping. But for me, self-care, exercise, movement, that's huge. Days I meditate, I feel quite a lot better and more focused and creative. But those are the main ones I notice. What about you?
I made a list of like what makes me fulfilled. I just like wrote a list. I was like, what? Because there's certain, I'm sure everyone feels this, you as well. It's like some days you're like, dude, today was awesome. I'm so proud of today. And then yesterday, like the whole day I did my taxes. And I was like, just chalk this day up for a W, like an L. Just give me the loss. And like, let's just call it. And then I went for a bike ride with a friend I haven't seen for a while. And I was like, this is an epic day. I think in trying to understand what makes a day great for me, it's like the mornings. If I start my morning like going to Instagram or going to Twitter or going to social media, I was really just noticing how much the rest of the day sucked.
So true.
And so like for me lately, I call it maker morning. I'm trying to brand it. I just think it sounds cool. But like journaling for me, push-ups, taking collagen pills, water, Hebrew, and then learning something. So watching YouTube or reading a book. And it's like, if I just do that, I can make my bed, but I do always. If I just do that, it's almost always mostly a great day, or at least puts me in a decent mood to have a great day.
Totally. It's totally true. I feel the same way. And it's funny how things like taxes, like I'm glad you said that because I felt the exact same way.
Well,
I'm like, what is wrong with me? Why does this like put a total damper on my day? But yeah.
Well, I think one thing I've been trying to experiment with, and I think I've been maturing, honestly, which is kind of cool and weird at the same time. It's like I'm going through like man puberty. I am, dude. I think there's like boy puberty at 13 and man puberty at like 30. I'm 38, so I'm pretty close to it. And I think part of being a man is like observing our feelings in a different perspective. And so I've been reading books like Surrender Experiment. I'm reading a book called The Surfer and the CEO. Was that your phone?
Yeah.
Did you get a sale?
I did, yeah.
Oh, shit. Hey, buy thewindjournal.com. Make her fucking phone go off. And so I'm experimenting with like, how do I observe my feelings versus just like being so into it? And I think with life, what I've realized, it's a silly moment, but I was on the toilet I've been renting Airbnbs. I'm back at my house for a week and then I'm leaving again.
Yeah.
And I was in this toilet and I was like, life is just temporary, but we fix our emotions as permanent. And our emotion in this moment is like, I'm so depressed or I'm so sad. And honestly, it's almost nearly impossible to get out of it, I would say. I think movement is probably one of the better things I've observed. But instead, what I've been working on is just like, just feel it, experience it, allow it, like kind of like put it in like this little thing and just be like, okay, I'm sad. Why am I sad? Be sad, enjoy the sadness. And it kind of just like reduces the power.
Totally.
Does that make sense? It's a little.
100%. No, 100%. I mean, like that's been a big part for me in dealing with anxiety and other things is just sitting with it. And like not going deep and feeling bad or anything, but just like sitting with the emotion and it loses its power. Totally.
So, by the way, Cam Fulton just ordered the Wind Journal.
Thank you, Cam.
Dude, so fucking cool. And so maybe share, how did you go from, hey, I've noticed writing on my wins was really helpful, to I'm going to get a product. Like, how did I get my first $1,000 in customers?
Yeah, totally. So, I mean, at first, I honestly had no intention to turn it into a business. I thought, okay, me and my friends who I tell the idea about, we're just going to write down our wins and use it to make us feel better, more confident, get more done, and just build momentum. But what I found was that for all of us, we were not just writing it in a blank notebook. Like we had the best intentions and we did it for the first day, writing some like past wins, but then we didn't really revisit it. And I thought, okay, like maybe I can play around. I can design something that makes the whole process easier, that we can all actually stick with it and get the benefit. And so I had no idea how to do that. I got Adobe InDesign, the trial, went online, took some courses, took like 6 hours, learned the basics, and just in one day built the whole template, started testing it out.
Take a second with that. I'm going to do the podcast interview question.
Yeah.
Let's unpack that. And I don't want to unpack it entirely. But I think what I'm curious is that moment, that spark, the difference between you saying, and a lot of people out there, I have no ideas. I have too many ideas. What motivated you to put in those 6 hours to say, I'm going to make this?
I honestly was just trying to solve my own problem. Like I just wanted to get out of that depression, that anxiety, and feel better.
So one thing I want to highlight that you did, and I'm guessing you're aware, I don't know if you are or not, and RJ, write this shit down. This is the fucking gold. This is the gold nugget. Besides solving your own problem, I think one thing I've observed, the easiest way to feel better, and this has been a little bit weird for me to recognize, is to create.
Yeah.
There's something really powerful of creation because it makes you feel fucking good about yourself. Like, seriously, any day I even make a video, like we record a YouTube video or I write a blog post or I write a book report, I just feel fucking good. I'm like, hey, I made something today. I feel good about me.
Totally. 100% agree. Like last year I did my first woodworking project, which I had never done, never used a saw, nothing. And just seeing it come together, like it's this thing I'm so proud of. Love it more than any other furniture I've ever bought.
Nice. All right. So you spent 6 hours, you made the book. And I think, a lot of people have these questions. This is literally, if I look at all the questions for office hours, It's all answering this. Like we gave a lot of challenges all throughout the day, so I think we've gone through that.
Mm-hmm.
I think there's scaling stuff, which I don't know if we'll have time to get to, but so you made the book, you designed it.
Yeah, once I did that, I started experimenting with it and getting my friends to as well. And from there, refining it and like figuring out, making a template that we all actually liked and worked for us. And I'm sure it'll evolve still, but something that was enough to be a minimum viable product. And
how long was that period?
I came up with the idea I guess it took a couple months. Honestly, though, in hindsight, I would have just released it and sold it quicker.
Go on with that.
I definitely spent time putting it off, trying to create the perfect product instead of actually seeing if there was a market for it. And part of it was like I was helping myself and trying to make the best version. But truthfully, I was just fearful of actually launching it. Like people were telling me, I love this idea. You could totally sell it. Everyone was pushing me. And I was saying, well, it needs to be a bit better. It needs to be this. I need to figure out the perfect platform to sell it on, everything. Like there's just so many excuses. So in hindsight, I would have done it even earlier.
All right. So did you put it on Shopify or where'd you put it on?
I did put it on Shopify, which has been amazing and so simple to use.
But how did you get people to buy? I think that's the part that everyone's kind of like, yeah, I put it on a website and now I'm not rich. What the fuck?
Yeah, my first launch, once I had the website up, was I just went on my personal Instagram account and I filmed a video of myself saying, hey, I'm launching this business. Here's the story behind it. I'm super passionate about it. Here's the product.
What's your personal Instagram? I want to see it.
Alyssa Outdoors.
All right, found it. Oh, you really are outdoors a lot. So, Han, how long ago was this? Is this pretty recent? Oh shit! It's
really recent. It's like a month and a week or something like that ago.
All right. So you put a video. I'm not usually. Oh, I love it. I'm gonna read it out loud. I'm not usually this nervous when I film videos, but this announcement has me both terrified and excited. Let me see if I can. I'm gonna screen share it. Oh, I gotta change my system preferences. Shit. I don't think I can start just yet. I don't want it to reset the whole thing. No, I can't. All right. I'll just keep reading it. It'll make me reset the computer. I'm not usually nervous when I film videos, but this announcement has me both terrified and excited out of my mind, and it shows. And how'd you feel when that's interesting. So you put yourself out there, which is what we honestly have talked about for 5-6 hours today. How did you feel when you finally hit publish? And then how did you feel when you made the first sale?
Yeah, I think when I first published, I was both terrified and nervous and kind of wanting to take it down, but also I felt relieved and excited. And very quickly I got responses. And I think not even within an hour of posting it, I got multiple first sales. And that was just the most incredible thing to me. And I was just over the moon. Like I could not believe it. I was so proud of everything I did, and also simultaneously wishing that I just launched earlier.
I love that you say that. I think that's a valuable lesson to everyone, because you say it. Here's the problem. The 60 other people who's listening to you that maybe haven't started are like, yeah, but I'm going to play poker tonight, Brian, or I'm going to avoid it and I'm going to do the other parts. And it's like, I always think about it with email lists. This is one of the most common things since email's been lucrative for me personally and our company. Every time I tell people to start an email list, they're always like, oh, I wish I would have done it sooner. And so I'm really glad that you're sharing that message. Like, holy shit, I put it out there. Was it as scary as you thought after you put it out?
No, not even close. Not even close.
And so this is what, like, when was this? This was
I think it was literally a month and a half ago.
Wow,
yeah.
Great for you. Here's one thing I would actually bet on. Have you had a down day since then?
Yeah, totally. 100%. There's days where there's multiple sales. There's days where there's zero. And honestly, on the days where there's zero, it's like the worst time of my life. The days where it's good, you're just fired up. And I'm trying to reduce that reaction because it's not helpful, but that's totally the feelings I'm having lately.
Well, one, I kind of knew they're still down. Like, no matter if you make millions, and besides money, you can still have emotions as humans. We're not until we're robots. Yeah. I mean, 2 ways, if I may make suggestions.
Yeah, totally.
So two ways of, and you don't have to write anything down, but two ways of adjusting that is just make more sales, and then you never feel down. You'll never feel down again, which is total bullshit. But obviously make more sales. I also tell you, even if you make hundreds of thousands, which we do some days, or like 10,000 or 1,000 or 50, that first dollar sometimes is the sweetest, but your emotions are still going to go up and down depending on how sales do. I will say it gets easier, but I think the part that's more important that I want to encourage you on is what can you control? Because you can't control, like you can't force me to buy. You can call people though. So like, what is in your realm of influence? Can I post more on Instagram? Can I do partnerships? Mm-hmm. Can I try to get on more webinars, like randomly with people and share stories? So I think the question is, what are you in control of? Like, are you in control of how many posts on Instagram you do?
Yeah, totally.
So what
100%.
What is your plan to keep this going and get it, it doesn't have, I don't know, that's an interesting thing. What is your goal for it?
Honestly, my goal is to just help as many people as I can feel better, have less anxiety, actually, honestly, take action. Because that's something I put off for so long. And especially now that I'm on the other side of it, taking that action and doing it, like I'm just so much more fired up to help my friends who have ideas and everything launch those. Like, all I want is for people to really get to realize their full potential. And I found in my experience and just the experiences I've had with others that we're always our biggest limitation.
1,000%. I feel like there's a lot of people that are, I thought about wealth redistribution. Me and my stepfather talk about it a lot, where from coronavirus, there's the same amount of pool of money, but I think some people are going to get more of it and some are going to get less. And it's not about race. It's not about economic status. It's about certain people are willing to face their limits. And certain people are wanting to just kind of like sit on the sidelines and complain about how they're not getting it. And this is colorless. This is genderless. This is like economicless. And it's just more of it's honestly a little bit of a mindsetness. There's a group of people that are like, hey, I'm a woman. Hey, I'm a person of color. Hey, I'm Black. I'm Chinese. I'm Jewish. And I want to take action. And if I don't have money, if I can't make a book, learn it. If I don't have any of it, go help someone who is doing it and learn it from them. So I think I'm curious other marketing things, because I think this is one of the most common questions. I think the big thing is that you took action, said you'd done it sooner. You solved your own problem, which I fucking love that. I'm on Reddit a lot, and they're always like, what drop shipping product can I just buy from China and send it in America and just get rich? Or I don't know, are you a Redditor?
Yeah, I love Reddit.
Yeah. So like Wall Street Bets, how do I just buy this short stock and then get rich off that? I'm like, the easiest way to get rich is hard work.
100%. And the best is finding something that you're actually really passionate about and would do even for free. Like that feels so much more worth it and gets you so much more excited. Like even on the hard days where I'm struggling and there's no sales and I am feeling down, I still love it so much more than anything else I've done in the past.
I think I think for me with business, one of the things that always excites me is like, how can I solve my own problems? How can I just make something exist that I want in the world? And guess what? Then I get to enjoy it. Like, how sweet is that?
Totally.
So Jason Randell, who's been dope, super supportive this whole time. I'm getting him tacos tomorrow. He said, and I think this is getting the first $1. That's why I tell people to do the $1 challenge. Just get your first customer, get $1. It honestly, I don't know if that much feels better than that.
I have to say, for me, it was the absolute sweetest sale I've ever had still today.
Who was it? Keep going.
It was one of my best friends for the first one, but then second one was someone from high school who I hadn't talked to in over 10 years.
Good for you. Great for you.
Thank you.
I think people are really inspired. I think it gives a lot of ideas. Yeah, I think people are just really proud. I think one thing is like that people struggle with as well, though, is how do they go from the 1,000 to the 10,000? And most of the time I'm like, hey, how did you get to 1,000? They're like, well, I did it. I'm like, keep just fucking doing that. And so it sounded like for you posted on Instagram. What else?
Another thing, I started a Facebook group and I've already gotten a lot of sales from that.
So a lot of times in marketing, people are like, well, what should I do? I'm like, just do more of the ones that work. And they're like, what about this new fucking TikTok thing? And I'm like, that's great. Do you think you've reached everyone on Instagram that you can and everyone on your Facebook group? No.
No way.
Have you reached out to all your friends who you think that could buy it? No. Have you reached out for referrals of the people who bought it? Probably not. But I know I do this. I was talking to someone about this morning. I'm always like, oh, but what's my next new shiny fucking thing? I need a new thing. And it's like, I think that's why I love that my stepdad says he only still listens to music from the 80s. Because he's like, yo, this shit was working then. It's working now. I'm just going to keep with that. And so I think there's something beautiful for you where you made something you wanted. It's helping you. You're still challenged. You're still human. And I'm proud of you.
Totally. It'll always be like that.
I think it gets better of sorts, or it gets...
No, but there's always going to be some challenge. I think we can learn to better manage it for sure.
Well, it's kind of why I've been lately putting up challenges, because I feel like that helps. It makes it easier when it does come. Mm-hmm. Like I think about it with life, where I did this biking thing or I did an ATV thing where I was so scared to go down this hill. I was like, oh, it's too steep for me. This was my brother's bachelor party. And it stuck in my mind because I was so scared. And then once I finally was like, you're just going to go down this hill. And I went down the hill and I did it. And I was like, oh, that was fun. And then I did it again.
It's always like that. It's never as bad as you fear. And a lot of the time it's really fun.
Yeah. And then I think part of me, I wonder for people that are out there that don't want to push themselves or don't want to do these challenges is why not? And it's like, well, why don't I just stay comfortable? Why don't I just stay complacent? Why don't I just watch Netflix at night versus, explore a new hobby, learn how to cook, start a new business, start something else. It doesn't have to just be money related. And I don't think with God or whatever religion there is, I don't know if there's a right or wrong way to live. I think I'm just trying to say try to see at the end of life, what life do I want? And I found that I want a more fulfilling life, and doing challenges and seeing how far I can go makes my life more fulfilling for me.
Oh, 100%. I agree. I think it's like that for everyone. Getting out of our comfort zone and growing feels good.
Dude, it feels great. Good for you. Thank you, Alyssa, for coming and sharing. Everyone, the Win
Thanks for having me on.
Yeah, dude, this is dope. And you're in Massachusetts?
No, I'm in Toronto, up in Canada.
Okay. I'm losing my mind, but yes, thank you so much for being a part of it. Keep hustling. Let us know. I don't know if you're in the Facebook group or in YouTube world.
Yeah, I'm in the Facebook group.
All right, well, keep posting I think that's one thing that people, I'll tell you, I'm kind of a dick in the sense that I don't realize how smart the people that consume my content are. And I think I'm a total asshole. I was peeing earlier today. I was like, these people are so much better than me in different ways, and there's so much to learn. And so I think there's something really powerful about that for everything. And so I think with your story, and it's good for me to realize that, I'm like, holy shit, you fucking asshole, is that I don't know if you even realize, for a lot of people out there, like Renita and these people, RJ, they're like, oh, she can do it. Noah can do it. It's pretty straightforward. I can do it too. And let me just take that first step. Let me face myself.
Totally. I mean, it's way more simple. It's super simple. You just need to take the first step, get your first little win, and just keep stacking those up over time. And do the things you're afraid of. See how it goes.
What is a challenge? Which challenge do you think everyone who hasn't started a business should do today that you think that will help them?
Today, who hasn't started?
That hasn't started, that wants to.
Do they have an idea yet or no?
I don't know. What's the challenge?
I honestly think the challenge is just to sell anything, to really put yourself out there, whether it's something in your house or an actual idea. Just take that step to actually ask someone for the money, and it will totally change your perspective and open up your eyes to what's possible.
I think that's amazing. I love that $100 challenge. So, it's funny. I tell people about the $100 challenge, and I think you're so smart. That's so beautiful. When I say the $100 challenge, it's interesting to notice how people think they're going to make the $100. Does that make sense what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I'm like, hey, $100 challenge. And I think you just had the great idea. You had the challenge. So make $100 in 2 hours. And I think what's interesting is where we go. We're like, well, I could create this algebra statistical equation. I need to learn how to code. I'm going to go watch 1,000 YouTube videos. And you're like, well, what if you just sold your extra stuff?
The time limit is so important too. Like putting a time limit on is so key.
I completely agree. Dude, you got another sale.
I know.
Shit. Dude, you just stay
Thank you.
here. I was
Whoever
like,
that was,
I just feel
they're
like
here.
crying. So Alyssa, the Win Journal, the W, the Win Journal. Everyone should get some W's. Thank you so much for coming on.
Thanks for having me, Noah.
All right, bye. Oh, Brian Weber.
Bye.
All right, I think we're pretty close. It's almost an hour. Do you guys want to guess the steps? I think we're fucking close to 50,000. I've been live for 7 hours and 32 minutes. It's getting dark in Austin, Texas. Alyssa was a goddamn rock star. Wow, that was super impressive. Super proud of her. Everyone should take the $100 challenge. I want to know a win that you guys have all had today. So Brian Ball, he made $100 during the show. Brian, post the tweet. Brian, post how you made $100 during the show. I love results that are live. And Renita D. Terry, that's what's up. It's like the easiest way to get rich is hard work. I fuck with that. That's like I like that phrase. I fuck with that. I think it's always interesting. But it is. And people want to, like, I look on Reddit on the business category and the entrepreneur category, and it disappoints me because they're like, how do I validate? How do I do all these things? And I'm like, you do the hard work. And they're like, well, I don't know the hard work. I'm like, it's right in front of you. What's in front of you? Sell your stuff. Help your friend for free. Go for someone famous and provide them with value. That's the straightest forward way of doing any of this stuff. Just like Boris did earlier today, like Alyssa talked about, Brian Ball did it. RJ Youngling took notes and he made $20. I'm paying him $20. RJ, I need to pay you $20. Oh, so we're doing step counts. All right, we're doing step counts. Oh, shit. We are fucking close. This feels like New Year's Eve. All right. Brian Weber, are you drunk? Doesn't he look like a soccer coach or a rugby player? Oh, yeah, I'm on the South African rugby team, mate. All right. Holy shit. One person, super damn close. I think she's going to get it. Oh, my God, no. Closer. I'm going to have to give this out to two people. Two people are super close. I love every single one of you guys for showing up, sticking with it. But it looks like the winners, there's two winners today. Erica Bates at 45,785. Dude, I can't believe we've almost walked a marathon together. Honestly, it's been fun having you guys with me. We still have another 15, 20 minutes. There's only 30 minutes left on the webinar before it closes. And then I think Ian Bruns. Erica Bates, Ian Bruns, Venmo request at Noah Kagan or PayPal at OKDork, the $1, and I will get it to you. When we finish at the end in 15 minutes, RJ, remind me to give out the last 250. All right. I need to take a note right here. I have my iPad on the side. I think I might need to do a final P. All right. So one thing I want to know that Alyssa was talking about that I think is super interesting for yourselves is what win did you feel good about yourself today? Brian Ball, post your tweet. Brian Ball, I want to see your tweet. That sounds really weird. It's like, show me your penis. Yes. So Ben Latz has it exactly right. He looks like he would be my therapist. He's like, Noah, tell us how you really feel. I love roasts. Me and Neville do them all the time. But I think this is so beautifully put. Like Alyssa said, I wish I started my business sooner. Like Alyssa said, I helped something and I created something for myself. Like Alyssa said, I just put out a video and I was scared. And once I put it out, I was like, it's not so bad. All business is an ask. I want something from you in exchange for this money. And I don't know what the red flag means. And the business ideas are easy. Business ideas are the joke. Like AppSumo, when I started AppSumo, a lot of people told me it wouldn't be shit. And who knows? Who knows what your business is going to become? But you have to start and you have to put yourself out there to ask. So I want to know, what wins have you felt for yourself today? Okay, Erica wants to donate to Ian Bruns. So Ian Bruns, Venmo request me. Acme Lee, yeah, love you guys. You guys are all fucking amazing. I want to know what wins you've had for your day. We had an hour quiet. We've had an insane amount of amazing questions. We have about 20-ish minutes left. I have 20 minutes to walk another 5,000 steps. I'm pretty sure I'm going to get it. what I can do is I can go over the off-hour stuff. But I think it was really fun seeing you guys live talking about your stuff. Brian Ball, post your tweet. I want to show the tweet that helped you get these results. What I'm going to do, post your wins in the comments. I'm going to do a quick break to the bathroom. It's been 7.5 hours. I've drank a lot of water. I'm going to do 30 push-ups. We're going to come back. Final 20 minutes. Actually doing a backflip, doing a kickflip is my goal in 2021. I've already started working on my 2021 bucket list. Yes, Jason Rendell fell forward. All right. I will be back in 20 minutes. Stay the fuck around. I'm going to give out the last $250. Let's finish the day strong. I wish we had like the trumpet, like. I'm going to mute this real back. I'll be right back. 2-3 minutes. And if you haven't crushed some shit, let me know. Brian Ball, I got to go to YouTube to check out that link. I'll be right back. Announce some winners. We're going to finish strong. All right, I think it's unmuted. I need to turn my I'll turn my lights on in just a second. I need 30 more push-ups. Come do some push-up challenge with me. Push-up challenge is great, so you can get to failure. Then I'm gonna read your wins. I'm either gonna do more of your questions. I'm just gonna do more of your questions so you submitted them, and I'll do a rapid power hour, 20 minutes, 20,000 questions. If you have any questions out there, I think we've answered a lot of them today. But sometimes it's nice to hear it. Sometimes you need to hear it a few fucking times. Repetition is power. So if you haven't done push-ups today, come do the push-up challenge with me. Look at you. Look at you. My legs are so bad I peed all over the toilet seat. It was really bad. But anyways, we're going to do some push-ups. Come join me in the push-up challenge. I don't know where the camera is or where it's showing. Oh, push-ups. I lost count. My mom would be annoyed that my feet are on the carpet. I know. I know. All right. Let me go turn the lights on. It's getting a little dark in here. We're going to finish. All right. Oh, shit. All right. Push-ups. Yes. Push-ups are fucking good. You know why? They wake you up. And it pushes you, and you should fail, and you get the fuck up, and you go on. And that's how we live. All right. Some of your W's for the day, I'm going to read them out. I want to see the Brian Ball tweet. I can't see it here. It doesn't show me the link. Alyssa Payne, my win of the day was spending so much time on this awesome live stream. Thank you, dude. You are a fucking inspiration. Great for you. And you're going to have some down days. And when you're feeling down, watch this fucking video, this part of the time where you came on, 2 sales. Look at your win for how far you've come as well. So amazing. Cynthia Andre, where's your YouTube link? Cynthia Andre, I want to see the YouTube link of your uploaded piano song. If you have not posted it, I want you to post it. Yes, awesome. I was feeling not great all week. This has been the highlight of my week. Fucking challenging, not easy. We're at 47,000 steps together. Brian, it's not letting me see your tweet link. I have the YouTube stuff over here. Dude, you guys have hit that thumbs up button. That's fucking cool. Put on a shirt when I come back. Brian, be proud of yourself. Why put on a shirt? It's hot. I'm almost done 50,000 steps. Walk a fucking marathon. I'm gonna wear my own house. I don't have to wear a shirt. Other things that are W's today. Max Brand. I don't think that's really your photo, but it's cool if it was. I love your effort. I love you for showing up as well. Tim Lester, my win for the day is updated. So by the way, I think we got about like a mile left, which is gonna take me about 10 minutes. And I'm paying Ian Bruns, because I've told him I'd pay him for guessing the account. And we have one more $250 to give away and one more $1 giveaway when we get the 50,000. You guys I want you to, ultimately, it's not you watching me. It's not either of us watching. It's us helping each other to get results. Whatever it is that you're trying to get. Overcome the fear. Start your business journey. Do your marketing. Acme Lee, yes. Acme, I want you to get some customers today. Yes, Ricky Adagala. So each day, oh shit, see me die on YouTube. That was a little bad. What's your number one priority? And how much of your day did you spend? Make sure you got your fucking number one priority done. It's not that just Noah gets results, which I do. It's, are you doing, I think there's a few different pieces of getting results. What do you really want? What is the priority for that thing? And how much of your time is spent on that? Think about that. RJ Youngling, yeah. So take action on your number one priority every single fucking day. And RJ, for sharing the notes, thank you big time. We still have another 20 minutes. I'm going to go through more questions. I think we have like 4,000 steps left. 3,000. The energy was amazing. This shit, like, I actually am still pretty fucking juiced. Should we go 100,000 steps? No, Darren's like, put on your shirt, dude. Brian, I'm giving you a hard time. So, Jason Blake. Jason, make sure you send me the Venmo PayPal request. I owe you the money. It's been amazing. I can't believe it's been 7 hours, 44 minutes, and I've got to get this done in the next 10. Otherwise, the stream closes. Let me go through Power Hour questions. A lot of the questions. Cam Fulton said, thank you. Cam Fulton, fuck yeah, I love you too. Thank you. How do idiots get rich? Patrick Porca. So idiots get rich by doing basic shit. So the easiest way to do that is sell your stuff. Do the $1 challenge and the $100 challenge. So like sell all your books. And guess what? If you're like, hey, how do idiots get rich? Whoever is the idiot that you know that's rich, go work for them for free. Go buy them lunch. Go do whatever it takes. For example, I used to live downtown in Austin. My landlord was this rich guy. And I said, hey, you seem really rich. Can I take you out for lunch? And then he taught me how he got rich. It was real estate. He was in software, then real estate. And then he let me invest in his real estate. And guess what? It's doing really fucking well because he's rich. So find the rich people and do whatever it takes to get into their sphere. So Brad Olson, how do I find out what I'm good at and what I have to offer the world? That's some tough stuff, man. But we got you. Number one, what would you work on for free? Number two, what are you getting paid for right now? What skill are you getting paid for right now? Number three, ask your wife, husband, or your best friend, if I were to start something, what would I start? And number four, if you don't know what you're good at and what you have to offer to the world, go do a bunch of fucking things to find out what you're not good at. Like, I'm not good at some consistency stuff. I'm not good at a lot of organizational stuff. I'm good at doing challenges, starting businesses, and marketing things that I love. How do I figure that out? I was talking to my mom. I was like an umpire. I worked at Macy's in bed sheets. I sold popcorn. I worked at summer camps. I worked at Intel. Like, I tried a lot of fucking things. And that led me to where I'm at now. And you will get there as well. So Abul runs a site which is really interesting called Montroy.com, and he thinks he's overthinking, which he is. So if you know you're overthinking, you are. One thing with e-commerce sites, people, is that if you have an e-commerce site, make sure it's optimized. Like, who is your customer? And what is working in getting those customers already that you can do more of? And I know I'm thinking, well, Noah, give me more tactics. The tactics is do more what's already working for you. If Alyssa's got Instagram, if she's got a Facebook group, if she hasn't done referrals, which she should, and asking her network, don't do new shit. I think one thing that's been really fascinating, and I'll show it to you guys a little bit later, is that with Dork Stuff, this whole package and experience, we're trying to be more clear. Who is our customer? What is our unique messages, which is coffee challenges, $1 million weekends, and behind the scenes of an 8-figure company showing you how to do things behind the scenes. And it's like, all right, and then what's our strategy for that? And so what I'm trying to encourage you to think about is, how are you putting more strategy into your business? So if you're selling fragrance, who is that customer? What is unique about your fragrance? Is it for Jewish people? Is it for Black people? Is it for people that live in a certain place? Is it people that like pine smell? I actually like rosemary smell. And number 3, what is your strategy to get them? So one of our strategies is tweet a lot, see which tweets are popular, make videos on that. As long as it's for our customer, it's part of our core message, and that is the strategy. So for you, think about, what is your strategy for this stuff? By the way, real quick intermission, we got about 10 minutes. Is answering these questions helpful or not? Yes, that's what I'm talking about. Real quick intermission about, is this helpful for me to answer these questions right now? Because we got 10 minutes. I want to make it as valuable for you and me. But I'm glad I motivated you. Look, sometimes I've realized when you get broken up, when you've lost a job or you get fired, that is your chance for growth. That is your chance for improvement. And a lot of time you can choose that. And I will say, you with push-ups or sit-ups or walking even 50,000 steps, I started with 1 step today. And now we're all at 50,000 together. And I think the point of that sometimes is you got to get moving. And you have to think, I don't know what your full name is. I'll call you Seth, my brother's name. What is in your room of control? What is in your control? And I think that's what's tough about getting fired. I think that's what's tough about Corona. I think that's what's tough about a lot of these things is like, oh, well, it's my boss. It's my wife. It's my ex. It's this. Well, no. What is in my room of responsibility and what I can fucking own? Simon, awesome. So all you have to think about is, what can you control? You can control how many times you post on YouTube. You can control how many people you ask for help. You can control how many things you post on a blog. You can control how many emails you send. You can't control other people. You can control the amount of push-ups you do every day. So one thing that I've observed in this really interesting time is, how do you do more things within your control? You can control making your bed. You can control what you eat for breakfast. You can control creating. So do what is in your control, and you will feel better about yourself and build up that confidence. Schulte, I thought about you. You're my man. Dude, I'm going to break this fucking treadmill. I think we're going to break it. Look, it just went out again. Because it turns off every 2 hours for safety. Whew. This is definitely harder than I thought. I think that's, again, I'm going to say this phrase that I was thinking about it. Sometimes in life, it's better not to know how hard something's going to be, because you won't even fucking do it. That was a shit. I didn't say it very eloquently, but you get my point. Sometimes it's better to be naive and not know how hard something's going to be and just go for it and be proud of yourself after you accomplish it. So is it push-ups? Is it getting customers? Is it starting your business, Jason Blake? Erica Bates, is it getting going with your training? Or if you've been wanting to start something on the side, like, is that getting that going? I think the thing that you have to figure out professionally is, how do you find something where it's not work? How do you find something where it's free? Like Alyssa, and it's like, hey, I'm going to have this book for me. I don't give a fuck if anyone else buys it. RJ Youngling, I'm going to post it in the description. I'll put a note. I'm going to post your link in the description, or put a thing for it, so that people can buy it if they want to. But post it in the okdork.com/group. okdork.com/group. RJ, post. If people want to buy the notes for this entire show, it'll be in there. okdork.com/group. All right, actually, he's giving out the notes for free. But RJ, let me give you a recommendation. At the top of your notes, put your Venmo or PayPal, and people could donate to you for him. Tony Robbins isn't walking on a treadmill for 8 hours. Honestly, Tony's he's old. And like, I think that guy runs around a lot. He's got a lot of energy. I think Tony could go for 16 hours. I don't know what he could do. Maybe we could do a walkathon. I want to do a walkathon competition. Like, yo, who's going to go further? Yes. So RJ, put your Venmo. I think one thing with RJ, this is amazing today. Look at what you're doing for free. But again, sometimes it's better not to know how hard something's going to be, and don't create work. Don't have a job in your life. Just find the thing you enjoy doing, taking notes on this, sharing business experiences, helping people overcome fear, doing push-ups, whatever the fuck it is. All right. If you were going to sell hot sauce, all right, let me see how many steps. Damn. We are fucking close, and I've only got 8 minutes. Holy shit. So if I don't... Damn, I got to speed this thing up, honestly, because this thing ends in 8 minutes. If we don't get to 50, it's going to end the show, and you're not going to see the 50,000 on the step thing, and I've really got to fucking show that. I'm going to be disappointed otherwise. Like, we've gone too far not to. All right. How feasible is it for a non-web developer to oversee creation of a web-based site? Hard. I've always found it better to learn how to code for myself, at least some of the basics, so that I can tell if people are bullshitting me. I think what's more important is that if you're starting a business, I don't try to do I know I'm on level 6 miles an hour now. Now I'm one of the old ladies in the mall. I've got like the weights in my hands. All right, so I'm picking up the pace, dude. I know, but it's got 6.5 minutes. Holy shit. I might jog it. Oh, it doesn't go any faster than this. Damn. Is there any way not to end? All right, well, let's see how close we get. I'm not doing it over, Omari. All right, what other things we got going on? RJ Youngling, it's okay, man. Post the link in okdork.com/group. What other things can we be talking about? So yeah, I'm going to post that. Woo! If you guys are not subscribed to YouTube, you guys already know what to do. youtube.com/okdork. Instagram.com. Actually, if you guys aren't following on Instagram, Jeremy and our team, we've hired him. He starts full-time next week. The guy is phenomenal. He takes the best nuggets out of all of these shows and then puts them for you on Instagram and all the social media. He's the one running it. Dude's phenomenal. If you're starting your business, take the $1 Take the $1 challenge and get $1 today. And if you've already done that, which I know if you haven't, go do it. I'm gonna watch you. If you haven't done that, do the $100 challenge. Give yourself 48 hours to make $100 any way possible, and see where your mind goes when you're trying to make those $100. Man, I love seeing all your faces. I love seeing that you guys are taking action. Yeah, I might take you guys around the block. You guys are going to share it in the Facebook group, all the notes from today. A lot of really great notes. Oh, Katan Lawson. All right. Katan was one of the winners from the Black-owned businesses. He's up near Dallas. KITAN Lawson.com. Investing in yourself, man, that's... At the end of the day, like I was thinking about this recently. It's like, if you don't love yourself, nothing else matters. If you don't like yourself, nothing else matters. And I think if you don't, like sometimes I don't. And it's like, yo, go work on that. And once you get to that point, guess what? You can go love and help all of the other fucking people. Dude, I'm Jason. I'm pushing. Literally, the machine doesn't go any faster than this. I didn't realize we were this close. I thought it was closer than the 48. All right. I'm just going to try to double step it. Let's see how fast it's going. Oh, shit. Is it frozen? Dude, what the fuck? I think my phone is basically... No, it's not frozen. Holy shit. What were we just at? We're at 47,788. Oh, shit. It's going to end in 4 minutes. Fuck. All right. Instagram Live. Instagram.com/NoahKagan. I'm going to pull it up there. I'm going to give away the last 250. If it ends, I don't know if it's going to cut me off. but it doesn't go allowed beyond 8 hours. Peter, great quote. Damn, I keep scraping my wall. Damn it. Hold on, I'm seeing if this is working. Oh shit! I can't believe we're going past 8:30. 8 hours. Wow. You guys are all fucking thugs. I love it. Thug life. Is that rude to say? I like Tupac. I don't know. I don't know what I'm allowed to say these days, but you guys are all fucking soldiers. You're legit. You're the underdogs. You're part of people rising up. I love that you guys are trying to make a difference for yourselves. All right. All right. Well, if this goes off, you guys are all phenomenal. I'm going to get on Instagram. I'm not fucking stopping. No fucking way. We've gone too far. Let's see. Yeah, you guys are hardcore. You've stayed with me the whole time. So, all right. Well, if it goes off, we're going to go on Instagram. We'll be down there. Let me just show that in a sec. Woo! Can't believe we did this together. Y'all are crazy. You guys are crazier than I am. Great content. Thanks. I'm going to keep going through some of the questions. But I am going to be back. I'll put it on Instagram live the last hour. We're so close. 2,000 fucking steps. If we get cut off in 2 to 3 minutes. So if I don't, Darren, Max, Acme, Jason Randell, Margarita, Cynthia, Renita, Brian Ball. Who else is here? Jason Blake, Sean Park, Bunny, Cash RPG is back. Max Brand, Peter, Treasure Rose. Where's Cherry? She was here. Schulte, Cam Fulton, yes. Self-love cures toxicity. That is true. And it's hard sometimes to love yourself. It sounds so crazy, stupid to say it out loud, like, love yourself. But sometimes it's like we don't like ourselves. It's like, well, what can we do to enjoy ourselves more? So definitely working on that and thinking about that and doing it for myself. I hope you're doing it for yourself too. So Treasure Rose had a question about channel sales and business to business and how to establish business rapport with various companies that don't necessarily know your brand. So I'm trying to think of how I've explored that. You know, with AppSumo and then with my previous companies and even with other stuff we've been building, a lot of times it's not your brand that they care about. They care about, not Noah, they care about themselves. So my question for you would be, if you approach them or you're writing content for them or you're doing things for them, how are you making it about them? How are you making it so exciting? They want to reach out to you. They want to talk to you. So with AppSumo, when we email someone right now, we still do this 10 years later. We say, we want to promote you to 1 million entrepreneurs. We want to send you a $100,000 check. There's no cost. There's no risk for you. All you have to do is offer a special for a limited time and let us do all the work. Do you think, Treasure, that people respond to that? Yes. We have a very high response rate. So the question is, how do you make it so fucking good that they want to talk to you? So there's 8 seconds left till this might drop off. I don't know if it's going to cut me. If it does, Instagram.com/Noah Kagan. Fucking love you guys. I'll see you on there for the last. Oh, we're still here. Are we still here? Holy shit. Are we still here? We're still alive. Hey, are we still here? Kale, Jason. I can't tell. Did it cut us? Oh, fuck. We're still here. All right. All right. Oh, all right. So Facebook went down. Fuck Facebook. We don't need them. Facebook is like, nah, dude, that was too much. All right, but we're still on YouTube. All right, we got a few more steps to go. Playaway Global still here. Tim is still here. Brian, what is up, man? 48,364. Holy shit. It is honestly a roller coaster. I was nervous in the morning. We had some amazing conversations. We had a lot of business stuff. We had a lot of challenges. Boris did it live. Cynthia, where's your link? Did she post her link to her YouTube? Did I chill with Zuckerberg while I was at Facebook? Yeah. Do you want to see? Oh, man, it's in the other room. I'm not getting off the fucking treadmill. I'm staying focused on this. But, yeah, I have some, like, signature stuff from Zuck. You're like, because I don't really have good grammar. So he gave me a grammar book, and I kept it. Let's see if I have other emails. No. No. It's all at my Facebook email address. Oh, Katie Dillows. Hell yeah. She's the walking health coach in Austin. We should fucking go for a walk. Alyssa, it's been really fun. I'm going to keep doing a few more questions. It's probably going to take another 10-ish minutes. I missed my dinner. I was a part of my board meeting. We're at 48,500. We've given out a shit ton of money. I can't forget to give out the last 250. So John is what I'm in a business where my partner bailed. Good. I think it's better when your partners bail. Why? You can take responsibility. When your partners bail, you can't blame anyone else. All right, let's keep doing through questions that you guys submitted below. We already went over Boris's question. Emmett's question. So I love Emmett's question. He said, how do I write a freelance contract that will let the client know I intend to spend 5 hours a week on their project? So you don't write that, Emmett. When you're doing freelancing or when you're buying things, I'll tell you, the way I do it is value-based. Value-based sales. So what does that mean? I don't talk about hours because do they care about if I work 50 hours or 5 hours? I care about what is the expectation and the value being created from my work. What I'm going to do for your sales will make you an extra 1,000. What I'm going to be doing for your marketing will bring in this many new customers or this many new email signups. Don't focus on your hourly. Focus on the result and charge based on the result, and you could charge a lot more. All right. The question from William, how to get capital to fund a startup? The best way to get capital to fund a startup is get your customers to be your investors. That's how I've done it. I'm not saying it's the only way. I just like that way better. Austin from thefireshow.com. Sounds like a fucking dope show. What Shopify app would you build and run in the App Store? We built 2. I've shown them in the past. We've got the email pop-up from Sumo. It's made about $900,000 in the Shopify App Store. It's done relatively well, but it's been decaying, so it's not doing so well. And then we built this thing called meetfam.com, which was automatic emails. I think one of the things that's a takeaway is that we weren't Shopify store owners, number one. Number two, it's much easier to do things manually. So I think we could have done a better job of manually just doing email marketing for different Shopify store owners, kind of like an agency. And based on being an agency, then we create the app. What people do is the wrong way around. You're saying, what app should I build? Wrong way of looking at it. Which customers can I help? How can I help them? How do I make it valuable that they want to pay? Then how do I build an app for that? How do I grow my student base for my live yoga classes on Zoom? Best way possible. Just focus on getting one more person each week than the week before. That's it. Sometimes I notice I focus on how many views did I get? Did I get 1,000, 10,000, 1,000, 400? Just focus on progress. It'll help you. Is this helpful? Yes. All right. Oh, Austin. I love Austin, DC. Dynamite Circle is my dogs. So what to do when you're jumping industries. So Kale, I think for people that are in one industry, don't necessarily jump industries necessarily. If you want to sell a frameworks journal, how do you sell that to the CrossFit gym owners? Or how do you leverage your network that you already have versus trying to go to somewhere totally brand new? You can do it. I do believe you can, but why not make it easier on yourself? I'm going to keep doing these because these seem helpful and I like the fast pace of it. Can I promote your page to Gumroad? Sure. Gumroad.com/Nicole Ayers. Done. Kelly, how to stop self-doubt. I keep thinking all my ideas are not good. We spent a lot of time talking about that today. 1, do the coffee challenge. Realize that rejection's okay. 2, get the $1 challenge so you can start feeling good about your results. 3, do the $100 challenge. 4, I think for self-doubt, there's a lot of different ways. There's no one way. But I think you have to start getting wins and ways to build confidence. Make your bed. Do a push-up a day. Do a daily journal. And just have a few small habits and do them every day for 30 days. I call it the Ryan Holiday Challenge is for writing. Call this one the David Goggins Challenge. Do it for 30 days. And after 30 days, I promise you'll feel better about yourself because you're promising yourself you're going to do something and you're delivering on it. All right, Alex, should I sell art or pivot to selling tutorials, trainings, teaching people how to draw? Try both. See which one is easier and more fulfilling for you to do. Either sell your art or selling people, teaching people. Try both of them. See which one people are responding better to. See which one you're enjoying more. See which one is easier. And then 10x. When I started AppSumo, I started 3 businesses at the same time: Reward Level, AppSumo, and Software Taco. Software Taco was a review site. Reward Level, I don't explain. AppSumo is AppSumo. AppSumo was like, me and my partner Chad, I was like, he came on after about a year, and I was like, yo, if we can't do 3, he's like, all right, let's just do AppSumo so we can 10x that one easier. How to stand out from your competition. Go and work in your own playing field, period. Just go find your own field and play in that field. Is the Snow Teeth Whitener YouTube influencer program good for food products as well? Yes. So I've interviewed Josh Snow. Check it out on okdork.com/podcast. Influencer marketing works. Sorry, I unplugged the charger. So yes, influencer marketing works. I don't think it's the only way to market a product, but it is one of the most popular ways right now for e-commerce products. Influencer marketing, Facebook ads. It's kind of it. There's content marketing, there's giveaways, there's cross promos, but those are kind of the 2 big ones that have driven the largest companies. So sometimes what I think in business is, my friend Andrew Chen has taught me this: 9 out of 10 times copy what's most popular, and 1 out of 10 times innovate. What I know I've done wrong and correctly a lot of times is I try to innovate 9 out of 10 and just copy what's popular 1 out of 10. And that's hard and that's challenging and that doesn't always work best. Why are youth unemployment rates so high in African American, yet the digital age offers opportunities for remote work, networking, and investment? I think there's probably an educational and systemic issue that a lot of groups, including Mexicans and a lot of different people, don't have the opportunity, which that's something I'd like to fix in my lifetime, which is give everyone the chance to learn tech and give them that ability. And if they want to learn it, it's on them. I'll help. But after that, that's up to them. I just don't think they have that chance. Like, I grew up with my dad as an engineer, my stepdad. I grew up 2 miles from Apple. My father was a salesman, and I kind of came out in the middle. So I was honestly just lucky. And not a lot of people are, and I think a lot of people need that chance. So that's why I do this, to help them and hopefully teach, say, hey, here's how you can do it. You also don't need a lot of tech. So Khalid said, how do I overcome feeling blocked and scared to start a business? Start small, get some wins, get $1. And if you're really scared, here's the easiest way. Just go help people for free. You know why? You can't get rejected. And after you help them for free, you'll feel good about yourself. And guess what? Then you could charge. So start small. Having people buy a product that sounds too good to be true sounds like a great problem. We had that with AppSumo. We would have these deals where it's $50 for the deal, but the value was $5,000. So we actually just reduced the value. So now we have deals that's like, hey, we don't even talk about the value. We just say it's a lifetime value, a lifetime offer, and it's $50. Because I think you have to think about, how does the brain process? And it was too much for people to process. All right, as a boss, what qualities you appreciate in your team? 2 things: attitude, follow-up. That was Jonathan Cousins. How do you find solutions to market to difficult to target demos? I don't. Why don't you find solutions to market to easy to find target demos? The more narrow and specific your audience can be, the easier your business is, the easier your marketing. Make it easy. Peter, how do I market my book when I finish it, or even before I finish it? Before you finish it. Market your book before you finish it. Everyone writes blog posts. Everyone does YouTube. No one promotes it. So I've been blogging 20 years. I've been doing that for 20 years. Now I'm writing a book, and you can join at book@okdork.com. I'll put that up there if you want to be a part of it. You guys are all kind of commenting about this stuff, but email book@okdork.com if you want that. I'll put you in the beta list. But market it. Guess what? Writing a book, it's not easy actually. But writing a great book is not easy. Writing a book is easy. Writing a great book is fucking hard. But getting readers is even fucking harder. So start building your audience. Use sendfox.com, build up your audience, whatever it is. What can I do to make my idea succeed? Just go help one person. That's it. Put in the work to help one person. Brian Arnold, I hope you're still here. It's good to see your name. I think I'm losing how many more questions do we have? Holy shit. All right. 10 more questions. I'm going to check the steps. I think we're almost done. We have a great website, content-wise. We don't have to collect emails. Use sumo.com to collect emails. It's free. It's what we build. It's what I use. There's other tools out there that are low price and free, so you can use them too. Opt-in Monster, MailMunch. Sumo.com is free now, so I would just use that. And then sendfox.com. It's free to send emails. Just use those two. Who wants to map their business recovery plan? I don't know what that means. How do you differentiate in an industry selling commodities where everyone else uses the same pitches? I'm talking about language services. So it's actually a lot easier than you think. If you're saying, hey, I'm going to teach English, that's what everyone's doing. But if you're going to say, hey, if you're single, I'm going to help you learn Hebrew to pick up girls. Hey, if you're in business, I'm going to teach you how to talk to your potential customers in this language. So there's a transgender voice teacher, and I told her, be the transgender voice teacher. That's so much differentiated. So Marco, my suggestion for you is ask why the people are learning the language from you and see if you can be more narrow or more specific in it so you don't have any competition. I like to do businesses personally where there's no competition. I don't give a fuck about them. How many people of color aside from Neville do you see in the upper echelon of the business world? Not as many as there should be. I think what's interesting to think about it is from a mathematical standpoint is that there's 12% of the US population is black. I looked it up this morning. What percentage of the US CEO rank is black? What percentage of companies are black? And look at it more from because if you're expecting 50%, that's not realistic because there's not that many of black people in America. So I think at least proportional. I'm guessing it's a lot fucking lower than that. And it's made me awaken my eyes from being here today talking with people about that. What do I need to do with the PayPal transfer? Aqua needs to get her money. I think I already paid her $250 for being awesome. All right. How do you get your first paying customer? Holy shit, Will. We just spent 8.5 hours, 8 hours, 15 minutes doing that. Check out monthly1k.com. I'm going to put the link up here. Whoo. Y'all are with me. But ultimately, just ask someone for $1. And that's a paying customer. All right. So this is a really funny one. Ivan said, I have a lot of ideas and interests, but I can never find one I love enough to dive into. Do you know the best business? The one that fucking makes money. I promise you, Ivan, if you just make some money, even a little bit, you will fucking love that business. You will love that idea. And you are using the idea of having so many ideas to avoid it. So just pick one, get a customer, help them. And I promise you, that's the idea that you'll enjoy and can keep going with. How do I define my ideal audience and how to best serve them? This is Rohi. Best way to do that is look at who's your existing customers already. And then if you know how to best serve them, ask them, here's the best way to serve customers, 2 ways. How are they spending their money? How are they spending their time? And if you can be important on either one of those 2 things, you will win. Just want to listen. Thanks, Denard. Hassan, what's up, man? So Hassan has an interesting question. He said, I've been doing free discussions for 14 years, but I've never wanted to make it a paid service because of access. How can I make this sustainable but keep my ethics? Why don't you start with donations? Then there's no pressure. Hey, this is free. And I think explain, hey, I love this. I do it for free. I'm looking for donations. Wikipedia gets, I don't know about hundreds, but tens of millions. I donate every month. As a boss, what qualities? I've already asked that one. So Arona Martin is saying, I'm a super beginner in the e-com space. I can't get a good conversion. Oh my God, this is a long ass question. I think the thing that you're doing is you're putting up a product on a Shopify site and praying to Christ or Allah or Muhammad or Jewish God for a magic. And that only happens in blog posts and Instagram pictures. So my suggestion for you is go back to your network, go back to your existing customers and start simpler and just focus on getting one more customer and that's it. Chris Baden, what are the best practices to building genuine connection and engagement in FB groups? Be helpful. Seriously, I think what's fascinating is looking at the people who are genuinely replying with good answers and thoughtful answers to help people. That stands out. And like RJ Youngling in today's show did all these notes. He stands out. Same with Jason Randall. They both stand out for at least a few months in my mind. They're going to stand out. What is the process to identify this idea as a distraction or a step along the path? I think one of the things I've observed with ideas is it's easy to have too many of them, but the biggest thing is move momentum and just get it going. So if you're not sure if this idea is a distraction or something, just get started and that will lead you to the actual right one. So that's where you need to get going. That was Kale. Eli, make a design subscription-based service. No one loves subscriptions. I think where you're getting backwards, Yi, is that instead of saying, how do I create a subscription business? The real question is, who can I help with design that's excited to pay me? And then after that, you can think, well, does this make it easier for them to be a subscription? All right, Erica, how can I get better at sales? What I've done, go sell something you love. Find something you fucking love. I love AppSumo. I love what we do. It's easy to sell. 2, read Chet Holmes, Ultimate Sales Machine. 3, go listen to Zig Ziglar. There's other ones. Challenger Sale. That was okay. I like $1 Million Consulting. It's a phenomenal way about sales. But those are some of the things. But I think ultimately is find a product that you love and go figure out how you can do sales for them. Do I think LTD SaaS deals, lifetime deals are helping or hurting the industry? Helping. Saves money. No one likes subscriptions. And I think it, sometimes when I pay a monthly subscription, I'm like, my dad used to say this to me when I was a kid. He was like, what did you do for me lately? I'm like, bitch, I'm 10. I can't do a lot for you. But I think with subscriptions, I'm like, yo, what did you do this month? Why are you asking me more money? Leave me the fuck alone. And I think with subscriptions, people need to step up to that. Alyssa Payne, you said your question, awesome. I made 1,000. Now what? Do more of what got you to the 1,000. More Instagram, more network, ask for referrals. I forgot the other thing to do, but maybe post a video on YouTube each day. But again, I don't think it's about new things. I think it's about doing more of the old things. Ian Bruns, what's up, brother? There's a recreational weed store across the street from me. I'm looking for ideas to cater to these people. That's cool. So there's a weed store across the street that he wants to sell them things while they're buying weed. So Ian, I challenge you tomorrow to go sell him something. And if you don't know what to sell him, just go ask him like, hey guys, I live across the street. Does anyone want a water? I think sometimes it's easier to make a decision for people saying, hey, do you want water? Do you want a taco? Do you want gum? Do you want bongs? I don't know, whatever the fuck it is. So I think you need to make it a little bit easier. You don't need to build a business yet. You can go sell right now without getting any stands. I think it's a great idea. I love it. I call it piggybacking, which is what's already popular and how do I just piggyback on that? All right, Paola, how to get more clients without ads. Do referrals of the clients you have. Cold emailing is bringing no results. So don't do fucking cold emails. So I don't know what your business is. Unlimited graphic design. So I think the thing, it sounds like you already have customers, get referrals. The second thing that blows my mind with business is that if you have something that's helpful, if you have something getting results, how can people not give you fucking money? So there's a disconnect in your value proposition from what you're saying you're going to do versus what they need. So connect that better and don't worry about the price. The price is insignificant if you're doing something important. And Jahan, you said your partner left you. Good. It's a blessing. And you're a veterinarian, dude. Amazing. That's awesome. You can succeed without web development. AppSumo, I built myself, and then I built with Muhammad, who's in Pakistan. We built it for $50. So you can do it without a partner. If you want Muhammad's info, find me, because you should be resourceful if you want to be an entrepreneur, and I'll give it to you, and he can help you. But the point is not about web. It's not about the app. It's not about the digital. It's about the customer. Y'all, I think we're coming on the 50,000 step thing. Y'all fucking ready? What do you guys think? Oh my fucking God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Jesus. Oh, Lord mercy. We hit 50,000. All right. So I got to give out the final $250. I got to clean up my wall. Jesus, I marked my wall a lot. Lost my voice. We fucking did it together. I really appreciate you guys being a part of it. We're going to give out $250 and guess the final step count. Coach Cav, thank you for showing up. Jason Randall, make sure you DM me on Instagram your address. And I'll send you tacos tomorrow morning. RJ, thank you for stepping up. Alyssa, thank you for coming online live. I'm proud of you guys. I want you guys to go take results. Brian Ball made $100 during the show. I want you guys to make more fucking money than me. Step up to it. Kelly, yes. Anyone in Austin, yes. Drew Banyan. It was fun. I'm fired up still. I think I could do another 50,000. I did show the final step, but I'll give it a few more times of talking. Do you guys think RJ? I think we already gave RJ 250. Yo, y'all are legit. So Brian, I'll send you tacos, or Jason will send you tacos in the morning. You guys are the fucking best. I'm inspired just seeing you guys take action. This is like a whirlwind. Like I literally blacked out for 8 hours, 21 minutes, and we did it together. I'm going to keep showing up. I know there's days, like Alyssa said, it's going to be hard Tomorrow I might even feel lonely in the morning. Maybe I won't. Maybe I'll feel fucking 100 like I do now. But you just got to keep showing up. And I want you guys all to do that. And I'm going to keep doing it too. Let's donate the last 250. Jason, yes. Please post organizations. Let's decide it right now. And then we're going to guess the last final count, step count. And then I'm going to go get some dinner with friends. All right. Yeah, dude, we did it together. Brian, get off your fucking poker game. Go make your sale game. Let's get it going. I like the donation thing, and then we're going to do step count. Amari Breckenridge, amazing name. Darren, come help contribute. Let me know what you want to donate to. Will Preston, Comage Age Clothing. All right, guys. Where should we donate the money for the last 250? And then we're going to do the steps. All right, I'll look at the steps. 50,952. Who's closest? Coach Cav might be the closest. No, Amari, 923. Bam. That was good, man. Amari, at Venmo, at Noah Kagan. I'm going to send you $1 right now live. And let's do the last 250. Dean Young. Oh, shit. What up, Dean Young? Where are we going to donate it to? Providerpool.co. Let's check that out. Just got to double check it before we commit to sending money. Just got to make sure. Come on, y'all. Providerpool.co. Dude, I'm down with this. Yeah. All right. Coach Cav, you're funny, dude. All right, guys. Providerpool.co. Are we good with it? This is a squad decision. And I'm going to go get some sushi. All right. Can you have the exclusive sumo shirt instead? Stay tuned next week's office hours. We'll do a sumo shirt giveaway. I think I got a few left. I'm going to go pirate edition on this one. RJ Youngling, you're dope. Coach Cav, Treasure Rose, Darren, Gary. Oh, Gary Ware came back. That's what's up, Gary. I'm going to see you out in San Diego. Donate to the Red Cross. I kind of rather donate to a Black-owned business. I'd rather do something that's shining the spotlight on the people that need it the most right now. I'm not saying Red Cross don't need it. I'm just saying a few other people need it a little bit more right now. Let's do it again tomorrow. Kale, yeah, I'll be bright and early. Cynthia, looks legit. All right, provider pool, $250. I will be donating to that. I'm putting it on my list. And then send me the Venmo. Guys, Black Lives Do Matter. Yes. Provider pool. Guys, I'm going to go get sushi. Most importantly, I want you guys to take action for yourself. Overcome your fear. Get your business journey going. We talked about a lot of challenges. You guys stayed throughout the night in some places, in the morning, all day. I'm very proud of all of you. It's fucking tough, man. It's tough, but it's fulfilling. It's worth it. All right, guys. I'm going to see you on the flip side. I love every single one of you. Renita, you're amazing. By the way, Kelly, I don't have followers, just people. Look, oh, shit. All right, my feet are burning. I love all of you. Kale Marker. All right, y'all. Deuces. See you out there. Good luck. Love you. Yeah, the underdog. I love the underdogs. That is Jason Blake. That's what's up. Woo-wee. All right, y'all. Love you guys too.